Well, okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, welcome to King of the Castle, number 10. My name is Rissa. I'm joined here by Toby. I was gonna start this out by saying good morning because that's like what I usually say when I commentate, but this is King of the Castle, so this is based towards EU time zone. So good afternoon, good evening, and we are gonna go right into our first match of the day. Which is, oh my goodness, I am slacking here. Okay, so first match of the day, we are going to be watching a team Solace versus Project Vengeance. Toby, how are you doing today?
I'm tired. My voice is a little bit shot, but I'm ready to see some good games today. So, yeah, we started a bit late because I was having technical issues, so sorry about that one. But that does mean that we get to go straight into a match. So, you win some, you lose some. I recognize a few of these players on these teams, funnily enough. Kanetsu, Rain, Pew Pew. Pew Pew is a good custom jet player. Very always playing that. He's a hard one trick on that weapon. At least he's mostly been a hard one. I've seen him flex a couple of times, but I'm assuming at this time he's going to be playing backline on this one. And I don't know anybody from the other team, if I'm honest. So hopefully they're going to come out and bring something to us. We'll be going for Splatoon's Muscle Forge Fitness as our first map. In this best of 5, I believe. So, what do you think about Muscle Forge as an opener? You know, it's Splatoon's only, isn't it? So, Splatoon's only, and we're starting off with Muscle Forge.
Yeah, that's definitely important to know. This tournament is Splat Zones only, so we are gonna be only seeing Splat Zones maps throughout this whole tournament. Muscle Forge Fitness is definitely an interesting zones map. I mean, the way that it has the angles that come up into the zone always make for a very interesting a set to watch. I mean, there's always flanks going on. There's always sharking happening. And it's really easy to get locked out of this too. So as we start out here, we are getting into the first match of the tournament on stream. Seeing the weapons come out here, I like on this side. A Zero here playing the splatter scope. And then on the other side, as Toby mentioned, Pew Pew coming out with that jet squelcher.
Yeah, expect raise every other minute from that guy. Maybe 7 is the average this game. Early zone cap for Pew Pew and friends or on Solace. I didn't quite see the name, but the two of them are going down pretty fast. So the zone is going to flip immediately to the other team, and a little bit of control being taken on the bridge to push Pew Pew back. So maybe a good 60 count here if they manage to hold on just a little bit better. But that's your first raid. There's your race round start.
Yeah, just as you mentioned, that Ray coming out, and I love that it was paired with the armor, the inkjet, and the slosher on that team still has their missiles ready, so they are using those missiles here in this trench, but we're pretty easily, noticed there in that spot that they missiled in, and they are going to go down along with Pew Pew, so Solace having to jump back and regroup and try and regroup with this armor that Rain has ready to get a push in to at least cap the zone, as the other team already has their points down to 30.
Yeah, so very good progress from them so far. You'll be able to see the armor come out, the inkjet come out. The Ray is probably going to. No, I think they need the paint from the CJ right now, even though it's not a great paint. He's not going to pop that one, but not really getting too many kills on that kill. Okay, I say that, and then they just completely wipe out. So, so that's going to be a great cap coming out for Solace. And Project Vengeance is going to have to set up a retake. Not after getting it down to 24 though, as you said. So that's a great push from them, and a good start to the game.
Yes, it is a really good start. So Project Vengeance now having to regroup, get specials. They do get that really crucial pick on Pew Pew, so that means no Stingray is going to be happening as they try and push in the zone. They have the Booyah Bomb, they have the missiles, and they are able to just push in and take the zone, and that was really crucial for them. They did try and get this armor off here to try and keep their hold going, but called out there by Kanetsu there, and a lot of trades happening. Just a really back and forth battle for the zone here with Kanetsu and the members of Project Vengeance.
Definitely, they are going to keep a hold of it for now though, and only getting down to 50 were Solace. So, Solace, yeah. So not too great of a push, or it's not that as good of a push as Team Vengeance made. Here's another Ray, great pick on the charge. He's looking for a second. The armor does get popped, I believe, to save them. So they do get saved a bit by the armor, but the teammate is going to pick up the kill there. Two members down, and zone again back in control of Solace, but like we saw in their last hold, they didn't quite get too many points off of this, so I think they need to get some opening picks, and I believe they just did on the 52 before he dropped down, so this is going to be a little bit longer of a hold, maybe challenging that 24. You can see Zero here, he's close to that suction bomb rush. If he stays alive, it could be crucial for Project Vengeance to stopping the lead being taken. Pew Pew again going down, the Booyah bomb comes up to slow it down, and I believe that is the suction rush too, so that will be a cap. Hopefully, well, will be. I was going to say that was just gonna be a cap, but right, they got there in the end, but it didn't look like they were gonna get it there for a second, to be honest.
Yeah, there was that little brief pause, and it was kind of like, wait, are they gonna do it? But they did it just in time with 3 points left from Solace, so they were able to at least cap the zone. That's what they needed. They needed to cap the zone, and they also were able to get 2 picks along with that, but so right now, as, oh my goodness, Zero here, I love that Zero got that snipe, and then their teammates immediately recognized that they had the advantage and rushed into the zone to cap the zone. Pew Pew did come out with that Stingray, and we do see missiles coming out from Solace also, but I think it was really good that Project Vengeance at least capped the zone there. Now it's just both teams kind of battling for the zone. The points are very close. 2 down on the side of Project Vengeance. That's a complete wipe, and with Solace in control of the zone here, I mean, they're pushing up here. They're getting aggressive in the last 50 seconds of this match.
They need to secure that win. I think that's what they're going for right now. They know that Vengeance have been capitalizing with single pick so much. They need to just play a bit more aggressive, hold them to their spawn so they have enough time to hold the zone, and they manage to hold the zone. They're getting on, they get that lead. 15 seconds on the clock, 12 seconds on the clock now for Team Solace. They just need to hold it for just a little bit longer. The Booyah bomb does come out to try and stall the zone. They're suction rush too, but it's not quite enough. It looks like. Wait, it is 1 point left on the border there. Very, very close for Project Vengeance, but they managed to stop it. 20 seconds now. This is going to have to be an overtime push for them to take back this lead. Really coming down to the last seconds on this first match of the day.
It is, and with that Ray coming out from Pew Pew, Pew Pew's trying anything they can do to get a pick. Missiles coming out here from Sono. That's going to push back Solace from being able to push in. That's going to just stall out their push a little bit. So with 20 seconds remaining here, we are going into overtime. Max getting off those missiles and forcing them to move back, and that means with those missiles, our teammates were able to come in and cap the zone, and Solace is going to take game 1.
Great display there from Solace. They were behind for a decent portion of that map, but they managed to identify the weakness of the enemy team, being that they were a bit too brawly, and pushed in on them. Used their shorter range, but their better killing potential to pressure Team Vengeance into their own spawn and secure that lead. Still, good work from Vengeance. Their retakes were really impressive, and like you mentioned before, their team play definitely something to look out for as we move on to the next map, which is going to be Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. A personal favorite because it's a bit of a race ban map. It's a bit of a custom jet map. Personally, I mean, on Splat Zones, but like it's a good map for Ray, and it's a good map for CJet. So I want to see what Pew Pew's going to bring out. What are you looking towards here, Rissa? What are you thinking?
This map, the lockouts can be so deadly. Like once you get locked out into the court area, that can be just so scary. So I feel like even when I play this, I have a hard time with it sometimes. So it's gonna be fun to see how these teams approach that. I feel like both of them were really good with. Like there wasn't one team or the other that really stood out. They were both really good with their special usage, noticing their advantages. So I'm really excited to see how they are able to avoid lockouts, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, both teams seem to be quite averse to it during that last match. There was never really, aside from the initial push from Team Vengeance, there was never any proper lockouts coming out from both sides during the middle of that map. But yes, that's a completely different story. That was Muscle Forge. This is Shipyard, Sturgeon Shipyard Splat Zone, second map of the day. Team Solace looking towards getting a 2-map lead and moving on to that game point, trying to put some pressure on the zone. They do lose Kinetsu, and they do lose the zone, in fact. So perhaps take an opportunity here to back off. Don't want to lose too many members, so they can recontest really fast. Pew Pew's putting a little bit of pressure on with the bombs, but so far it's Team Vengeance with the general hold here, looking towards taking some of that hit control. The Ray comes out. Of course, the Ray comes out. Scares the charger off. Puts a bit of pressure onto, I believe that's the Kenta shot. the Kenta shot, and Kenichi did the trade. 3 down though. So I think what you're saying is coming true, Riz. I think a bit of a lockout's coming down.
It's like I saw the future. It's just this map. There's something about the lockouts on it. It's so hard to get back in. Finally, though, Solace able to get one member down on Vengeance, and let's see if Solace, with Max's missiles here, can push in to at least cap the zone. They at least need to cap it to get the penalty points put on the other team. So Max here trying everything they can to paint the zone, trying to help get a pick. 2 down, though, on the side of Solace. And Project Vengeance just able to just sit here pretty and hold the zone. They know that they just literally need to be zoners. Seft is here going to use this bomb rush to keep the zone, keep paint on the zone, and just like that, Project Vengeance is going to take game 2.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were going to hold it that well, but like you said, lockouts on this map can be deadly, and they really put some time pressure onto Solace, so they couldn't quite get in on Project Vengeance, which was well, pretty rough as we can see, and they managed to secure that map. So bringing this one to a 1-1, I believe, on that one.
Yeah, that was. I felt like I was reading the future. There's just something about this map. The lockouts just drive me insane for Zone's Sturgeon. So with that, we will be moving on to game 3 with the score tied up here. And game 3 is going to be on Piranha Pit Splat Zones. Always an interesting one. There are so many different routes that you can go in this map. A lot of different, tactics that can be used, and especially with the weapons that we've been seeing from these teams. Like Toby said here, Pew Pew, that Jet Squelcher. Toby, how do you think that's going to be here?
I think he's going to play like this, right? This is what I think the game plan is for the custom Jet Squelcher player. As a custom Jet Squelcher player myself, or at least a previous custom Jet Squelcher player myself, I have insider knowledge of exactly how he's going to play this. So he's going to start out the game, and he's going to paint spawn. So that's really crucial. He's going to paint spawn, they're like Turfball. He's going to paint spawn. It's really crucial. Then he's going to go to the back and paint the back. Now, I'm not sure if you know this, but painting the back is actually really good at the start of the game because you get your special faster. And if Pew Pew does that, he might be able to get 2 rays off in the first minute, or even less than that. Oh my god! So I think Pew Pew's game plan here is to paint and get Stingray, and then Stingray, and then paint and get Stingray.
No way.
We'll see how it works out.
Okay, I'm holding you to that. I'm hoping to see that. So we are starting out the match here, and immediately one gonna go down on the side of Solace, that junior player. So that paint that they have is gonna go down right away, but also Sono on the other side, on the side of Vengeance, will go down also. So it's a little 3v3 right now. Oh my goodness, Solace is just completely pushed back to the right side of the map. Pew Pew gonna finally get that Stingray out to try and push their teammates out through that. They are gonna armor also a little bit delayed behind that Stingray and just try and push in here and see if they can get any picks going.
Yeah, we'll see how that one was. I think it was a smart play by Solace to move back there, but they just let themselves get a pressure a bit too much. Senna there getting a great pick on Rain, who was trying to jump out. Well, the thing is, that play was a bit of a gamble. Now they've lost 40 points on both on the zones. The enemy team has specials still, and their comeback is going to them coming back in is going to be a little bit slower. They do have the ray, they do have the missiles, and they are just about to get the armor. So instant pop on the armor. Such Bomb Rush does come out to try and delay a little bit, but it doesn't quite work out for them. So the zone is going to be paused just for a little bit longer as Messi goes and put some pressure on the zone. Oh, then it gets picked off by the Charger. Comes in and gets the H3. Oh, does get the trades. That's okay. So I think that's going to be Solace finally taking the zone in a little bit of a haphazard fashion though.
Yeah, that got a little crazy there. The movement though really helped out and helped finally let their teammates follow up behind them and get the zone to get them capped. Vengeance here gonna start pushing into the zone. We're seeing Seftids here kind of sharking this ramp, waiting for specials, waiting for an opportunity to be able to drop down. It looks like though Project Vengeance just kind of easily dropped down there and didn't really have any contesting as they just painted the zone and capped it there for a moment. It's a lot of back and forth here with Solace trying to just stay alive to at least guard the zones, but it's really back and forth here right now within these first 3 minutes of this match.
This is what I expect from Piranha Pit. Each team has one zone, and you kind of bumble about in the middle of the map. Oh, he's on conveyor. Oh, he's off conveyor. Oh, she's taking a flank. That sort of thing. It does the whole time, and it pauses halfway through, and you're just waiting on specials for the whole thing. And that's why I thought Pew Pew would be pretty crucial here, but he's getting taken down a little bit too often, and so is the rest of Solace as they kind of get chased into their own base, and Team Vengeance take another good cap off of the back of that.
Yeah, Project Vengeance has been doing a really good job at just keeping like pressure on. They've been doing just a really good job at that, and also keeping the map painted. I think the map painted, along with the pressure that they're adding, just makes it that much more difficult for Solace to be able to do anything. So QQ finally seeing a Stingray come out, paired with Max's missiles, and Solace trying everything they can to just get a pick going, try and stay safe and pair up and get a pick going. They do get a pick on the E leader. Oh, I'm sorry. They do, and they are trying to just do everything they can. But I mean, this paint that Project Vengeance has is really, really. I really love the paint that they have because it's just you can see how hard it's making Solace, try and be able to move around the map.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I look at that, I think to myself, they've got really good paint, and it's making it hard for them to get to Elita, who is just a scary tactic. That's literally, Elita's all they do. They don't even need to be getting picked as long as they're being annoying, because it just forces you into these awkward situations. Like, Nessie just had to bail on that angle, and now he's got to take an aggressive push. I mean, he had to anyway because the timer was running out, but has to take an aggressive push to try and cap the zone. Doesn't get anything down, but so Team Project Vengeance are going to be able to clean that one up. But definitely a great, well, I mean, it was a great attempt from Solace there, but Project Vengeance had an aggressive and annoying hold. That's for sure. With the range that they had, the walls, the suction rush, the burst bombs, and of course that E-liter, it just annoying thing to play against. So they did a really good job there, cleaning that one up and putting Solace on the back foot after what appeared to be a strong start for them.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, the first game we watched on stream just felt really like even. It was really, the scores were even throughout the whole time. It was just very close. And with that, so this is, wait, Toby, is this a best of 3, best of 5?
It's a best of 5, so
okay.
I don't think Solace quite understand that this is a best of 5. They bailed as soon as they lost that one, so hopefully getting them back in here as fast as possible after they figure that one out. We'll see that. We'll see them in a second as they sheepishly rejoin the lobby. But until then,
I hate that. I'm like, it's a best of 3, and then you just leave, and it's like, wait, it wasn't. It was a best of 5. So they'll be coming back here. They still are in it. If they win the next match, then this will be going to a game 5. So go ahead.
I was gonna say we take this opportunity to mess about, right? Just to talk around, just to have a chat. We don't need to talk about the teams for a little. We can just chill. So I hope everybody who's watching had a lovely day today. I've been asleep most of the day today, so I hope it's been a great day for all the EU people and the NA people. Not to leave you guys out. Yeah, Marissa, sorry.
Thank you.
I mean, your days have barely started, but yeah. NA people, ooh, great day today. Woo. Great time for a tournament. A great time for everybody to go. Oh look, I tried to make like a jokey stall, but they came back so fast that it doesn't really matter anymore. So we're already ready to start again. So instead of being silly and trying to do that, we're going on to Splatoon to the Reef next, which is gonna be an interesting map for me because I don't feel that people will want to go custom jet here, if I'm honest. I think this is one of the weakest custom jet maps. So I'm curious what he decides to switch over to. Mainly just because like the impact you can get with a Ray on this map isn't the greatest. And it can work, but you can't pressure car really. You can't pressure there's like 2 or 3 good angles on this map where you can get most people. And on bridge, your control on bridge is not going to be as good as something like a ball. Well, I'm going to say a ballpoint. Like it's 2019 and we're playing the ballpoint meta again. But no, like a heavy or a charger would be a little bit better on the bridge. So I'm curious if he's going to switch over to something a bit more brain dead, or if he's going to go over to another backline. That being said, we are going to get into it fast as possible. Going to get started on this. I didn't ask your opinion, and I feel like I know what you're going to say. But what's the most crucial part about this map? What's the best part about the Reef? What's the most important part?
You'll never guess what I'm gonna say. It's the bridge.
Oh, really? The bridge?
I bet you weren't guessing that.
No, I thought you were gonna say car. So I don't know. You got me there. Pew Pew is gonna go for custom jet. Interesting choice, but we'll see how that one plays out. Well, I was gonna say we'll see how that one plays out, but the incredibly aggressive play here by Solace has already net them the zone and pushed Team Vengeance all the way back. So we'll see how this one plays out with the defensive half. They do have to contest with that Elite, which also I would say like there's some good sight lines on this map for Elite, but it's just not going to be as strong as a Splash Charger, I think, because of the maneuverability and the closer range fights that they can't really take. And we see that as Zero does go down lightning fast before they even manage to push in. They have the armor on deck and they have to wait for that one and the suction bomb rush. But all this is done is given time for Solace to earn up their own specials, their own armor, and what looks like a splashdown that's pretty close to being done. So a good start for Solace. Good start.
Yeah, really good start. I mean, Rain sitting there with that junior armor. I love that they're just holding it, waiting for the other team to pop their armor first, and that's exactly what happened. The armor popped from both sides here. Finally, Team Vengeance is pushing in here, trying to paint the zone. There's 2 down on both teams, so this is just an absolute bloodbath here for the zones as... Ooh, it looks like Solace is the one that's keeping the zone here. Ooh, my goodness. There's the snipe from Zero, able to stop that momentum that Solace had going. And finally, Project Vengeance able to cap the zone here. And now, with no penalty, they are in a good position to get set up for defense and try and count down these points as much as they can.
Yeah, so the Elite has now gone into a pretty dangerous position. He's got the bridge. He's got the positioning that he needs. So what Connect2 what Connect2 and Max need to do is to aggress that bridge control, and that's exactly what they did. I believe one of them threw away their life to get the Elita, and the other got the history with the Booyah Bomb. So Connect2 there now has bridge control. They have the zones back again, and they want to set... Basically, the win condition for this map is to set up for your backline, right? They know that Zero on that bridge is going to be dangerous, and they also know that Pew Pew, of the few lines that Pew Pew will have, holding that bridge and holding from... I think it's like... I don't know what it's called, but like the little thing wall thing you can climb up is horrible. So you'll see him. Look, he's on the box. He was sitting on the box there, trying to get some information. The aggro that he can get off of that position is incredible, and it's gonna make it so much harder for Team Vengeance to push in. Septis does pop the suction bomb rush, and the Booyah Bomb does come out, but it hits the bridge, unfortunately. It's not gonna quite get what they want. The counter Booyah comes out. They have the zone. 2 do go down. So Vengeance with a great opportunity to make 2 come back.
Yeah, that was so close. The points were literally down to 5, and Project Vengeance was able to at least cap the zone. That's one of those moments where it's just crucial with the other team about to win with 5 points left. We just need to cap the zone. So they did exactly that, and that is what they needed. And they also had a very, very small penalty. So Project Vengeance here through their penalty points now and trying to get in a position to guard the zone. Sono here trying to just kind of use this Booyah Bomb to stall out, maybe get a pick, but is called out, and Max is looking like they want to push the zone and try and move Zero, that E-leader, around, and that's what Toby was talking about too, how important it is to make sure that you can't get those back lines set up. But Zero looks like on the map here, on this overhead, you see Zero just right on the bridge here, just absolutely staring down anyone and adding all of that pressure that the E-leader offers.
Exactly, you do not want Zero to be in this. Look at that. Pew Pew's massive disadvantage as soon as that Elite was in position. Zero fell off the bridge. I don't know what was going on there. He looked like he was distracted looking at his phone or something. But a little bit distracted. The paint now, they have the control. The armor is ready on the side of Solace, but they need to start thinking about getting in now. They're probably going to open it with a Booyah Bomb, then come in, try and splash down to get both zones at the same time. Armor does get popped, Ray does get popped. There goes the Booyah Bomb. Does manage to take bridge control. Zero's taken down. That's the initial pick. They do lose 2 members of their team. It's all on Connect2 to get some work done here, but doesn't quite manage to do it. So that time is going to tick ever closer, and Pew Pew can't really do anything here. He's in a bad position, and the time is going to tick past 5 seconds as Team Vengeance take it back from what looked like the brink.
Oh my gosh, that was just... what a comeback. They were slowly chipping at that the whole time. Just slowly chipping at that penalty point, the capping the zone constantly, and finally they were able to just hold out there and beat that really impressive score that Solace had already had of all the way down to 5. So really, really good job on that comeback from Team Vengeance.
Yeah, definitely. They made it look a little bit easy to break that, but that's not an easy hold to break, especially with the specials that were on deck at the time. well-timed armor, great survivability by the members of the team, and the fact that Zero could get away with a lot of the stuff that his team let him get away with, like using that character that ability is tough. It's really tough to work around. So great play by them, great team play by them to take that one back. Dora's joined the VC. Dora, have you got a reason to be in here, Dora? Duracell? What? He's just sat and muted menacingly. Is he gonna? What are you doing in here, buddy? All right.
He's just gonna sit here quietly.
He's gonna sit here quietly. He just wanted to listen. He wanted that listening. He isn't. You think he's just joined the room completely muted, just chilling, just watching. Are you gonna tell us something, Dora? Oh wait, I'm waiting for the break. It is the break. oh, I see. We're gonna go to a short break right now because Duarte wants to talk to us. I think probably to berate me for being late. So we'll be right back with another match soon. So we'll see you then. Okay, well, I'll do the intro this time. Welcome back, guys. We're on winners round 2. We got some fire teams. It looks like coming up with some key names, some +1 names, some +2 names. Friends, I don't know. Friends, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna call it like that. Like Friends, I don't know, and Starbreaker. Wow, sounds like a Marvel superhero. We got these two teams being out in winners round 2. Made a pretty short work of their first matches, I believe, both of them. So this is going to be a bit of a fun one coming out from both teams. Pony is, if I've heard correctly, is a rising star in +2, and Isaac, solid player, Nolan, solid player, and Juan, been around forever. What do you know much about Starbreaker or Friends? I don't know. Like, got more information for us?
I think it's just kind of crazy they're fighting each other this early in the bracket because both of these teams, I mean, full of really good players. You know, Dylan has been known for being one of the only Gluga mains in the community. Rui, a great Charger player. Floridian, I believe, is a player called Sam who plays Nautilus, but don't quote me on that. We'll see as we get into the match. And then, yeah, obviously, like you said, Friends has Isaac, who is known for playing Blob, but does flex to other weapons. Pony, a rising star, has been popping off on Twitter with getting crazy XPs with just all sorts of weapons, not even just one weapon. Nolan, a K-Pro main, and Juan, like you said, been around for quite a while, well-known in the comp community. Really two good pickups that I'm excited to see how they mesh together.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the fact they're meeting so early in the bracket means that we've got some absolute banger matches just all the way down. We are going to see the Blob from Isaac. Love to see it. Blob coming out from Isaac, and both teams kind of having a bit of a weird thing. I mean, I guess that kind of happens when you have a one-trick Gluga main. But you got Blobber, Glugas, A-Liter. I'm liking it. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I know, right? Just this is very. I'm glad they played the weapons I mentioned too, because like it's so fun to watch weapons that aren't necessarily in the meta, and it's going to be fun to see how they pair well together. Looks like starting out the match here, one gonna go down on the side of Friends is the Octoshot player. I didn't quite see who that was off the top of my head, and Dylan gonna go down on the side of Starbreaker. So. A lot of back and forth happening as the zone is on the side now of Friends. Friends gonna get the lead, but anything could happen as there's a lot of blue paint around the map right now.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like, they got the cap through they lost loads of their members and still got the cap. So I'm assuming that was just some good paint management from them. It's looking like Starbreaker have actual genuine control now, and Rui's finally in the position that they can take that top mid with that Elita, which is a scary prospect. Like, we were talking about it last game, how with letting Zero set up with that Charger was just dangerous, a tough thing to fight. And the same thing goes for this match. If you put a good Charger main on the top of Inkling, then you are going to be struggling to get in without armor or like excessive specials. Especially with a team comp that has a Blobber, and the longest range item you have is the Blobber. Wait, Blobber technically has more range, I think, than the Pro because of the effective bubble range. The effective range is how the bubbles pop, but. The best genuine normal range would be your K-Pro. So definitely gonna be a struggle for them to get in. That doesn't really matter though if they bowl over the front line, manage to take out Rui, who got a little bit stuck in the corner there, and that's gonna be a quick flat take and a lot of paint down very fast. Now I think that's definitely one of the benefits of Friends I don't know. They have a lot of paint on their side. That Blobber Junior combo is scary with the amount of paint output that they can put down.
It is really scary, and I love that they're paired with Nolan, right, who's a K-Pro main. K-Pro, he doesn't paint very well, but paired with a Blob and a Junior, I feel like that has the potential to be something really cool. Though Nolan gonna go down, and I think that was Isaac who went down also, and now Juan gonna go down, as well as Starbreaker has slowly made their way back into the zone, and they are now back in control of zone. Rui immediately up on that top mid tower. That, like Toby said, is a very perfect position for Rui to be in, as Rui is trying to get that snipe on Isaac. Isaac's trying to get that bomb rush out just to at least get the cap going here. A lot of frantic painting, and it's both teams kind of just staring down each other, hoping to get those picks. Finally, Pony gonna go down, and that is perfect for Starbreaker as they are able to keep Rui up in this aggressive position.
Yeah, so that's honestly that whip on Isaac I was gonna say was super crucial to them losing the zone, but you know, teams pick up each other's slack. Isaac here with the paint are gonna be able to potentially cap on the back of this. They need Pony on the other side of the zone to put a bit more paint output in, and yeah, there you go. A nice pick up of that one after a couple picks they got the zone there, and Isaac already pushing up, being an asshole, I'd say, with those bubbles. There's no other way to put it. It's just such an annoying thing to fight, you know, especially if you're stuck in the corner on a slick, you can't do anything. Dylan's being pushed back all the way as that counter finally goes through the whole way of that penalty. And specials on deck. Wow, I was gonna say specials are on deck for Starbreaker, but that early pick is gonna be really bad for them. It's gonna be really tough for them to get in.
Yeah, you could see Dylan there just waiting. They knew that the specials were coming. They were about to push it, and then unfortunately Dylan went down, and Pony also going to go down here as Friends is trying their best to cap the zone. But I love that it's almost like Starbreaker just kind of let them come into them. You could just see them all sitting back there, just kind of keeping paint on the zone, but not pushing into them to die. So I thought that was really good. And now Rui pushed up even more aggressive than we were thinking of. Oh no, unfortunately, looking at the top of the screen, it looks like Nolan did DC, so you know that might be game, Toby.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I seen Rui being that aggressive. I wonder why. Then I saw the top and I saw Nolan.
Yeah.
And I was like, that makes sense. And it's pretty late in the game, so I'm doubting a replay on this one. We're gonna be seeing Starbreaker take that first game against Friends. A nice finish for them. A little bit of luck, but they were on their way to win that one anyway. So perhaps not too much of a change in how the set would have gone at the start. However, still a very close match from both teams. And that's just the first game of the set, Brissa. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of this over the next couple games.
I'm so excited that this is a best of 5 because I just like watching these teams play together. I mean, and they're not playing, you know, quote unquote super meta weapons, so that just makes it all the more fun. The glue guns, the blob. what is the meta? Never heard of her.
What's the meta? Like, what's going on with that? Like, we got a meta anymore? Is everybody just plays whatever? I saw that there was somebody in Arena Cup who was back on the VJet grind, putting in those missiles in the finals. I'm seeing people with some crazy stuff going down. Well, Nolan's back in the room, so we're going to be seeing more. But really, Rissa, is the meta a thing now? Do we have that? Can someone make like a video saying the meta isn't real or something? And
I think you need to be the change you see, Toby. You need to make that video.
Make the video. There is no meta in Splatoon, and here's why. This is my PSA to the community. You know. You really think there's a meta when someone gets 3,000 XP with a ballpoint anymore? Yeah, that's right. There is no meta. So make like a terrible little video documentation. Get a couple famous names to join it and talk and do interviews with them, but cut the interview up so much that it sounds like they're agreeing with your point every time. So, you know, like you have an interview with Chara and you're like, "Hey Chara, what do you think about crap it in the meta?" And it's like, I think the meta right now doesn't allow for crap it. It's like you edit it out so it just sounds like, I think the meta crap it. It's just there. Done. The meta is crap.
Oh my.
The meta is crap.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't make that video. Never mind.
I don't know what you're on about. I think it's a great idea. I think I should be getting some royalty for the next person who makes that video. However, we are watching a set. We have stuff. I have to do. We joke. We got stuff to do. And 2B games. Splatoon, second map of the day. Starbreaker took that first one after the DC. Was still a close match. So we'll be seeing that from both teams. Marissa, fans, blah 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 on this map is disgusting. I will stand by that. So I am hoping to see some absolute mad play from Isaac here to cap those zones with just throwing those blobs into the mid.
Yeah, the blob on this is insane because I don't know the mechanics behind it, but it paints so much. There's just so much room for it to paint and just constantly keep getting special and spam special, and it's just like an endless cycle. So I'm sure we are going to be seeing that. Right now, both teams here trying to fight for the zone. The zone is immediately going to go to Friends, but I mean, both teams are popping their armors. They're using their specials. Florian, aka Sam here, gonna get 2 kills with that Inkjet, so that was a great starting play, and that is allowing Dylan with the Glugas to push up and act aggressive with that baller.
Isaac doesn't even need to look at his enemies to get kills. He just killed someone without even trying to kill them. Throwing those blobs in on those angles is so dangerous. But you are right, Starbreaker with a great opening push, with great help from Dylan on that baller. Rui in an aggressive positioning on the zone with the Charger. I think this is one of those maps where the Charger is better when you're trying to get back in and not when you're holding. Because if you're trying to hold zone like that with the Charger, it's just a little bit weird, right? It's you have to look up. It's a hard angle to get those snipes on. But that doesn't really matter when the rest of your team is just destroying the enemy and holding them on their own platform.
Yeah, they really are. And just tons of pressure. We're seeing picks constantly happen. Sam and Kojo here pushing up really aggressively. I love that they're not like rushing in, but they're just kind of like juggling their aggression. They're like poking at them, but then coming back, and they're both doing it together, and that's just playing out really well for them. And that's leaving Friends in just in a really awkward position to try and get paint, or try and paint anywhere to get specials. Finally, though, armor gonna come out from Friends. The bomb rush gonna come out from Juan also, and that is gonna at least allow them to cap the zone. But unfortunately, 3 of them went down, so Friends just kind of allowed them. I'm sorry, Starbreaker allowed them to come into them, just let them cap the zone. They're like, oh, it's okay, we got this, and now they're just gonna continue to try and keep up pressure.
Look at Sam there with the inkjet tech. One of the oldest inkjet techs in the game, going on top of that little plastic piece there to go as high as possible and be an absolute nuisance in the spawn. No longer the Booyah Bomb to scare off the fan control. Trying to take some of the enemy plant, not quite working out for them, but it's looking like they're winning the fight in the bottom left corner. So they are going to, I say that, and then they get loads to go down. Nolan here as well. Rough position for him. And that's going to be another hold for Starbreaker after getting the zone disrupted, so another little bit of penalty on top of that. But yeah, not quite the hold that not quite the retake that the Friends were looking for, I don't think. And then again, Sam with the same decision on that inkjet.
Yeah, the inkjet strat. Sam has got it down. Oh no, Sam gonna go down to that bomb, but that's actually really good for Friends because they needed that type of pick. They needed to, take out some of that aggression. Dylan here striking with the Gluga and has armor at the ready. Gets a trade going off here with Nolan, it looks like. And Isaac, unfortunately, going to go down also. So they, Friends had something going there. They tried to cut the zone and just kind of keep that going. But okay, speaking of trades, there's trades everywhere. There's jumps into the zone right now. It's getting really chaotic out there.
One with a crucial pick. You saw that he had eyes on every single member of the enemy team and managed to take out the most important member. And no information overload there, and that's finally given Friends some solid control. Even after that weird jump in, Dylan missed out the opportunity to get any picks, and Sam's gonna pop the jet. They do manage to take one, but Isaac is set up with that blob roller. It's gonna be a real trouble. I was gonna say it's gonna be a real trouble for them to break it, but then they just cap zone instantly with the raid and the baller and just paint spam. So a massive penalty added to Friends, but they don't get the zone off the bat. They don't keep it off the bat, do they? So this is still an opportunity.
Yeah, they were able to cap the zone, but they didn't keep it. They didn't have any sustained pressure to keep that. Ooh, Pony there. We saw Pony try to guard the zone as that junior, but Rui was able to get that really nice pick on Pony. So that means that Friends won't have that extra paint that they need to keep the zone. But it looks like going into the last portion of this, oh my goodness, a little barely contested there. Starbreaker able to just cap the zone. There's so many just single caps happening so much back and forth in this match. It's getting really, really chaotic as we go into the last 20 seconds of this match.
Well, that doesn't bode well though, does it, for Friends? Because they need to have a solid hold, and it's not quite happening for them. As we say that, the rest of the armor gets popped, the rain comes out. They need to stop. They need to hold really hard right now. They need all of their specials coming out onto zone. I think, 1 second, they need to just hold it for a little bit longer. They lose the lead at the last second. Dylan tries to stop it, but that just doesn't work out for them. Oh my god, that was so close. Like, literally inches from stalling that one out.
That was insanely close. Oh my gosh. The paint output, I would love to see the paint scores on the side of Friends from like Pony and Isaac, especially. They were just doing everything they can there, and it just really paid off. That was so close.
On top of that, I want to see Kojo's as well because that was loads of like you
Yeah.
don't think it, but H3 has a lot of output on long maps. Like you're just spamming that button all the time. You're painting a lot over time. That's what it generates. It does generate armors like crazy. It doesn't quite keep up with the junior, but it definitely generates armor like crazy. So honestly, a really close map, friends. I didn't see that. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see that that cap coming. That lead coming.
I didn't either.
Because like I was watching the timer tick down, and it just was it looked like Starbreaker had the special setup to just stop it before it got there, but it just didn't pan out for them.
And that was I said it while I was commentating, but I mean both teams were just doing like little caps. They would cap and then it would uncap and go to the other team. And like it wasn't one team and the other doing it, they were both doing it back and forth, and I wasn't expecting that to happen either, that lead swap like that, and that was pretty crazy.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool to see it. I like to see it. Nonetheless, we've come to the 1-1. It's a game each, and we're going into our third map. The who's gonna be on game point deciding map. So Splatoon's new Albacore. Honestly, because I'm gonna say it because of Rui, I think, and the general range of Starbreaker, I think this is their map to take. It's their map to lose. Sorry, because with that Elita, you've got the range, right? But you've also got Dylan on the Glugas, who is just gonna be an absolute nuisance. Like Glugas has a surprising amount of range when you're using it. Once you do that dash, and I think that's gonna be a bit of trouble, especially for friends. I don't know. Because they haven't got anything. They haven't got a backline. They're playing backlineless. Like the closest thing they have to a backline is probably Isaac, which is going to be a bit troublesome. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, and when you think of E-liter maps, like this is like one of the main ones that comes to fruition that you think of. So definitely gonna have to be really careful about that. And right away, 2 gonna go down on the side of friends. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Oh my goodness, I'm getting mixed up.
You got that, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
2 go down.
2 go friends. But guess what? Friends is here right back to hold the zone, keep the zone, and they're putting in they're definitely putting work to keep Starbreaker back, and just doing a really good job at keeping up this pressure.
Do you think they could close that because they want to beat Starburst? They don't like Starburst.
I commentate Starburst a lot, so it's like...
I know, but do you think... I mean, a name like Starbreaker, do you think they're ripping on it? Are we going to see like a cease and desist?
Maybe.
Team called Starbreaker. Starburst send it in, they're like, look guys, we respect the name choice, but that's kind of our thing. You literally just came up with a synonym for burst and put it there instead. So we're gonna have to take you back on that one. But you know what? I'll eat my words. So far, this has been dominant. Friends, I don't know. Like they've just kind of bowled over them. It's been pretty decisive so far.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this being a really great E-liter map, and you know, look at this amazing work that Friends has been putting in. They are doing such a good job at just keeping the zone through that, and finally Starbreaker able to get the zone onto their side and at least cap it. You know, that's what we were talking about earlier in the last game. At least cap the zone, give the penalty points to the other team. That's going to be really crucial, is just making sure that you're at least giving the other team who's about to win the penalty points to stall it out that much longer to try and win.
Doesn't matter too much though. One is absolutely tearing it up, pushing in as aggressively as possible, managing to take out the 2, and also so that we are that he earned in that point. So that's gonna let Friends get another solid hold. You can see Rui here. Look how they're playing, right? They have so many sight lines, but if you're watching how Friends, it's like they're watching for where Rui is and specifically staying just outside of their range. And it's making it really hard for what should be a really good Elite map, for the Elite to get that many picks. As you can see, the Elite only has 1 pick throughout this entire game so far, and that's you know, it's troublesome. That you want to see more coming out, and I think that's just that's not on Rui. That's on just the solid gameplay of Friends to disrupt that or not allow that to happen.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That it can be just that little thing of just having that game knowledge and that game sense to just know to avoid the E-leader or the charger, because you know that they'll snipe you if you get in their sight line. So that just having that little bit of game knowledge and game sense is really, really good, and it's really paying off here for Friends. Though Sam here gonna inkjet and just kind of keep up this pressure on the left side of the map. The points got so close there from Starbreaker. They were doing a really good job getting their points all the way down to 17. Juan! Okay, with that Booyah Bomb, gonna get 2 picks. That was a great usage of a Booyah Bomb. You know, you don't always get those type of picks from a Booyah Bomb, but Juan placed that perfectly and was able to just get 2 picks, allow their team to follow up behind them. And now they are sitting pretty with the zone on their side.
Yeah, Inkjet does come out for Starbreaker, so they're gonna make this is gonna be their I wouldn't say final attempt, the second to last attempt to take the zone off them, as that time is super close. Still with the baller, trying to find a position to paint this will help the team. Does manage to quite get it, so that's a great stall for them. They needed that at the minimum. Sam's gonna take 1 pick. One's gonna clean up though. I was gonna say, like, Sam, you know, doing a great job there, you know, doing as much as they can do. But Juan showing this entire game how dangerous that 52 gal can be with that splat wall and that just insane time to kill.
Yeah, Juan is playing that with that 52 gal amazingly here, and this is a great map also for 52. So we're definitely seeing that from the way that Juan has been using it. Juan and Nolan going to go down on the side of Friends here in the last 15 seconds of this match. Though 2 Booyah Bombs that could potentially help them cap the zone are nowhere to be seen right now, as Starbreaker is holding the zone. They do have 40 points of penalty though to hold, as we are going to be going into overtime of this match.
Yeah, now that's a scary prospect, I think, because you've got Isaac there with that Suction Bomb Rush already online, and they have the pick on the armor. So that's going to be armor advantage. Booyah Bomb comes out from Nolan to go down on the side of Starbreaker, and that's going to be Friends' map after a pretty short overtime and a solid retake.
Yeah, that overtime didn't go quite as long as I was expecting, and Friends just kind of, you know, they kind of sat back, got their specials, and they didn't rush it, which was really important because they were able to just throw those specials out and just easily cap the zone there. And oh my goodness, so Isaac there only has 1 splat on the board, right? But I am sure that Isaac's paint was insane there, and that's what allowed them to get 7 bomb rushes to be able to keep up paint and pressure, so...
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm looking at the board, I'm like, you have 1 kill, but you have 7 suction rushes, and suction rushes isn't a cheap special, and that's a lot of paint, just the bare minimum, and there's probably a lot more paint on the board after that as well. So Isaac might not look impressive on the board, but actually probably put in like the most work there outside of kills. All members of that team doing a really good job though to pick up that crucial point, because now they're on game point, right? They have 1 more. They need to, wow, DC in the lobby. Love to see it. DC in the lobby, but this is going to be a good place for Friends, because I'm not gonna lie, this is I said Albacore was gonna be a Starbreaker map, partly because I knew the map afterwards was gonna be a Friends map as well, because it's Wahoo World, which is a suction bomb special. Like that circular zone is painful to stop a recap with a suction rush on it, and Isaac as well with the blob is going to have to be able to bounce those blobs around that central area and just be an absolute nuisance. Combined with Pony is trouble for I was going to say would be trouble for Starbreaker. We'll see about that coming into it now, because I mean, look, if the E-liter map wasn't good for the E-liter, maybe the blob blobber map won't be good for the blob blobber.
That's true. Maybe the roles will be reversed, so we'll have to see. I mean, and two, this is an interesting map because I feel like it's pretty good for backliners in general. So gonna have to see how Rui ends up positioning themselves too, and if they're able to get in a better position to have those sight lines to get picks and not allow the other team to avoid him.
Yeah, I mean, Elite. I hate playing against the Elite. I'll go out and say it. It's horrible to play against. It's not fun, especially if you're playing any other backline. It really isn't fun. You're just spending the whole time avoiding this long range death beam that just can hit you from cross map, especially if it's a good charger player. Like, it's, you know, you get your solo queue Elite mains that get 1 kill and it's just an assist, and you're sat there like, why did you bring that? What are you doing? You're ruining my solo queue games. But then you get into a match with you get into a match with an actual good judge, I mean, like Rui, and you're just like, no, never again. I don't want to play against that. You know what I mean, though, right?
I know what you mean. All right, like you're in a scrim or something, and then or in a tournament match, and then there's that E-leader player who just can peek walls perfectly, just to you don't think they're looking at you, and all of a sudden, bam, you die, and it's just like, it's just.
I'm hesitant to call it lag every time. I'm like, laggy E-leader mains, man. Like every time I get peeked by something that I didn't even see coming, like a flick hits you, and it's just like, what? Excuse me? Not today. Go away. I'm gonna have to I'm not feeling it today. I'm gonna have to leave the scrim. Like no, I just didn't want to play against the elites. I have to go. I'll take a line out of my friend Will's book. I'll say I need to go walk the dolphin. And just go. Just leave. Nobody's gonna challenge you. So yeah, just go, get out of there. Oh, we've talked enough. We've stalled enough. We got our match now, Brissa. We got our match. We're going in. What do you want to see? What do you want to see from both? Like, what type of control? Do you want to see some picks with the Elita? Or do you want to see some cool paint with the blob? I want to hear it.
I want to see, honestly, all of the above. Like, I want to see, even though you hate it, I want to see Rui, hiding behind those walls that are in the zone, getting in position to get good picks. But I'm also really excited to see the way that Isaac can pair with the Ponies Junior to just paint the zone. Because if you're a junior just staying there painting the zone, like, you don't even need to be getting kills. Like, you just stand there and paint the zone and you're good. So we'll see if they're able to protect their painters on the side of friends, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I was looking at the side of friends, and then I realized that they're running double suction bomb rush, and I'm not happy. That's gonna be even worse. That's not fun. However, maybe going for that double suction bomb rush isn't gonna be as good for their offense, because they're great zone capping specials, but they don't exactly kill getting specials. So it's gonna be a lot based on the ability of the individual players. One hit popping the second bomb rush, sorry. And the Wii bomb does come out to scare off that top left, which is going to give friends some control of the mid. They don't get any picks off of it, though. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, the specials that they got on deck, great. But the picks that they can get with them, not so great. They're going to have to rely on those shooting skills and those survival skills. Whereas on the other side, well, Inkjet.
Yeah, Sam with that classic Inkjet, and Sam is always getting picks with that Inkjet. So like you said, that's one of those specials that will allow you to actually get picks. Ooh, Pony with that junior kill. Very nice pick on Dylan. That's going to take away some of that pressure. And the armor coming out from friends here is going to be crucial for allowing them to push in. Looks like Isaac finally getting that bomb rush at the ready and trying to cap the zone, but with one going down on the side of friends, I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything off this. They might have to back up and regroup.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac can put on some zone pressure with that horrible blob gameplay regardless. Can wait for Juan to come in. He does. The armor gets popped. Juan goes for the kills. Doesn't secure anything, but they do secure the zone instead. So, but like I said, that doesn't matter if they secure the zone, if they all go down, and it just means that temporary cap all does have that penalty as Starbreaker hold on to it for just a little bit longer. Trade does come out, but that's maybe a little bit too early for Nolan to go down, because now him and Sam are going to be back in time for the next fight.
Yeah, that is very true. And with that being said, now there's going to be 2 down on the side of friends. Juan kind of left here in this court area, just trying to juggle staying alive with Pony. You can see they're just trying to throw bombs out, stall out as much as they can to allow for their teammates to come back. But the points going down so much for Starbreaker right now. Starbreaker is sitting really good. They know that they just need to hold the zone. Dylan does go down though, but that is allowing friends to finally get in a position to push in to cap the zone. So I feel like the way that Starbreaker has been playing, they just know that they just need to allow friends to come into them. They're like, okay, let's let them cap the zone. We can just recap it, and that's exactly what we just saw.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to fight the paint and then had like an epiphany moment of, we can't outpaint a blob and a splash in a junior. What are we on? What are we doing? That's so stupid. So they backed off after losing one, and then came back in and immediately recapped with Dylan getting some very crucial picks. Juan with a great flank here though, manages to take out 2 of the assistants of Isaac, and that's going to be I think that's the first time that they've got solid zone cap. like solid zone gap right now. So an opportunity perhaps for Friends to close this one out.
Yeah, Friends has no penalty. Look at this, they have no penalty. They have 3 specials at the ready. They are in a position to try and hold the zone. Okay, Commentators curse, as I say that, 2 of them go down. 3 of them go down. Sam just leading the way with that Inkjet. Rui having that Ink Storm come out also just to add pressure and add that chip damage. So Friends looked like they were in such a good position there to hold the zone. They had paint, they had specials ready, but man, with the aggression that Starbreaker had there, they were just able to rush in and get those picks immediately.
Right, and now it's that counter is really close. They're not going to be able to outpaint this Caps, and they know that. So they're just going to wait and watch as the rest of the team comes in. Rui's going to back up just a little bit. They do actually lose the Nort. They lose Sam in that fight. So I think it's going to be just a disengage coming out from Starbreaker. They know they have the lead, and there's actually a decent penalty on it right now. So they won't have enough time. Pony does have the armor, or will have the armor for the fight. And Isaac is looking like he's going to have that counter suction rush. So armor comes out immediately. Suction rush is probably going to get popped as soon as they get close to the zone. Nolan goes down. That's huge kill potential that goes down really early. Dylan managed to take out one. Again, that's more kill potential going down. The timer keeps on ticking. Isaac and Pony just need to hold the zone. They have the paint. They got it! They had the paint. They had the paint, and they managed to get it. No way. That was insane, Rissa. That was actually insane that they managed to close that one out. And that's what I'm saying about Wahoo. That paint potential, as long as you get the picks, as long as you're fighting that with picks, you're gonna have amazing paint potential on that zone, and it's just gonna come easily for you.
And look at the side of Friends. They only got what they get. Their kills were 5, 5, 4, 4. That just goes to show exactly what you said, Toby. Like the paint that you can, if you're just painting there and just keeping the zone like that, exactly how they did. I mean, that was insane. They were able to get that in overtime and just win that. That was crazy.
That was disgusting. I'm gonna say it. It was disgusting. It was the amount of paint they had coming out was insane. The gameplay, the kill, basically all it was paint against kill potential, right? You had the Glugash, you had the Nort, you had the Elator. They needed to get those picks. They weren't gonna win the paint fights, so they had to get the picks. The thing is, they got the picks. They just got the wrong picks. They didn't take out the Blubber. They didn't take out the Junior, which meant that they had to fight these 2 people who could paint more than their entire team combined, and they were missing a player at that. So it just came easy for them to just close in on it and hold the zone. Like Pony and Isaac were just sat in zone at the end, just sat in zone, just painting as much as they could, and it free for them. It was just free.
You just sit there and make that call out. Just paint the zone. Just paint the zone. And I could see that happening in VC. I'm sure that's exactly what was happening because they knew they just hold that, they're gonna win, and that's what they did, and that was definitely a really good job to them. They have taken the set 3-1, so they will be moving on through the bracket as well.
Yeah, so that's nice to see. Nice to see from them. I think it is double elimination anyway, isn't it? So we might be seeing these Project Vengeance. Project Vengeance. Oh my God, Starbreaker throughout the rest of it. So hoping that one comes through in the future. That being said, Dora has joined the VC again. I have questions, Dora. Are you going to talk to us this time? Yeah. Oh, wait.
I'm elusive.
You're elusive. Hiding? Why?
Yeah.
Why are you hiding?
I felt bad for ignoring you last time, so I guess I can pop in, say hi, stream hello. But that's it.
Nice. Thanks, Dora.
That's it.
That's it. Thanks, Dora. That's exactly what we needed. Well, I'm done for today. I was only here for a short period of time, and I think I'm gonna be leaving you with Rissa, and is it you and Matt or you and Dora? I'm not sure.
Yeah, next up will be me commentating with Matt. So Toby will be leaving us, and then later on will be Matt and Dura together. So that's our schedule.
Matt and Duarte, love to see it, and Matt and Rissa, the classic combo. Wow, the classic. All right. Regardless, thank you for watching for so far, and I think we'll come to a short break just to do a switch over on the commentary. So we'll see you guys in a bit with the next match of Winners Round 3.
Hello, and welcome back to King of the Castle number 10. I don't know. That was kind of dry, but I don't really know what was my brain. Look, I'm here for the first time today, but I'm here with Rissa, so I'm ready to cast Splatoon. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to cast Splatoon 2 gameplay.
Oh, I've been here this morning, and I'm ready. I'm ready to keep going.
Yeah.
These
If you
matches
weren't ready
are
at
hot
this
today.
point, then I don't know what to say. If you weren't ready, then I'd be worried.
I know.
Yeah.
Already 2 matches in.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah, we've got some game going on. It's Chrome and Oreos, as you can see on your screen. You have Lazuline. I'm unsure if Lazaline's like a new player or I've missed a lot. 0351, Omega and Shadow. Omega and Shadow definitely going to be the names that stand out there from Good Morning. Then you've got Ellis, Marcel, Kai/Ovea, and Crops, who is going to be Wasps in game. So gonna have to watch out for that confusion. But apart from that, yeah, I'd say these are 2 pretty strong, high +2, borderline +1 pickups that we've got going on here.
Yeah, this is awesome. I didn't take a look at the teams that entered this before we started. And, with the last set that we got to watch, going into this set, there's some really, really awesome names that we're getting to see play today and that have entered this tournament. I'm definitely interested to see if 0351 and Lazuline are anyone we know, or those are up-and-coming players.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I feel like most likely someone's in-game name isn't just 0351. That would be very disappointing if so, because it's pretty self-explanatory. But either way, yeah, we'll have to see. I've not been around for a while, so I definitely could have missed some up-and-coming players. But apart from that, I'd say that a lot of recognizable faces in this lobby. So it's going to be interesting to see. Splat Zones only, as it has been all day. If you're just tuning in, we're only going to see Splat Zones, and it's going to be Sturgeon Shipyard. Pretty neutral map, I'd say, for Splat Zones.
Yeah, definitely a neutral map. We got to, Toby and I got to see this earlier on in the tournament, and I was talking about the lockout potential on this, and that's exactly what happened when we were watching it. So starting out here, we're going to see the weapons coming out. Marcel on that splatter scope. On the other side, we get to see, a tent actually coming out from the side of Chrome. So definitely some interesting picks, and we'll see who is able to start out the momentum here.
And that's going to be Chrome opening up with 3 picks, actually. And it's coming out and taking out the Splash was really, really strong start on that ends up, of course, not being, a super hardcore slaying weapon, still having that potential. And going to be charging up another armor for that fight. So to note, we've got 2 armors on the side of Chrome. It's not really like 2 armor spammers, but the Tri-Soldier has it at the ready. So they're going to be able to do some chaining with that, as well as 2 bomb rushes. So 2 pretty hardcore. It's like kind of a... They're going to be forcing a lot of fights, Not a lot of combinations, but definitely going to be forcing a lot of fights, those specials. I'm going to get into a team fight here, actually.
Yeah, they're able to use one of those armors to immediately, use that to counter the push-in that's trying to come in from Chrome. Chrome gonna have 1 member go down, and you can see they're trying everything they can to push. Ooh, that Slosher player getting a really nice double, and it's just Marcel left up on the side of Oreo, so Marcel finally will be called out, and with a little tiny penalty, now Chrome is on the board, no penalty points, and getting ready to set up for defense, as we see Omega here painting for special, and getting ready for that counter push.
Yeah, that got pretty intense there, but luckily I feel like 10 is the sort of weapon you want to be in those stally situations. Get the teammates in and get ready for the next fight, and that's what they are. They're using the bomb rush early to try and waver off the push of Chrome here. Hammer comes out too, and the missiles, and armors at the ready, so they're just trying to slow down the push right now and not really get into a fight, but now they're definitely going to be engaging. Shield coming through as Omega goes down, but at least they have the armor to stay alive, but oh no, they're being forced back by all of the specials of Chrome and losing a lot of ground there, so it should be Chrome taking all of the space right now onto Oreos. We'll have to see actually, because Shadow is going to be moving onto the zone and trying to take some space there, as Ellis does go down, so it definitely is a tenable situation. Now it's a 2v3, and Kai is just on this angle, trying to find something with this Tri-Soldier, but it's going to be very, very hard against that strong 10-spell shield. Now Oreos have a big, big advantage, and it should be them pushing out Chrome, as Chrome are going to have to try and set up for another push, but Avea doesn't want to go, actually, as Marcel hits a snipe.
Yeah, Marcel starting that out with a great snipe there, and that's allowing their teammates to recognize that instantly, push in with armor, and just push in and get the zone back on their side. They do call out the tent umbrella player also, and with that, they have gotten into the zone, and they have specials already ready. That was so fast. They got their specials ready instantly. They're ready for anything that's going to come at them. We're seeing Marcel using this bomb rush right away to just continue the aggression that they have going, and this aggression is amazing. I mean, they're playing so fast. They're recognizing situations so fast.
Yeah, and now they're going to be forced back to... Oh, no! Really well done by Chrome. They just shut down the special immediately with that bomb rush spam on the choke. Maybe a bit too early on the Oreos, but I guess at the 13-point mark they felt pretty flustered. However, it's being turned on the other side. Omega's found too, but yeah, you're not going to find too much more. Crops now comes in with the advantage. Is able to take you out. Finds the pick on Shadow as he should, and that's going to be a pretty nice win for Chrome. There was definitely a fighting chance there for Oreo. Some situations coming through, but I feel like they got a little bit too flustered at the 13-point mark, and they just felt like they need to go to zone immediately. The problem is they just ran into that bomb rush and a small choke point. Not really much you could do there to get into zone when all that spam damage and pain is just coming onto your team.
Yeah, definitely. And I love that they had they were using their double armor really well. I mean, as soon as they saw any ounce of a special come out from the other team, they instantly popped one armor because they knew that they would have another one ready for the rest of the specials that were coming out from the other team. So I really love the way that they played that.
Now it's going to be Splatoons on Muscle Forge Fitness. I feel like, honestly, it could be pretty similar in the way Sturgeon's played, at least for these two teams. I feel like no really weapon that either of these two teams is playing is going to change the course of the game compared to the others. I'd say the biggest thing you're going to look out for is a strong bucket map. However, as we've seen from 0351 and Kai, they're both bucket players, right? So we're definitely going to see both of them pulling out this weapon and really trying to make a big difference to their team, because honestly, that weapon could make a huge difference on this map. One thing you've got to look out for, though, if Shadow wants to, they can just run into your spawn with a 10 shield.
That is very true. That's going to be something, if they can get Shadow set up that way, that's going to be really, really deadly. I mean, with a charger trying to just, keep tapping at a tent shield just constantly, I mean, that could be really deadly. And it could also act as a really good distraction. But I feel like with the way that Chrome has been playing, they're really smart to know if something's gonna, if it's a distraction or they just need to ignore it. So that'll be fun to see how they end up playing that.
Yep, gonna be interesting to see how these teams are going to play around each other. Kai just taking a second here, probably working out the variant bucket. I'd be very, very surprised to see Kai pick anything other than bucket. We'll have to see as we're waiting on this screen. Omega getting impatient. Oh, something actually to note. Omega, I guess it just kind of went out of my head because we saw Omega on Splash right there. Usually just a Carbon roller player. Carbon can do a lot on this map. So that's something I didn't really think about that could come major lane to play, especially paired up with that 10 shield. But we'll have to see if Omega wants to stay with that, the paint of the Splash, or go with the aggression of the Carbon.
Yeah, I've actually been watching Good Morning play quite a bit recently, and Omega's actually not been playing Carbon Roller, been playing, K-Shot, Splash, so I think definitely an adaptation that Omega's been playing, and as we're seeing this match start here, Omega actually going to be staying on that Splash. We're still seeing the tent come out from Shadow, Marcel switching over from the Splatter Scope to the E-Leader, so some notable changes or weapons that we're seeing here.
0351 definitely overextending a bit there, and L is finding the crucial punish as he should. Now going to be pushing up, and as the team in a 4v3 situation. Omega looking for something on the flank, doesn't quite find anything, and in fact gets taken down. That's going to be everyone apart from Shadow getting taken out, and Shadow potentially stalling their death over here. If they're able to stay alive, that's going to be huge, but if they go down late, that's really going to stack some spawns. Able to live for now, and it should be good enough to get the next push in, but got to keep it up. And actually, it looks like that stall is actually able to find the Splash there. Shadow now going to be moving in with the missiles, and there should be a nice push coming online here for Oreo.
Yeah, Oreo able to capitalize on the missiles that 0351 was able to use, and also getting a really good pick on Kai. Those are the things they need. They need the picks to be able to safely push in and make sure that they are in a position to safely hold. They're also able to get the Splash player down on the side of Chrome. So these are the picks that they need. You can see that they're regrouping here. They do have two specials ready. I love that they didn't necessarily burn those out. They're holding them, keeping them for defense, and they have the lead now, so they just need to make sure they play the defense correctly here.
Shadow just using Hammer and the Shield to kind of clear that bottom right area, making sure that no one's going to enter from there. I like that you're just kind of making some space, but now the bomb is coming up the side. Oreos are giving a lot of space up and actually lose Omega in the process. So not only did they give space, they gave one of their players, potentially wanting to hold that positioning a bit, because now you're going to have Chrome taking a lot of that space back and moving forward. I feel like Chrome are going to take quite offensive positioning, because you really don't allow that 10 scatter set up. Not only that, but you want to be able to play forward, so your elite has a lot of free sight lines. But actually, we're going to see Marcel Marcel going in front of everyone right there and getting punished by Omega as well. Kai not yet doing anything about it. We'll have to see if they can get the pick, pushing up on this 10 shield and the splash, but left alone. It's actually taking out some nice punishes from Omega onto Kai and Marcel there. Now the ball's going to be applied on the zone. It's a 4v2 situation, so they will be winning it out. We'll have to see if Marcel's going to be able to find any picks to try and turn this around, as Kai does get the jump in and it's turned back into a 4v3.
Man, this is just getting pretty crazy here. I mean, right now the zone is just juggling between the two teams. Oreos trying to do everything they can to get the zone on their side, and they finally do, and they also are able to get that pick on Kai. So once again, those picks are going to be really crucial for them to be able to safely push up. We're seeing this 1v1 turn into a 2v1 against Omega with Ellis and Wasp there. Really, really good 2v1 taken on by Ellis and Wasp, and recognizing that their teammate needed help, and Ellis going to armor up here. Both teams have one member down, so this is going to be a moment where the zone is just going back and forth, and Marcel, okay, recognizing that their teammates were engaging in that fight and was able to get that pick for their teammates, and now two members down on the side of Oreos. Chrome is looking really good here as they're getting ready to set up and making sure that they keep the zone painted and try and get the lead.
Chrome in a great position, not just on positioning in players, but also they've got a lot of special online. Cloud's going to be the first one popped as the armor and missiles are popped on the side of Oreo to retaliate. We're going to have to see what else comes out now as Ellis pops the bomb rush, Crops pops the Ellis pops the armor, Crops pops the bomb rush, so I think the fight is going to be on the line. Kai's going to be going in very, very aggro, trying to find the pick, but actually doesn't quite get it. The lead is taken though, so pushing back the junior is crucial. Kai gets punished, but does make the correct space for Ellis to come in and get a triple with the help of Crops. Ellis and Crops right there taking out every single member of the team between them. Very, very well executed by those shooters, and that's most likely going to be the knockout unless a miracle occurs, but no, that's going to be it. You know, right there at the end, Kai just kind of dived in and tried to find a pick. Didn't quite find it, but honestly, I feel like made enough space and put on enough pressure to not only get the lead, but also give the positioning to Ellis and Crops to wipe out the entire team with those two people alone. Yeah,
something like that is really good because, like, even though, you know, one person like Kai didn't necessarily get the pick, they're acting as like the other team has to look at them because they're the one diving at them. And then if their teammates are able to recognize around Kai, which exactly what happened, that the other team is looking at Kai, like you can just take advantage of that, rush that, and that's exactly what they did. And just those type of the game sense that you need for that, and recognizing that type of situation can be so crucial and so detrimental. And I love that the way Chrome is playing, they're playing really well off of each other and recognizing situations that they need to take advantage of.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be a different map now. Piranha Pit, I feel like the game just knows the map list. Whoever was running the map list, whoever was seeding the bracket, just kind of looked at this and decided to put 3 pretty decent bucket maps in the game where the two teams with bucket players are going to match up on each other. Because I feel like we've kind of had a lot of bucket influential maps. Either way, we're going to be running into this again. I'm really interested to see what which variant of Charge and Marcel is going to go for here, because a lot of back players like to switch over to stuff like Explode and CJet for this map, but I feel like Marcel is more focused on the Charger lane, so we'll have to see what that pick's going to be. But I definitely feel like I've seen this occasional CJet come out, and of course, you know, good here for obvious reason. It's a straight line map, Stingray's good, but also honestly, just when you're defending, being able to just chuck and spam burst bombs onto those steps can be really, really effective, especially in combination with, you know, Crops is going to have the burst bombs if they stay on Splash, Kai's going to have the bucket to chip a lot of damage in, so you can kind of combine a lot of that chip damage to just really, really make it hard to walk back in the zone.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and not only the chip damage, but also the spacing that Burst Bomb makes is really, really good on those drops. Just even if you're not getting the picks, the chip damage it adds, your teammates can get the picks around that, but it also pushes members back. Yeah, definitely Marcel has been popping off with the Charger, so interesting to see if he does stay on that or does switch over to CJet. Toby and I earlier got to see, you know, a CJet on this map and mode together, so it'll be fun to see how the weapons play out here. So weapons coming out here, 0351 actually switching over from the Slosher to the orange Zap. And then Omega, we get to see Omega on the Carbon Roller too.
I feel like they're wanting to switch to a very, very painty sportive comp. Because when you've got a carbon roller, not going to be having to paint, not going to be having the zone. But they've got what I'd say 3 support weapons on the side of Oreo. So they're just going to want to be giving as much as they can for the Omega to succeed. But unfortunately, Chrome are smart. They back up, they wait for the shield to end. And when the shield ends, Omega knows they need to go. So they just back up, they punish Omega, they find 2 picks off of that. And yeah, that's the problem. You put all of your eggs into that one basket, that one set play. If Chrome don't punish that, they get 2 picks off of it. And they're going to get a lot of map control now. And this map can be a real pain to push back into. They're going to need to find all of their specials and a lot of space from this 10 to push back in. Lucky the Shadow's already been able to stop them, because now coming into bubbles on Omega, they should be able to get a lot done.
Yeah, we're seeing Shadow and Omega pair up so well here together, and that works out very well for them as they're able to team up and get a pick. I love watching Omega in the tent shield. It's just like you're watching the tent shield, that distraction, and also Omega's there as a carbon roller just popping up and getting those picks, and that played out really well for them. The whole team, the other team had to look at that, and that allowed Oreos teammates to come around Omega and Shadow there and cap the zone, and now they have the zone. They are in control and they have 0 penalties. So looks like on the other side, specials coming out. So we'll see what ends up happening here as both teams are going back and forth in the zones.
Yeah, they're going to be going back and forth, and Alliance are actually going to be trying to keep a bit of the control up, but definitely not wanting to overextend. You've got to be careful and not get picked off, but it looks like 3 are actually going to be going down in front of It's only Omega, and I doubt Omega's going to pull this 1v3, although, ooh, I did not like seeing Kai run into that, but luckily just dodging a few shots and able to take out Omega. Shadow dropping a bit too early, staggering those falls with a perfect punish. Very nice shot from Marcel. Will allow the control to stay in Chrome's side, but they don't have the zones yet. It seems like the painters on the side of Oreos are actually able to stall this out, and that's the thing. You have Zap Cross Jr., you can just stall those zones over and over and over with really passive positioning, and that means that you've already just given Chrome both control of zones, and you're already back in. You've got missiles, you've got armor, and you're walking in and taking a lot of space. That's the charge going down from the missiles. 0351 going to be pushing up with Omega, just trying to hold the space right now, not feed into them, but getting the space itself is very good, considering how fast they are there.
Yeah, they did that really fast. I love the way that Oreos did that. They were able to get the zones really fast. They have no penalty now, and we're seeing them getting in a position to try and hold the zone. Bubbles coming out from Shadow there, and just the tent shield. Omega in the tent shield. I love this. Just trying to juggle that, but unfortunately is going to go down, and now it's just the junior left up for Oreos. Lots of purple paint, though, around the map that Chrome is going to have to work to paint up.
The thing about these 10 shield plays is they either just guarantee you a win and you walk in and you just get a quad, or it loses you 2 people. It's very hard, because if the enemy correctly counters it and is able to out mind game the 10 and the carbon, then they get 2 free picks and they just walk in and win. And then you're against 2 supports, so it's very easy to win against that Junior and Zap. But if it succeeds, it's a free wipe, so we'll have to see what's going to be here. Shadow's actually going to be going on a different route to Omega to try and make them look that way, and while Omega goes on another. Neither are going to find anything, but neither get taken out either. Omega is able to find Kai, though, who is distracted on another angle, and that will give them the opening pick they need. Because they were so distracted by Omega and Shadow, though, they only needed 1 pick, and look how much space that Chrome gave by purely just being scared of the 10 and carbon, right? And now penalty points are off, and the counter is going down. Shadow just playing at the shield, trying to find something, kind of playing with the auto bombs a little bit here, but sharking can really get you caught out sometimes. Ellis finding that punish, and now it's going to be 4v3 as Chrome are going to be walking into Oreo with an advantage.
They are, and the points got so close there. Chrome knew that they just at least needed to cap the zone, and they did a little bit more than that as they were able to get 2 picks as they were recapping those zones. So just in time, able to get the points that they needed, and now they have no penalty points practically. So it's really kind of getting it really close to the wire in the last 50 seconds of this match, as Oreos does need to make something happen here.
Oh, Shadow not quite able to find anything in Crops. Crops actually finding one, but not the second. Omega was waiting there as able to actually bait his teammate to go in and get a punish. Omega going very angry on the other side of the map, and as he gets punished as a result, so we're going to see 0351 trying not to go down as well. If you get too many of your teammates down on side Oreos, it's going to be scary, and they actually do lose too. It's only that Junior and Zap line. The thing with the Junior and Zap being alive is they're able to stall a lot, put a lot of paint on zone, but if they get rushed down, it's really hard to ascend yourselves just by yourselves, but they do live, and they are able to pop that armor and missile combo together to try and start finding some space. Kai gets punished there, way too far forward, and Omega is a fight on, but finding that trade on Omega is crucial, finding that huge fire. Now Crops knows, Omega's down, I can just walk in without caring the world, finds there's 2 easy picks, capture the zone, there's only 10 seconds left. Omega and Shadow need a miracle play to make this happen now.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, with the last 1 second of this match over with. That is going to be the game going to Chrome. So that means that they will be taking the set and continuing on through the bracket.
And I'd say kind of the one scary thing or the weakness of Oreos comp is you have this, what I'd say is triple support, because I definitely see 10, especially on Splatoon, especially the bubble one, as more of a supportive weapon. So you have this triple support, amazing at supporting Omega, but if the enemy team is able to deal with the Carbon Roller and knows how to outmind game it, knows how to play around it, knows how to kite it and punish it, then they are just going to, be able to counter engage after engage and engage. And Chrome are the sort of team, they are a very, very strong team. They played it excellently, and most of the time they were able to counter Omega brilliantly, which, when you counter the Carbon, well, then they're just dealing with 3 supports, and unless any crazy plays happen or big stalling plays happen, they can just play aggressively, which is what they want to do, which is what we saw Crops do, and just take everyone else out and just, conquer the zones.
Yeah, that's definitely like a slippery slope that you have to make sure you're playing correctly and just make sure you're on their game, because the aggression that the other team had just really, really was something that you have to play if you're correctly if you're playing with 3 supports, and trying to just kind of rely on Omega, that Carbon Roller, to get the picks that you need.
Yep. Well, either way though, even though that could be a bit of a scary thing, I do think Chrome played it very, very well to, kind of find how they needed to counter them and how to, deal with that comp, because, you saw them back off, you saw them playing safe. They weren't going for as aggressive plays as they normally would go to until Omega went down. They very, very carefully and intelligently identified their win condition and played around it so well.
Yeah, and even though it was a gamble, I was enjoying watching Omega and Shadow playing with the Tent and Carbon, just watching Omega follow the shield and then pop up and try and get picks. When it worked, so it was just a nice little treat to see.
Sorry about that 1 second, but either way, I'm looking at the bracket right now. Something really interesting. Ooh. All of the top 8 matches. So far, the seeding has literally been perfect. So it was all the top 8 seeds made the top 8 on winner side in the correct way. Not only that, all of the higher seeds 3-0'd the team below them. So it's been pretty dominant for all of the top seeded teams at this point, and now they're all going to be playing against each other in this winning semifinals match. So I think whichever match we watch right now is going to be very, very interesting, because we're going to watch 2 out of 4 pretty much undisputed strong teams in this tournament so far, not really dropping a sweat and breaking a sweat to anyone so far. So we'll have to see how they're going to be able to match up against each other. It'll either be Norozera versus Ice Cube, which are 2 mainly EU teams. Nerozora's, Terra, Zera's, and 2 Japanese players, I believe, Narisha and someone else. And Ice Cube is Kiva, Gray, Fuzzy, and Brian. So that's 2 really, really strong teams. Then on the other side of the bracket, we've got Chrome, we just saw, and Bosses, which is Bran, Kyo, and some others. And honestly, I didn't find out who else it was, but you just hear Bran, Kyo, and you kind of know what sort of team you're looking at.
Yeah, it just kind of speaks for itself. Oh my gosh, I didn't even reckon. Like I was saying earlier, I didn't really look at who entered this tournament, and like the matches that Toby and I were watching were already good, and I was really excited to watch those. And so just hearing that and looking at these teams, I have the bracket open too. This is going to be a really good tournament to watch.
Anyway, looking at the lobby on the screen right now, we can see we will be watching. This is the match that I wanted to see, because it's the EU one. We haven't seen these teams. Well, we might have seen these teams really early on if I missed it, but I doubt we've seen these teams yet today. It's going to be Brian, Fuzzy, Kiva, and Gray, an all-star, kind of historic EU lineup. The thing about that EU lineup, the Ice Cube one, those 4 players have been playing since 2015. All of them have been playing since the golden, the classic, way back, prehistoric days of Splatoon. And they're still, all of them playing at the top. They're playing excellently. And they're going to be matching up against Norozera. A lot more fresh faces. You've got Zeras and Terra, definitely, players that came in Splatoon 2 and have been doing really well in Splatoon 2. Narisha, a very, very strong Japanese player, has played in a lot of Western tournaments to come and, show us what Carbon's all about. And I'm unsure to the final Japanese player. I don't know if there's info on question mark. I'm going to add Dura.
Yeah, when in doubt, at Dura. Okay, so
Law is actually in the lobby.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. We've seen the teams come in the lobby on our end, and it looks like Law is in the lobby, so it looks like he will be subbing for someone, question mark?
I'll see if he's on either rosters and like to work out, which roster he'd be subbing for. Well, we see Fuzzy, Brian, Kiver. We see Fuzzy, Brian, Kiver, and Gray already in the lobby. So most likely would be subbing for Norozera.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah?
What? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I read chat. This is an EU law. The Japanese player they're playing with is called Ro, and in-game name is Law. So,
okay.
a bit of a confusion there, because of course, we all know the European Law, very, very strong French player. That's not who we're watching. We're watching Ro, completely different Law. So yeah, that is where the confusion comes from. But yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I got very confused there. But either way, very excited to see these teams. Going to be starting with Splatoon and Smack Mart. And honestly, I feel like this is going to be a very mixed map because it's great for Explo. Brian wants that. It's great for Carbon. Nourisho really wants that.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Having, oh my gosh, just thinking about the two polar opposites of those weapons, but like, like knowing how well each of them can do if they're set up correctly is really fun to think about. So, gonna have to see if it's gonna be the Carbon Roller, under the ledges, or Brian just sitting back with that Explo and just kind of painting over the ledges and getting that chip damage. Brian is so good at that, so it'll be fun to watch that.
Something to note today is 90% we will see Gray take on a sportive role today, because obviously Gray has been kind of seen all throughout Splatoon's history to be a very flexible player and just play let's say more so in Splatoon 2. Splatoon 1, hard dynamo one trick, but in Splatoon 2 has always been flexible to, strong meta picks of what the team needs. Recently for Radiance, that has normally been the Rapid Buster. However, I don't see him being the Rapid Buster today when you already have, a couple of really strong Slayers and Brian on your team. So most likely, I feel like we're going to see the ends out from Gray, but only time can tell. And it's actually with the Tri-Slash as we see Fuzzy move over to the end zap. So two pretty sportive weapons, as we're going to see on the Japanese team, a Squeezer come out from Ro, which is going to be very, very strong if played correctly there.
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be fun to watch. The bubbles, love watching a good bubble trick. And then on the side of Ice Cube, they actually have two armors. So Fuzzy going down in the first minute of this. Brian and Gray gonna follow that also. Immediately a setup here and the zone cap coming out from Norozera.
Yeah, that's Norozera taking really, really early control, and that's what they want, because you want your Carbon to get into sneaky, ratty positions. You want your Elite to have all the sight lines in the world, but actually being forced back by the bomb rush, being forced back by the armor, and now giving a bit of space over to Ice Cube emoji. Either way, Nourisho now going to be pushing up onto the right side, finds the exploit. That's going to be a huge, huge pick, and now going back up and trying to find this try. This try actually finds Law on the flank, and is now going to be pushing up, just painting the zone, actually staying back with Fuzzy. We're going to have to see how that pans out, as the armor is now popped. Still no cap bug for Ice Cube, so it is going to be a bit more of a smaller one, but they should be able to find it here with the pick on the Nourisho. Gray now going to be pushing up, finding Terra 2, so some very, very big picks. Now finding the Elite, potentially the... Yeah, that's everyone going down full white, and that's going to be full control going over to Ice Cube, but Nourisho finding some exit picks. Now it's only Gray left alone.
Oh, that was pretty crazy. And Gray just having to back up here, just trying to stay safe in the zone, wait for their teammates. Points are counting down for Ice Cube emoji, but we can see Nourisho just leading this charge here with the Carbon Roller and just getting onto any ledges that Nourisho can. Ooh, Nourisho called out here by Kiver. Kiver doing a really good job at calling that out, because that is that weapon that is poking at them and getting those picks. And the zone juggling back and forth here is finally gonna be capped by Norozera, and they have no penalty points. That's really important to note, because they are about to take the lead here, and Norozera is just gonna have to regroup with specials and get in a position to get. Ooh, and Zera is gonna lead that charge with that really, really awesome snipe on Brian. That's gonna allow their teammates to follow suit.
Yeah, Zera shouldn't be allowed to play Charger. It's unethical, the shots that he's able to hit, and finds that opening for Norozera, which just allows a free entry. I mean, The shots this guy hits is unlike anything I've seen from any other Challenger play. It's really, really insane. So Brian going down early was a big hit. And Norozera going very, very aggressively. He's only able to find the trade, though. So it's still a 3v3 situation, and it's going to be interesting to see if Ice Cube are going to wait for that play or go in and they're not going to go in. Zaraz is just ridiculous. We've not seen this guy playing tournament in so long, and you guys might have forgotten how ridiculous this guy is on the Charger. In my opinion, the best in the West. No one does it quite like him.
I love too that he's an E leader, and like, you know, that's like the longest range charger, but look how, you know, aggressive he's being with it and pushed up, just sitting up there like a Swiffer almost. I love that. So, you know, finally teammates going down on the side of Norozera, and Ice Cube emoji is in a position here to have capped the zone. They're trying to get in a position to hold the zone and just play this really carefully. I mean, we're seeing specials out from both sides. It's going to be really up to who can get those first picks here to decide what happens. Zera going to be that person going down with the picks, and that is going to try and have a chain reaction, and it does from Ice Cube emoji. They recognize that they got Zera down and they need to capitalize on that.
But now Norozera have Ice Cube emoji have a lot of control and the penalty points are going. There's only 8 points left and 2 of them go down. The ratio's down, so it's literally going to be Norozera need to find some miracles work to get back into the zone, and they don't quite find it. Really, really well played by Ice Cube. I feel like what we're seeing here is Ice Cube, in my opinion, are playing, like, they're playing the modes plat zones very well. They're controlling the zone, they're trying to take a lot of space, and they're not taking these super offensive fights. Whereas Norozera are just trying to find crazy elite picks. Let Norozera go in and just go ham. You know, find a lot of picks to pop. They're definitely a lot more aggressive team. They're trying to find wipes, trying to find picks that allow them to then control the map and then control the zone. I feel like they're playing the fights first, zone second, whereas I feel like we're seeing Ice Cube play kind of the zone first, and then they'll deal with the people afterwards.
Yeah, that is a really good point. They're just the way that Ice Cube emoji just kind of holds the zone. You know, Fuzzy has that end zap, just able to hold the zone, paint the zone, make sure that, you know, they get the picks that they need. I think that's really important too. They need to get the picks that they need. Like they were in that last portion of the match, they were able to get the pick on Zera, and that's really important to allow them just to have space to be able to move and just make sure that they can guard the zone.
Yeah, for sure. Splatoon's actually game now. I feel like this is going to be the sort of map that Norozera want to see. You know, I'm definitely not going to say that it's bad for Ice Cube in any way, but I think that it's similar in fact that Carbon is still very, very strong here, but I also think Elite does amazing, and I think although it's definitely strong for Explo, it's no Mako mark for Explo in my opinion. So even though I could definitely see Ice Cube, you know, taking this away and doing amazingly here, I definitely think this is the sort of map that Norozera want to see. I say that, we've seen Norozera move over to the VDS, disagrees with me, doesn't think Carbon is good here, and is going for a much longer range offensive option. We've seen Norozera flex around in the past and still do amazingly, so I'm definitely going to be excited to see how that's going to play out as we're going to see this armor get popped by Terra in as Fuzzy matches.
Yeah, armor popped from Terra, and just both teams watching the zone here, trying to get the first picks that they need. It looks like the first pick is going to go to the side of Norozera, and with that, you know, Kiver, even though they had one teammate down, Kiver, you know, tried to use that bomb rush to at least, you know, cap the zone, try and keep up pressure, maybe get some picks through that, but unfortunately it looks like it's just Brian left up for Ice Cube emoji, and Norozera recognizes that, pushes up, immediately gets this pick in, and just is keeping up awesome pressure in this street area and playing this really smart, you know, knowing when to jump, stay back, but also knowing how to poke at them and keep the pressure up.
Yeah, and Brian just taking so much chip damage, it's just hard to really peek his hands and go offending. And now, look, Norozera just comes in. The cloud is going onto the plat, and so is the missile. So Norozera kind of knows, okay, no one's going to be full HP. I can just walk in with my MPU weapon and 3-shot everyone and let them all just go down, and finds those 2 picks, and it's going to be amazing for the side of Norozera. Armor now picked, popped really early, so most likely going to be Ice Cube just kiting for a bit, not wanting to hard engage, and now they'll be going in after weighing out the armor. Bomb rush comes through, and they will take control. Thanks to that, going to be pressuring this right side, but it looks like there's still someone on zone trying to find some pressure, and actually Zera's finds the picks on 2 people, so Ice Cube's going to be going down. It's just Fuzzy left alive, wanting to get out of there most likely. Conserve the armor, don't go down, you know, it's not worth it. However, there is a pick on Ro on the side of Norozera, so that's going to be pretty nice, knowing that the bubbles aren't going to be too close to being online.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely something that's really important. Norozera does have that armor and Rainstorm ready, though, as we see them both use it. And defensively, and I think that played out really well for them because they were able to get that pick on Fuzzy. They also get the pick on Gray. Kiver here left up, trying to keep up the momentum and have that bomb rush ready for their push. But I mean, Norozera just recognized the situation at hand and immediately was able to capitalize it. And now they have no penalty points left with 15 points left.
Yeah, that mit's going to be popped. Rose is going on the street, taking out 2, and that's going to be looking very, very good for Norozera. Only Grey left alive, and yeah, that's going to be a knockout. Honestly, very dominant second game. You know, we had a lot more back and forth on Mako, but that felt a lot more dominant, and I feel like, you know, it definitely is due to the map, in my opinion. Yeah, Norisho wasn't on the weapon that I thought would be dominating this map, but still VDS honestly does even better. And look at that, 11 KA on a weapon that doesn't even main. Amazing. Not only that, you have Elite who's able to control so many sightlines. Even if Zera's only got, you know, 6 KA, right? You're going to be scared of the sightlines the entire time. You're not going to want to peek so many angles just because of how much Elite's control there. So honestly, it just gives a lot of map control to your team just by pure intimidation because of what Zera's can do with the sightlines. And now, moving on to New Albuquerque Hotel, I'd be even more scared than I was before if I was Ice Cube.
Oh, I would too. Toby and I were commentating this earlier, and we were talking about how well of an E-liter map this is. So definitely watching where Zera is going to be really important for the other team because they need to make sure they're staying out of that sight line and trying to avoid getting picked because that's going to be, you know, this is going to be great for Zera just set up if Zera is set up safely.
Sorry, but I was going to say before my mouth. Either way, sorry. Brian, on this map before, even in, like, I'd say the Explosher Brian era, right, has flexed onto Charger for this map before. So I will be interested to see if Brian's going to go for that today, or he's going to stick to the Explosion. Because Explosion's definitely the comfort pick nowadays. It's what he plays most of the time. However, of course, Brian, historically a Charger player, and will be bringing it out here alongside Gray's Rapid Pro Deco and Fuzzy's Villa Duty Sculpture. So they're going to be mixing up the comp a lot here to suit the needs of this map. And I'd say it definitely suits the needs of this map, but will they be, you know, on fire with the weapons that they're not practicing as often as we've already seen?
Yeah, a lot of big weapon switch-ups. Gray with that Rapid Blaster immediately getting a pick and just trying to help their teammates get other picks, but Norisho is actually still on this Squelchies. Norisho absolutely popping off with this. You know, they may not main this weapon, but they are definitely popping off with it and getting those picks. What a great start. And finally, Kiver, the one who's able to call that out. And guess what? Now it's switched over to Kiver. Kiver is the one popping off here, getting those picks. Get a bomb rush here to cap the zone. And wow, well, awesome plays back and forth.
Yeah, Norisho opening the game with a triple, an insane triple, pretty much on time, but getting a bit cocky and getting picked off by Kiver. But now it gets countered back. It's going back and forth between these two players, the autocam. The autocam knows what's up this time. It's these aggro players that are putting in so much work. Finally not watching Juniors paint the zone. Now we're going to see missiles get popped as we switch over to Terra's point of view right now, just trying to keep control with the rest of the team. You see Norozera right now. I just punched up, trying to keep control as the armor is popped, going to align that even more. And look how aggressive Norisho's going now that they've got the armor. Just walking straight into Brian, you know, no cares in the world. But actually not able to help with the fight on the zone. I feel like Ice Cube identified this and they were able to find Terra as a result, and now in an advantageous situation. But they're still scared of Norisho on this angle, and rightfully so. Going to be pushing out now and finds Kiver while Kiver's striking with Ro. Not quite able to find Brian as Brian actually finds the snipe, and it's just going to be Zera's left alive on that custom judge dodge. Has the Stingray at the ready, but not going to be popped as you know, Fuzzy goes aggressively and does take him out. Now it's going to be Ice Cube in control.
I'm like awestruck. That was just insane watching Norisho pop off, and then Brian, you know, turned around and got that amazing snipe. That was awesome to watch. Now with no penalty points, Ice Cube emoji here holding the zone. Brian peeking that corner, getting a really nice pick on Ro there, and there's 2 down on the side of Norozera right now. So Ice Cube emoji is sitting really pretty here, as even Brian is able to push up with that splatter scope and just add this pressure onto Zera.
Ray now poked by Zera's and is going to be trying to pressure out Brian. Doesn't miss something, but the armor is going to allow it to survive, so it's going to have to see as Brian is taken out. Such a good Stingray, but Terra's taken out as a result too. Now Ro's going to be trying to pop the bombs on, so does get a lot of control, but Norisho goes down. There's only 4 points left. Gray just drops no. Yeah, I can trade this. My team's up right now. It's okay. And now that's going to be it. Fuzzy taking the zone. There's 2 points remaining, and wow, Ice Cube take that game. And games like those just make me go, what a high-level lobby. You know, like, the 8 players in this lobby are just so good at the game. Like, the amount of insane plays we saw from pretty much anyone. Honestly, something that really flabbergasts me is Brian and Gray are players that, in this game have, popped off in tournaments back in the past with Charger and Rapid Pro, but nowadays don't play them too often. They'll play similar weapons, but definitely not grinding these weapons. They just pull them out in tournament because the map's good for it, and they pop off. Like, they really, really pop off. We saw some great plays from both of them. I feel like the spectator cam didn't give Gray enough love there, because whenever I saw him off one angle, it was all just hitting insane directs, being in the perfect positioning, really, really finding some crucial picks, as well as just churning out these armors. So I just find it amazing how these players aren't grinding these weapons as often as nowadays, and then just pull them out when they need them and put on such a strong performance.
That's actually a really good point. I've never thought about that. Like, it was just in my head that, like, they'll switch. These players at this high of a level will just switch around weapons. Like, they can play them like nothing. Like, they're just let me just pick up the splash really quick. Let me just pick up the rapid really quick. No big deal. And then they just pop off and are awesome at these weapons. And their game sense along with the weapons that they play. I mean, it's just awesome to watch. So it looks like don't quote me here. It looks like there might be a player swap here. It looks like Brian might be swapping for Chara. Does that look right to you?
Brian for Chara? I did not. Wait. Let me open. Yep, swapping Brian for Chara. I did not know that. Okay. I'm interested by that. I'm assuming it's going to be because something's happened with Brian and he. Okay. See, this is my theory. We've just hit exactly 8 o'clock Central European time. And kind of sometimes you have arrangements like exactly at the hour. So because Chara wasn't on the roster when I checked, I'm going to assume that something's kind of come up for Brian and he has to go and Chara's subbing in because, I didn't see Chara on the roster earlier. So I feel like this is kind of a last second thing and that's going to change around a lot for Ice Cube.
Ooh, yeah, well, this is going to be definitely a switch up. This is definitely going to be a switch up in their comps and the way they've been playing, having Brian as that, Explode Charger, so.
Sorry, I didn't mean to burst out laughing in the middle of what you said, but I read the Twitch chat, and Chara said that Brian has overfishing for a bit in Salmon Run. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but Brian is actually not only a top competitive Splatoon player, as in tournaments, but actually also a top Salmon Run player. I'm just saying to imagine just being in a BC with Kiva, Gray, and Fuzzy and just saying, okay, guys, I'm going now, find us up. I need to go play Salmon Run. So, Brian is going to be going in the middle of this tournament place. Yeah, sure. I mean, oh, no. Changing his mind, potentially getting talked out of it. I can definitely imagine them talking Brian out of that because I definitely would talk my teammate out of. If my teammate was trying to play Salmon Run in another tournament, I would definitely be talking them out of that. So I guess they succeeded in convincing Brian to just stay and play the rest of the set.
Okay, well, we are still in it. We still got Brian in, and we are going into Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. I will say, Brian hit the A button pretty fast, so I wonder if the Charger's going to come back.
Oh, that would be a good point, because I feel like I think Explode does a great job here, but I think so does Charger if you're feeling it. And maybe Brian's, hit those couple of nice shots that game, and it is feeling like bringing it back on this map. We'll have to see what the rest of the comp is going to be. So, yeah, I'm really interested to see that here. I don't want to predict anything yet, because I feel like with these 8 players in the lobby, they could really switch on a lot of different things. No, it is going to be the Explode, but Fuzzy's going to be back on the CDS, and Gray's going to be on the NZAP. So Fuzzy definitely going to be taking a more aggressive role this game.
Ooh, I'm excited to see that. I know that I've watched Fuzzy play the CDS, and he does a really great job with it. So I'm excited to see how this plays out here. I didn't see what happened here, but Brian goes down in the first few seconds of this match. It's gonna be followed by Fuzzy going down also, and immediately Zera able to take up this aggressive mid-tower position. And Ro, they're stuck unfortunately in a little 2v1 situation, and is gonna be called out.
Yeah, I feel like Rogue was trying to take an aggressive play there, and I like the idea of the flank. Your team's kind of pushing on them from one side, you're pinching from the other. But the problem is, Ice Cube was able to deal with the front half so handedly and so quickly that by the time Rogue was there, they were just a 2v1 and it did become a pinch the 2v2 play. Either way, Zero Nori, actually, sorry, going very, very aggressive on the zone. But it's going to be Rogue getting taken out once again, actually, and now it's a 3-4 situation. Norozera pops the Booyah Bomb, and is actually on a new weapon pick once again. The 52 gal run forward, takes the trade with Brian. I think that's a pretty respectable trade. You want to get the exploit out of there, but the problem is your team's not really in too much of an advantageous position. So you're still allowing Ice Cube to stay in control. We'll have to see, because it's definitely a bit of a 50-50 situation here. I could see Norozera coming back in quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I could see that too. It looks like the squeezer does go down as they are trying to come back to the zone, though they do get that pick on Kiver. So it's essentially a 3v3 as each team really juggling the zone. Like, quite literally, there's paint, both colors of the map, you know, equal teammates alive. 2v2 now, just back and forth, trying to get those picks. No one quite has any specials left online, though Fuzzy forcing that member of Norozera to jump out, and Kiver and Fuzzy take it on that 2v1 with Ro. So really, really good job recognizing that 2v1, and Fuzzy getting another pick on Ricio. These are the picks that they needed to finally get this momentum up and keep the points going down on their side.
Yeah, the points going down on that side. Missiles are popped from Fuzzy, that is, so it will be probably either just trying to slow them down or getting ready for teammate. Oh yeah, the Ricio's all the way in, so they want to pop their special. They want to be ready to fight because the Booyah Bomb is popped. The armor's got popped on the side of Ice Cube though, so they are going to be ready for the 52 gal to run in, and they do find Terror. So it's an even fight here because Fuzzy goes down too, and the zone is now being painted down. 52 gal buff from a while ago really coming through. Is able to cap very, very quickly, and Ice Cube getting pretty intimidated there, going back all the way, but Fuzzy's still in. Fuzzy still wants to make this happen, but actually is able to jump back, and now going to be going back in with the help of Brian and the teammates. Brian able to go aggressively because the baller is online and is able to then help cap the zone and try and put some pressure on, but it's still a really back and forth situation. I feel like so far neither team has had solid control. It's been so back and forth as Mauricio is still in the midst of this, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, even though the lead is on Ice Cube Emoji right now, like, it's been so back and forth. It feels like the kills have been back and forth. Oh, it looks like they'll finally kind of a significant, actually a very significant team wipe finally happening on the side of Norozera. So Ice Cube Emoji able to get that team wipe, and this is like the first moment of this match where it feels like it's the momentum is fully shift to one side. Brian goes down in the middle of that momentum, and it looks like Kiver is trying to bomb rush here to just slow down and or maybe get any picks that they can on the side of Norozera as Norozera's trying to push in.
Yeah, Norozera pushed in and they do take the control. Norozera not going as aggressive this time, but still potentially taking out. Kiver just stays on the sideline. It's going to be Kiver with the crazy aggression this time. Has the armor, just walks into the gal there and takes it out. Zera's being pushed back all the way. Kiver knows, all right, I don't need to chase this. The charge has been pushed back. I can just chill on zone now with my friend Brian and, you know, keep this control. Oh, but actually playing a cheeky Kiver angle comes up and finds the shark pick. That's going to be huge. And now you're in a 4v3. That gives you great control. But Terror drops down very, very early, trying to find this pick and actually forces Kiver back into the sidelines of Ro, which puts Norozera in a very great situation to now push into the zone. Grazer playing passively, doesn't want to take that fight, sees Fuzzy goes down and decides, you know, I'm not going to push this any longer. Just going to try to stay alive, conserve my 50% of armor, and get it ready for my teammates when he comes back in. Zera's frontlining with the charger, trying to find something, realizing now it's time to push back, but still very, very big push play.
Yeah, this is the first time I've finally seen Norozera set up and like have this wall set up for defense ready. They have Brian down, they get that pick on the end zap as well, so they are sitting really well here with no penalty points in the last 30 seconds of this match. Ro push up with that squeezer, goes down, but the lead is going to swap over to Norozera in the last 25 seconds. 2 members down, 3 members down now as Fuzzy gets that really good pick on Zera, so it's just this end zap left up, and you can see Kiver and Fuzzy just rushing this down in the last 10 seconds of this. They know that they need the lead now, and they have only 10 penalty points, so they are getting ready to set up for defense.
They're getting ready to set up for defense, and it's got to be a good one because you're coming with the ball down and you're dropping and you're trying to make some plays happen. But oh, such a good counter! Able to pick that off immediately without really any special. You know, the billboard coming through, and the Norwegians are being desperate but getting picked off. There's only a few points remaining, and that's going to be it. Ice Cube Emoji take the set 3-1 in a really, really intense set right there. There was a lot of back and forth. I feel like there was a couple of games that, you know, I feel like we had one game that Norozera dominated, one game that Ice Cube dominated, but for the most part, really, really back and forth series. Well played by both, and honestly, the fact that they could just deal with that bubble combo at the end with no special of their own, so well played in such a high pressure situation.
Yeah, that was just amazing, and that was such a treat to watch too. I loved like watching all of those players get to play together in that lobby and get to commentate that. That was just really awesome to watch and just, experience, because they were playing so fast, and just both teams were just playing so fast and recognizing situations so fast.
Yeah, that was yeah. Sorry, my brain is just kind of taking a step back because that was a really, really intense game and series of games. I'm now going to be really interested to see how Ice Cube Emoji, playing that well, because I feel like I see these players and I'm like, okay, this is a stacked EU lineup. However, we've definitely seen some struggling, here and there against some really strong teams recently. But now they're going to be going up against like an NA powerhouse. So if they're able to carry on this momentum through and deal with them, that'll be really, really interesting. But I believe that was your last set for today, Rissa.
Yes, that was my last set commentating today. I got to commentate a little bit with Toby. I got to commentate a little bit with Matt. So, really good sets to watch. I mean, this has been an amazing tournament, and I'm excited to watch the rest of the sets. So next up will be Matt here commentating with Dura. And with that being said, I will be bowing out. So thank you so much, everyone, for tuning into this tournament. And don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to King of the Castle 10. You are joined by me once again, but I am now joined, unfortunately, by Duracell DLC.
Hello.
This could be a very fun cast. We're heading straight in to winners final. So you just watched Ice Cube play against Norozera, and they played 3-1. They played very, very well, and it was a very strong set. They were playing with Brian. However, they've made a substitution to Chara after Brian has some business to attend to, you could say. And they'll be playing against Bosses, a team comprised of Jared, Kyo, Connor, and Bran. Connor is more commonly known as Biscuit, so if you see that mix up, that's why. I'm very interested by Bosses here, Dora, because they don't have a conventional support player.
They really do not, but what they do have is 4 of arguably the best players in the Western scene, especially in the NA. These frontliners, or slayers, whatever you want to call them, reign supreme in North America. So,
and I think I'll work it out.
They've been crushing through this bracket today. Like, I don't know if you been paying any attention. They dropped 1 game at the start and never again.
Yep. So yeah, these guys have been crushing it, and I'm going to be really interested to see what they roll out with. I feel like they'll definitely get it done without a, again, quote-unquote conventional support player. I think that especially Bran is flexible enough to just play Zap. I think so is Jared. You know, they're both shooter players. I'm sure they can play it out. I'll be very, very surprised if Kyo or Biscuit play it. Of course, you want those 2 people being your aggressors, getting a lot of damage done. So we'll have to see how they're going to go with that. Pro Chara being a substitute for Ice Cube is going to be definitely something interesting. In the past, has actually played a lot of Explosion and was really strong with it, but that was the past. I don't know how recently he's been playing that weapon. So we'll have to see, you know, is Charge going to fill in the role of Brian, you stick on the Explo, you know, allow the rest of the team to be comfortable, or play something that he himself, you know, is going to be more comfortable with and trying to play to his own strengths, maybe part of the Rapid. Hopefully not the Ultra Brush.
I definitely expect the Rapid here to fill that hole in the team. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, Jet Rapid.
Rapid Deco.
Pretty interesting.
I don't know that. That was the pro. That's the pro.
Rapid Deco Pro, yeah. So definitely, wants to kind of keep that anchoring role for the side of Ice Cube. You know, it's definitely going to be a lot more passive. So going to be, you know, staying back, trying to find some chip damage, still to explode. You know, a bit more aggression, a lot less of the pain. Armor popped early from the side of Ice Cube. However, some missiles being popped early on the side of Bosses, and the armor comes in a little bit more delayed. They don't take the fight, that's fine. Now they have an advantage. They're going to be playing aggro, and they find Kiba early, taking a lot of space with themselves too. But they do trade Kyo, so it's not an even fight, but they do have the space that they need. Brian's now going to be moving onto this left side with this ends up trying to take out Chara and does it with ease, and now it's going to be a lot of space for Bosses and a lot of control. Should be getting ready for a nice defense here, unless anyone understands.
Yeah, very nice, strong start for the side of Bosses here. I like how they are taking a lot of space. Giver unfortunately dying there right at the start. Fuzzy aggressing on the right side of the map, getting the pick onto Jared there, and with the armor popping, this could be a flip of zone, or at least map control mid for Ice Cube.
Missiles being big there, missiling every remaining member of Live on the side of the team. Joe playing pretty aggressive, but does get taken out. Nice support from those members there. Kiva does get taken out though, so slowly 3v2 could definitely be flipped if some big plays happen, but luckily finding the push onto Brand, but here comes Jared playing very, very aggressively onto Chara. Gonna be interesting to see if he can find the support that he needs, but not quite able to find it. You know, Ice Cube do take control, but definitely there's still members of Bosses lurking around, able to find the space they need to come right back in here with this pick, and they're gonna do just that. They already find the control of the zone, and they're already sending back members of Ice Cube, you know, onto their side. Ice Cube is the sort of team with the comp they're playing. None of them really want to stay around lurking, looking for additional picks, whereas you might see Joe do that, you might see Jared do that. On the side of Ice Cube, they're definitely the sort of team that's trying to back up and get ready for a full fight, which is what they're doing now.
Now we see a lot of patience here from both teams. Ice Cube waiting for the armor always to push back in, and I don't know if you noticed, but Bosses there gave up the entire zone to the enemy team so that they could come back stronger with their specials and take the entire mid again. Now with arguably 2 people down from the side of Bosses, Ice Cube has control of mid. They're close-ish to specials, but I think here Bosses will push fast as Brand pops the armor, and he's trying to push in.
does pull the armor and gets taken out by Chara, but it is trading through. Another trade coming through as Kim actually finds one, but he finds the second. Now Kyo's gonna be on top mid, but that's where you don't want to fight him. With that Triton just standing there, pulls a solo armor, but as he gets stuck in that armor animation, Kiba finding that easy pick. It's like you're reloading or something and just go rush down by Kiba there, and that's gonna keep the control for Ice Cube now. No penalty points, going down into the low 20s, 15s, 10s even. So definitely gonna be a big push here. Bosses need to fight a lot, and starting with Fuzzy is gonna be important.
Yeah, they really need to focus the zone now. Get the flip before any other members of Ice Cube come in, and there it is. There's the flip. Now they're in a much more comfortable position. Amazing picks. That's a full team wipe. And now Bosses will be able to push into the enemy spawn, get control of this plat, get specials, and just play this to hold to a knockout event.
And a much more aggressive team from Ice Cube, as you can see. You know, they take control, they don't want to play around mid, they don't play around zone, they want to walk into your spawn. They're popping missiles in your spawn, and you know, this is where they want to play. They're going to be putting a lot of pressure here, but they're probably going to be backing up now. I like this, because you slow down the push from Ice Cube. You force them to use specials just to get a bit of control. They've had to already expend 3 specials to get to mid, and they're not even fighting in it yet. The zone is being played with, however. They might be able to get a bit closer, but now you see the specials coming out from the side of Bosses. We're going to see Biscuit actually pushing up with this squeezer, trying to fight Chara, and 2 are found. Now it's going to be great on that side. They're going to be taken out too, and that's the wipe, brilliantly played by Bosses behind. I think that push into that spawn was crucial. You know, we saw them walk up there, and even though they didn't really take any fights, the only special they expended was missiles. You know, they slowed them down, and then they started backing up slowly and slowly and slowly. And what that forced Ice Cube to do is use their own specials just to take control of their side of the base. And then you have to charge up another set of specials to just get back in. And by that time, there's been so much time wasted. And, you know, it's a last-ditch situation, and Bosses are sitting in a much more comfortable position to take that game. Really, really nice aggressive push from Kyo and Jared.
Yeah, that was really good. And as you said, the fact that Ice Cube there had to use 3 of their specials to just get control of their plat and to start the push, get the push going. That was absolutely crucial for Boss's defense there.
Yeah,
that was such a fast game.
It's definitely an understandable play when you see the enemy having that much control, but I think the only way to really counter that situation is try and identify it's only 2 people pissed off. We don't need to expend this much. You know, I'm nitpicking at a very, very high level set. You know, it's definitely not a mistake, I'd say, on the side of Ice Cube. It's just they definitely need to be careful trying to work out, you know, how many specials do we actually need to use to get this control, because there's not much time left and we might not be able to get everything back for the final fight.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like that game, everything was happening so fast, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
definitely.
I wanted to make a comment about something, and then boom, okay, there's another push going. There's something else. So it's really nice to see how fast every decision and every little play happens at this high level.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
it's going to be Muscle Forge now. Yeah, and we're going to be seeing Ice Cube actually going over something similar to what we saw earlier. It's going to be the same comp with Fuzzy on the Zap and Grey on the Trislash, so something more aggressive. And Chara's going to be on the Tender Iron Blaster, so a very, very aggressive competition. They don't have the paint they had earlier, but still keeping that aggro. And the exact same comp is going to be from Bosses. I do definitely like this comp from them. It gives them, you know, it's just an all-round that does a lot. Kyo going to be on the side now trying to find something, but not quite anything yet. But Kiba does get taken out by someone on the side. Brand's not going to be pushed forward with the rest of the team. There's really, really a fight on this right side right now, and it looks like nothing else is fight. The rest of Ice Cube wanting to stay alive and wanting to preserve themselves. Armor getting popped by Grey though, so potentially trying to find some sort of a fight here, but not able to get any sort of picks. Most likely going to be forced back. But as you know, Jared does go down on the side to Kiba, so that's going to be a really, really big opening on the side of Ice Cube.
Yeah, this should be flip of the entire map in favor of Ice Cube here, but as I say that, 2 of their members are down, and here Biscuit getting the pick. Was that a DC?
Oh, that's a DC.
That's a DC.
I like DC rules, Dora. You're a TO.
There are DC rules. There are the TO, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
As long as the timer is above 2 minutes 30 and no team has reached 30, there should be a DC. Or there should be a replay, rather.
Cool.
So, here we are. Okay, I want to talk about this comp now. Since we have the time. The comp coming from Ice Cube. That's a lot of damage. We see double burst bomb with the torpedo and the rapid. Like, that can be a destructive combo for the humans.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's probably why they're wanting to play more passive than Bosses are. because, you know, they are more the sort of team that wants to make sure you have full control of mid and are just trying to make it difficult for them to even get close to mid rather than run into this corner and get the kills there. And I think it's definitely a style that suits them more. I feel like, you know, in this game in general, a lot of the European teams, all the European players like to play more passive, more like kind of structured and slow and strategic, whereas America's going to want to just, you know, walk in and roll you over. I feel like that's definitely a strategic difference I see between the two regions. I don't know if you disagree with me. I don't know if I'm talking out of my, you know, word I can't say, but...
I think you might be right there. I think you might be right. I don't know where that comes from, but I definitely see it. I definitely
culture.
See it.
Americans are aggressive people.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I didn't mean that in a rude way.
Well, anyways, we're gonna run that back.
We're gonna run that back now. Splatoon's Muzzle Forge Fitness. Gonna be interesting to see if they're gonna the fight is gonna lead to one of the lanes again. Because the last time we kind of just see sort of the fight happen on like the right side ramp, on the right side being from the boss's point of view. So we'll have to see if the fight's going to be kind of centralized in that sort of area again, or if Ice Cube are going to take a lesson and not go so aggressive into one part of the map, into this more aggressive comp the bosses have.
Yeah. Well, right now we see just a struggling mid, and then we do see kind of a centralized fight on the left side here, although it seems like Bosses has taken that, but now moving on back to zone, Ray gets taken out, and that should be an early control for Bosses.
Yeah, that was honestly just really, really fast control, but Joe getting really, really aggro there. Same as Jared, Jared getting really, really aggro there. Getting things down as well, and so does Joe actually, but now it's a 2v2, so there's a big fight that kind of happens in a split second, but it looks like Ice Cube might be the one to land on top, but it can't really be hard to tell, and Gray can't tell either, so it's going to pop the armor as a safety net, but it seems like that armor is going to be kind of a signal for Bosses to just back up. They don't want to take too many risks. That bomb actually being pretty scary, could have put Gray in a bad situation, but really has the armor, just kind of tanking it and going back onto the power zone. Joe on an angle here, trying to find something big, and finds Kibber. Very, very big to start this off. The armor being bumped by a brand to follow up as well. A world of bubbles. This should just be big. Second pick coming through, third pick coming through. It's only Gray left alive. Gray does find Jared, which is big. Potentially would find Biscuit, but no. Biscuit does find the punish. The armor being popped as a safety net by Joe once again. You know, I definitely feel like the Tri-Sloshers know their armor's going to be pushed a bit slower. It's not going to be needed to push all the time. Let's just kind of use it as safety net. We don't want to throw the game. And that's what you can kind of do when you have to free your two armors.
Yeah, definitely, and we just see kind of a cleanup going in mid as Ice Cube pushes back in with the armor and the bomb rush coming from Kibber. Hopefully looking for the flip, they do get it, and now they need to get the picks. They get a pick onto the enemy's Enzap, Fuzzy diving onto not Biscuit, killed there, and getting the pick too, and Biscuit popping the bubbles in mid. That can be very, very scary for Ice Cube. Getting the pick on the bottom left side there, Brand just skirmishing all over, and that's the jump out, and that's again control for Bosses.
Yeah, Bosses have really been in control of this game so far. I feel like Ice Cube have been able to come in and find some picks and then reclaim zone, but it's never been a clean fight. It's always been scrappy. It's always left them down members, and it's not allowed them just, you know, control the entire map like Bosses are right now. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to find something better this time, because they're going with 4 specials, and they're going to pop them all at once. That's both armors and the bomb rush coming through on the side of Bosses trying to take control. And wow, look at this. That's a lot of colors, but nothing going down. Every single player playing safe, but applying a lot of damage from a lot of different angles, and Brand's going to be on a flank right now. Going to be interesting if IPG picks it up, and it looks like they don't as Gray goes down, and Brand's still there. Brand finds Kibber too, and we're seeing from Chara's point of view trying to deal with this flanker, but not quite able to find it. Looks like Jara will actually be able to find it in the end, but not after a while, but still stays alive. And Great will find him come in and fight Joe. So that's actually the Ice Cube be able to kind of bring back that fight from a loss and retake zone now. But again, they don't have a ton of control. And Kibber actually jumps really, really early into Jared, that's just sharking there, and is able to find that punish. Now, Boss have a 4v3 situation. They've got the bubble, they've got armor, and they're about to have missiles. But before bubbles should even get popped, Biscuit goes down. They're still going to be fighting this lows because Grace goes down too, and Jared's going to be walking into zone. Pushed back though by this chip damage that we talked about earlier, and Chara's just going to be trying to apply some of this damage, put on a lot of pressure, but Joe goes down on the other side of the map, going to make things very, very hard for Bosses, trying to just now find Jared, or at least pressure him out, and that's what's going to be done, but Jared doesn't really want to go anywhere, try and find a way back in, but it looks like Ice Cube finally have strong control over this zone.
Yeah, Jared now popping the missiles onto 3 people, armor coming out. This is a great opportunity for Bosses to put the zone right before they lose their lead here. Biscuit throwing the bubble onto the right side, applying some pressure there. Gray going down on that bunker there, and this is a pretty comfortable position for bosses to hold their zone. They have the armor. Fuzzy goes down. Jared has another set of missiles, which he immediately pops, and that should be control again for bosses in a much more dangerous position here. And as I say that, 2 of their members go down, 3 of their members go down. Just Biscuit here on the left side of the map, and he jumps back, and now Ice Cube
Oh my god,
has an
Brandy sees.
opportunity. Oh no. And these
Brandy. Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say, they're gonna play this out.
They do.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they're going to go for this. It looks like they will. Missiles being popped early by Jared, and Joe's going to try and fight on the side too. Armor's almost ready. Not enough to end up to support it, but the armor's still going to come through on the side. Biscuit now coming through the bubbles. Edward finds some big stuff like he finds one, but not to find the second. They need to get a lot of picks to already turn this, and Charles Edward finds what they need. That should be great down. It's only 20 seconds left, and their zone should be ticking down. 10 points remaining. That's just going to be a few more seconds until it ends, and yeah. Wow, that's unfortunate, because honestly, I don't feel like the DC is the only reason you can say that boss is lost. That was going into, you know, definitely kind of a final fight. Whoever wins this wins it all. And Ice Cube were in a great situation to win it, but so were bosses. So it's just unfortunate to see the game kind of be brought to a situation when you know who's going to win, when it was definitely going to be a 50-50 fight there. That was a 50-50 who won that game. It was so a shame to see. But still, bosses having a strong mental. I know them. They'll be able to come back into this, say, you know, yeah, we got this, doesn't matter, and go straight back into it. So we'll see what goes on there.
That's true. I don't expect this to ruffle them up at all. I really think that, I don't know, the mental has got to be there at this level, especially. It is unfortunate, and it is unfortunate that we don't see the rest of that game play out, because it really was an enigma.
I feel like we just missed out on like a great Splatoon game, you know what I mean? Because that was going to be a really, really intense fight to set who won that, and it's a shame that internet connection had to ruin that. You know, honestly, all right, Splatoon 3 wish list. Game pauses. Like most modern games nowadays, okay, most people, I know you kids might not know this that don't play scrims in other games, but you can actually pause a lot of online games nowadays in lobbies. So please, that'll be so good when these stuff like this happens. If you could just pause as soon as Brandy sees, get him back in the lobby, get the game going straight back on it, that'd be very, very nice. But unfortunately, we're just left with a universe where we don't know the result of that game in a 4v4 situation.
But at the same time, I feel like Splatoon might be a little too fast at the game to do that. Like,
they could have paused right there. Like that was downtime. You know,
I mean, as long as you can adjust the score, like maybe a couple points, because sometimes the couple points matter, right?
Yeah, but then if you just,
I don't know. Like, imagine
thinking
you
too much about
paused it
this
a bit too late. Okay, well, okay, you brought it up.
yeah,
It's
well,
not-
okay, you'd lose a couple of points and you'd pause it a bit too late, right? But would you rather that happen, or would you rather play a 3v4? Hey, that's what I'm saying.
See,
That's what I'm saying.
You might be smart.
Yeah.
You might have me there. Were
do.
you in like debate club or something?
I actually was. I'm not even joking. I was the
Really?
head of my debate club when I was 13 years old.
Did you talk this fast in debate?
Yeah. No,
That's great.
they made me slow down. You have to present an argument. You're supposed to speak at like, no, God, you know nothing about debating. Anyway.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What I'm not sorry about is the
What you're not
shameless
sorry
plug
about?
that I'm about to pull. In case you guys did not know, this tournament has a prize pool, and prize pools can be donated to, right? So in chat, guys, if you type !donate, you can actually donate to our tournament and to the eventual winner of today.
Now, luckily you guys have me here as a translator because Joe's Portuguese, so you might not understand that.
Well.
There's a prize pool in this tournament that is accepting donations. It's very easy to donate to. Just do !donate in chat. A link will pop up. In fact, I'll do it for you right now. !donate. You click on that link. You can donate to this tournament and kind of, you know, put a bit of funding into these players' pockets they're going to be fighting today. Luckily, we've got a translator here because, unfortunately, Duro can only speak Portuguese. Yeah. So
no,
shame.
I didn't even finish school English.
See? Anyway,
All
we
right.
finally got 8 players in the lobby, so we're going to be going into Splat Zones on Piranha Pit. We should talk about the game, because that was an intense one, and I feel like you're kind of happy if you're Ice Cube, because this is the one map where teams that wouldn't run Rapid all the time would run Rapid all the time, you know, back, I'd say a few patches again, you know, a few metas ago. And even though that isn't as common nowadays, I definitely still say, you know, it's not like Rapid has lost its weaknesses on this map. And if you're a Rapid specialist like Charo is, you're happy to see it pop up.
Definitely. I think Rapid is a very strong weapon still, and especially in the hands of someone that definitely knows how to play.
Double zap.
Oh,
I like
Alright.
this, actually. I love Grey Zap, Orange Zap. You have a lot of paint. You have, you know, 2 specials that can really, really support each other. But you also, they can dive with each other. They can do a lot of chip damage and really, really supports the team. And it also supports the long range weapon that Grey's playing. Because if you have a longer range weapon like this, having this double, in fact, this triple paint can be really, really strong to just do a lot. You know, the splash adding to it too. And they're going to play aggro. Charo finding the first pick with these armor and missiles being thrown down immediately. And they're going to be pushing up with them. Now they're in a 4v3 situation. They can really take a lot of control of this map. Bucket's going to be staying there, so Joe doesn't really want to pack up. Put a lot of the pressure on, but is going to be moving back to the conveyor now that Ice Cube have control of the map. And when I say control of the map, look how yellow this map is. When you have Zap, Zap, Splash, you cover the entire thing in a second.
you really do, but that won't stop Bosses here from trying to push back in as Jared tries to push mid, backs up, spots Fuzzy, gets the pick, and now this should be the flip for Bosses here. And there we go, Kibber goes down, and Biscuit now pushing Grey with the crossfire from Brand. There he goes down. And now it's just kind of a stalemate waiting for the spawns, but Fuzzy's so staggered there from the rest of the team. I think this is a great opportunity for Bosses to get a few points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and you want to be able to get a lot of control. Honestly, what you want to do right now is make Gray's life hard. Because it's not hard for some short-range shooters to just kind of drop in and retake a fight. But if you can suffocate this Rapid, then you can really, really find a lot of success. Basically, right now, they're trying to suffocate this up, but doesn't really find it as the others are popped. And now being forced back, especially with Kyogon, they've lost a lot of their aggression. Brand going down too. So it's a 2v4 situation. And you're going to see Ice Cube move fast with this triple shooter comp. And that's what they're doing. They're moving on to their side right now, trying to take the control of their map, getting a lot of specials online. But we talk about fast play. Bosses are already going back into this. They've popped the missiles, and Biscuit's playing on the side, trying to see if anyone overexpends as trades go through. Kibber and Jared both going down, but Biscuit's still just here, kind of lurking, waiting for space to be made and waiting for prime time to use these bubbles, but still not quite find it as Kyo is just going to press the zones with this bomb rush. But now going aggro that he has the armor, pushing with the bubbles, but the bubbles got punished. Ice Cube was so good, just punishing everyone with bubbles today, and now Kyo gets punished as a result, losing the rest of the team, and that's going to be Ice Cube keeping control of the zone. Really, really well played by them. Honestly, I don't know how Ice Cube would have to deal with bubbles so well today.
Me neither, but I definitely know what you mean. Like, every time Biscuit pops bubbles, it seems like a triple is about to happen. Like it is normal with bubbles, but it doesn't. And now, with the armor getting popped from the side of Ice Cube, the missiles from Kara, this should be a couple more points on the hold. But now armor and every special really getting popped from Bosses. Looking for the flip, looking for a pick, but Biscuit goes down on the left side of the map. Fuzzy overextending a bit too hard and getting picked off. And now Brand is pushing off, getting that crossfire with his teammate. 2 people down on the side of Ice Cube. No cap yet. No cap yet. As the members of Ice Cube come back into the battlefield, Brand backing up to get the armor, assists his teammates from afar, and it's just a battle in mid for zone. Bosses here really need a couple picks. They get 2, and now they will be able to get the flip. Hopefully, unless they're also 2 down.
No. It's only Fuzzy left alone, and Fuzzy's in an awkward angle. Will get taken out, but that was really, really well played by Bosses. I feel like they're having a really hard time of finding their entry in. They identified that Kibber was alone on that right side. They're going to just go him as 3 people, find that really, really easy pick. But oh my god, talk about Kibber. Just drops in and takes out Brand in the midst of 4 people. No one, they let him get away with that. He just got away with murder right now, as the rest of Ice Cube is going to be going in with this armor and with this bomb rush, taking a lot of control. Kibber's now going to be pushing up and trying to find some extra pressure off this, but not quite able to find it. Just shotgun these, but all gets taken out alongside the Rapid Pro. Now that's 2 down. It's only the Zaps left alive outside of Ice Cube, and Joe is going to act on them. You know, earlier we saw kind of those supports being alive on this map and just staying back and taking his own. Joe's a solo player. He's not going to allow that to happen. He's going to walk into you and take you out and not allow you to stall any more points. Now trying to walk into spawn even, but got a hit too far ahead of himself, punished by that Rapid, and now it's going to be a 3v2 situation. Definitely win a ball, but you don't want to see that point of view if you're Grey. Bubbles being thrown into your spawn, and the fight never ends. Like, even when they're grouping in spawn, there's still a fight going on. That's how aggressive these two teams can be at times. But now, finally, there's a bit of a cool time for Ice Cube to get back into the fight. Armor and missiles both being popped to try and take a bit of the fight here, but Fuzzy dropping alone, getting picked off easily. But Jared gets picked off on another side of the map, so it's still even right here. Joe's going to try and pitch up on this angle. Biscuit coming through from the middle, but Joe goes a bit too far alone. Is taken out as a result. Now Biscuit's going to push alone, but does find Gray. Is able to back up in time and allow Jared to just go for this really, really aggressive play into these stabs. Trying to take out Chara on this angle, but Chara gets sport. But Fuzzy gets taken out also. And Bosses still have control, but Ice Cube could definitely come in fast as long as no one gets punished. Oh! But those bombs come through! A bunch of picks in the last few seconds. Definitely some chokes from Ice Cube, and now there's only 5 more points. Only Chara left alive. 2 more seconds to go, and this looks like it's going to be Bosses taking this game. But wow, it was close.
That was so close. I'm telling you, these bomb kills onto or from Bosses, they were such clutch kills.
They won the game. They won the game.
They really did. It was twice on Kiver. Very unfortunate there. Really well placed bombs, and they really cost their team the push and the last push that they needed, especially because in the last 10 seconds. When there's 10 points left on the zone for lead, you don't want to be in a 3v4 situation.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, I'm a big fan, as I said, of the kind of core of that Ice Cube comp right there. It's kind of the zap zap splash. I feel like it's not as common in the West, but it's something I've seen in Japan a few times, played with less painty, long-range, weapons you want to do a lot, especially stuff like Charger, right? Rapid Process with that similar sort of role. It gets a lot of paint down. It, has a lot of variability. It's an all-round comp, has a lot of good specials. I'd say what it lacks is lethal bombs. You have the suction bomb from the Grey Zap. Apart from that, you've got auto bomb, bit slower, and then you've got a burst bomb. It's getting less and less lethal. You look at that comp from Bosses. You've got a suction bomb, a splat bomb, a suction bomb, and a splat bomb, right? That is just the 2 best bombs in the game spammed 4 times. If you throw them enough, you're going to find situations where people are just forced to move and move and move and take chip damage and, get picked off. And especially on a map like that, where you're always forced to drop into situations and be pushed by the conveyors into situations, those 4, broken bombs just being spammed really, really does a lot. And I don't use that term lightly. Those 2 bombs are the broken bombs, right?
Mm-hmm. Definitely the most lethal bombs, as we call them. And just the best ones that putting paint down and spacing and just controlling areas, really. You can spam splat bombs in an area, you're denying that entry to the enemy team.
Imagine Toxic Mystics that actually blows things up.
Ooh. Let's not talk about this.
All right, anyway, it's now going to be Splat Zones, Humpback Zones, a similar concept we saw earlier, but yeah, we're seeing the same thing from Bosses. And honestly, talking about the bombs, Humpbacks are the maps where you can really get pressured out by them because you can just stand on the ledges, you can throw them into zone, you can stand on zone, you can throw them into enemy spawn. It's going to be hard to deal with if you get locked out. So I think you're going to want to take control, really, really early on, and you're going to want to hold that control if you're Ice Cube, which they do try and get, but they immediately lose Chara in the ring of it. So now they're down in a 3v4 situation.
And see how aggressive they're going with that armor. Unfortunately, that bomb is going to slow them down, or else they would have gotten that extra pick onto Gray there. But again, this bomb pressure, the aggression coming from this team is unmatched right now. But as I say that, Gray going in with that armor, getting a pick, unfortunately getting taken out with Tara with the Bollock, flushing the enemies out. Clearing zone, getting the flip, but in the end, Bosses is going to clean up mid and get control once again.
Bosses clean up, but they lose Jared in the process. I feel like this is just... I feel like these games between these teams have been a non-stop team fight, but Chara does go down, so it probably will be Ice Cube trying to chill out a little bit. I say that, but they pop an armor. I'd say a bit too risky going for that fight, because you're kind of just moving into an enemy team, which have really, really good control, funneling into them. And the armor won't save you. They go for it and they do go down, but they're wiped together now, so they will be able to push in together. The big scary thing though, Bosses have 3 specials online. Luckily they identified Jared's position, they're not going to be caught off guard by that, but the missiles will reveal himself anyway, and it will put a lot of pressure on that side. Kiva now going aggressive, really, really well takes out Jared. You don't have the high ground, so you're going to be forced to kind of back up there. The armor now pops the tricycle as the wrong side of the ball with the bubbles, but the bubbles finally finding big value. That's 2 taken out, huge there from Biscuit. Now it's just Kiva on the side angle. There's already 18 points remaining. Gonna really, really struggle to get back into the zone. So you're fighting Joe, and as actually does, but gonna go down in the end. Now it's gonna be Gray coming in, trying to find something, but in a last-ditch situation. There's 4 points only left, but wait, some explosions happened. All of a sudden, I see a real fighting chance. Chara finds Biscuit, and they flip the zone. I don't know how that happens, but in the midst of all that fighting, either Chara or Gray or something happened. And Ice Cube took that back. They're back in control in a real last-ditch push, and they're keeping themselves in this series, but they lose Kipper in this team fight.
That was absolutely insane then, but it's too late to talk about because everything else is happening right now. Kyo aggressing onto the left side here, onto the Char there, who does get the pick off, and now in a 4v2, they should be able to flip the zone, hopefully flip the entirety of mid here, as the members of bosses all get flushed out to the left side of the map. We see a jump out, and this should be a pretty comfortable position for Ice Cube to get specials and get ready for the whole of their lives to keep themselves in this series.
And they lose Jared. That's really bad on the side of bosses. And it's thanks to the chip damage you were talking about earlier. Just burst bombs are being thrown there and thrown there and thrown there. And it eventually happened that you can't really peek out and shoot that torpedo because of all the pressure putting on that you just get taken out by it. But now there's 4 specials ready on the side of bosses. Missiles being popped first, as you'd expect. Armor coming through next. And now it's the burst rush. They're just really going here, forcing with it all they can. Now the bombers coming through, but they're not yet found anything. Second bomber coming through and not finding anything either. But Chara will go down in the midst of this battling. So does Gray, but there's trades coming through. Kiva's still alive alongside Fuzzy, and Kiva finds another. Kiva finds a third. Will Kiva find the quad on this zone? Still in the 1v1 with Brad, and instead waits, doesn't go to the quad, doesn't get greedy, and waits for the support from the team. Brilliantly played by Kiva, doesn't get greedy, and finds exactly what he needs to keep his team in this game. Now on the side angle, the has the bomb rush ready after that astonishing triple, keeping control of the zone.
That was absolutely an insane double coming from Kipper there, getting exactly what they needed to just keep the zone there. But now bosses getting really aggressive with that armor. 2 down from the side of Ice Cube there, and Kyo here getting a nice fight on the right side, getting the pick onto Gray as well as that other end type, I believe, Fuzzy, and now Jared pushing the left side. 50 seconds left on the clock. They have the missiles, they have the bomb rush. They could very well KO this.
Missiles popped early and Gray's already down. Chara going on a side angle, and oh no, it looks like bosses were able to go aggro. Ice Cube were trying to take a bit more aggressive transitioning, waiting to go back in. That was identified quickly by bosses and they're taken out. Now there's only about 10 more places to go back into this. They at least have an armor and they have people left alive. They outfight 2 pigs out of nowhere. The zone being contested. Kyo's behind them and finds 1 pig, potentially able to find another, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team's down. And no one's doing anything. Really well played by Ice Cube to bring that back. There were like 2 people. That was so well played by Fuzzy and Chara there, just able to retake the zone. And now we're going to have to pay a lot and control a lot of this zone, but they have the specials. Armor, a second armor launch online, and a bomb rush where bosses are only just coming online for the missiles. They need to win this back. I wouldn't be surprised if you see an aggressive push on Brad, jumping out, conserving the armor, going to be popping out alongside the missiles. That now will be going back in. There's only 15 points remaining. Kyo's going to be pushing on this side angle right now and trying to find things, but no one goes down on either side. Bomb rush to the bomb zone. The bomb was a huge, but Jared goes down. 2 go down. As well as zone doesn't get flipped. This should be it. Ice Cube winning it. It's only Kyo left alive, and Ice Cube win it, bringing it to a 2-2 and a game 5. How did Ice Cube win that game? How did Ice Cube win that game in any universe?
What a game! Jesus, did you see how Ice Cube managed to flip the zone when all odds were against them twice in the same match?
I feel like maybe even 3 times, like minimum twice. Like you could argue 3 times it felt undoable for them, and they just walked in and they just found like random kills out of nowhere. That like the plays, I feel like, especially from that like Chara and Kiva were popping off that game. You know, we had the big play where Kiva went for the triple, didn't go for the quad, but we had Chara. I feel like even though we didn't see any flashy or triples or quads particularly pop up, it was just constant staying alive and damage and damage and damage. It was just spamming damage onto the zone, and it allows the rest of the teammates just come in and clean up. And oh my, that was brilliantly played.
That was. I will say this set might be the highest level of Splatoon I've seen in a while, and I feel like I say this every time there's some kind of bigger tournament, but it really is. It really is. I've never actually seen Splatoon played this fast, where, as you said earlier, it's always a team fight.
Yeah,
there is not a moment there.
This set feels higher level than like every Tassel set I've seen. And Tassel was high level. Tassel was the top of the top in the West. And this just feels like it's a team fight. It's a team fight. There's no non-stop. These guys won't drop breaks. And we're seeing the Piranha Pit come back. It's something that didn't work earlier, but I think they understand that, even though it's not, we're not winning the maps with the comps, we're winning the maps with how we played. This can work on a more open map like this, and they're going for it here. But it's the same thing from bosses that's been working so well for them all day long.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The missiles here from that end zap are key to retaking a bridge, which is a very, very important part of the map. Now, Biscuit trying to contest that bridge, as I said, really a stalemate so far. Armor going down from the side of Ice Cube here. Kara getting early control of zone as the enemy team pops the armor and hopefully get a push going. But nothing's happening.
Not much happening. I feel like both these teams are playing slow. It's a big open map, and you don't want to just walk onto the enemy side. But it is going to be Grey going down. Fuzzy going down on that end zap. And Kiva going down too. So that's some really, really nice picks to have on the side of bosses. And Kyo isn't taking the fight in mid right now. He's just going for the spawn camps. He knows, as a bucket, I can just spam one short side of the map, and I can take easy 1v1 first hand taps. But Fuzzy, also smart, backing up, just putting on, some long-range fall-off damage, not wanting to go down, but really, really low HP here, popping this armor, but is it just stay alive? But no, the pressure's too much. Eventually will break and go down. Q still on this side angle. All the zaps go down. All the shooters go down. It's just Grey left alive. And finally, after a minute and 15 seconds, the decisive end comes to the team fight. And that's going to be bosses taking a big, big control of this map. And now this is scary if you're Ice Cube.
It really is. They need to get their act together. They need to get their specials now and try to get this push. As I say, Fuzzy instantly pops that armor as this team pops the missiles to Grey. Unfortunately goes down. That might be the death of this push here. As again, one of the zones neutralized. Kibber pushing the bridge now, just kind of sharking there, possibly waiting for his team. But they need to move fast. They need to move kind of fast. They're running short on time now as Kibber goes down. They really, really need to be fast about this next push.
But Kyo goes down, and we've seen Ice Cube. They bring back things that look unwinnable from the Jordan's feet, and they might flip the zone. But Biscuit's carrying them out the bubbles. Not going to broken, but now goes back in when he realizes the time is right. But again, not finding the picks. Now potentially going a bit too far. Could get picked off by Grey, but Grey has no support. No one's going with Grey, and he gets taken out. And now it's just one person. 10 points left on Splat Zones on the Reef. I think this is a bit too much, and unfortunately, that's going to be Ice Cube getting dealt with pretty handily there. Bosses on the final game. They dominated that final game, but it's not to say, the rest of the series was dominant. They played that really, really well at the end. They knew how they had to do it to take that series, and they did it. That was, I don't know, that was insane.
That map was beautifully played by bosses there. It was, I don't know, they just seemed to have control of the right places, and they made all the right decisions. Not to say by any means that Ice Cube wasn't playing well, because they definitely did. They're definitely playing out of their minds right now. But that was a set.
I feel like I just saw Kyo do a ton while only getting 2 picks right there. Only getting 2 splats. 2 KA, I should say. There we go. Only got 2 KA, but I feel like he was still doing a ton. Just when he was on the right side, just pressuring the angle, it's so hard to just drop into that bucket. It's so hard to move anywhere. And you saw Fuzzy having to move really slowly. And even when Fuzzy eventually just gave in and said, okay, I can't wait forever. I'm going to drop down an armor. Eventually, the rest of the team just came and support him and took out Fuzzy. And that really, really made it hard for the rest of... that was really the turning point, which allowed bosses to control the entire map. And I feel like if you're Ice Cube, it's going to be hard to push back into a big map like the Reef with that sort of comp, if you give full control over the bosses, which is what they did. But brilliantly played by bosses, honestly. Wow, what a series. I'm really excited to see if these teams will match up once getting grand finals, or if someone's going to be able to deal with Ice Cube on that loser side.
I'm really eager to see how this plays out. Right? Oh my god, I cannot speak in grands. That's what I want to say. But now seems like a good enough time to take a short break as we take a breather from this incredible set. So guys, be sure not to leave, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, guys. Okay, welcome, everyone.
That's why me and Rissa communicate who opens.
Yeah. Well, all right, guys. So
we're ambitious, both of us.
No, we're the best. Honestly.
Yeah, ambitious isn't a negative word. Anyway, we've got a game of Splatoon.
Yeah, we got Splatoon 3, and we got
back on Splatoon 3, probably.
Yeah, back to back. Love to see it. And
you guys have seen both these teams today.
Yep.
Yeah.
Norozera.
It's Norozera and Starbreaker. All right. So if you guys don't know, if you guys have only just tuned in, Norozera is a pickup mix of Europe and Japan. You've got Zeros and Terra hailing from Europe, Charger and a support player. You've got Ro and Norishio. Ro is Law in this case, so you might see that name being interchanged. So Ro and Law hailing from Japan. You've got Norishio, known to be a carbon player, but definitely likes to flex his muscle around Ro being so fast, squeeze a one trick. And then we've got an American pickup. Rui, Dylan, and Kojo, I all recognize. We're definitely going to see some Rui from Charger from Rui, some Guluga from Dylan, some support from Kojo. Florian, I saw playing Nort earlier. However, I'm unfamiliar with this player.
I will tell you that Florian goes by Samakato on Discord, and in the Plus server,
I've seen that name around.
Yeah, me too, definitely.
Yeah.
So yeah, Nautilus player. You know Nautilus. Everybody loves Nautilus. So let's not get into it. So right now, Splatoon's Reef. I'm curious to see how or what weapon Norishio picks here, because it seems like Norishio just boots the game one day and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play undercover. Well, maybe I don't know, maybe Elite. So
either way,
definitely curious.
I was gonna say, as you were just showing your screen, it's gonna be a best of 3 now. So losers bracket will be best of 3. I'm unsure when that breaks. We'll keep you updated on that later. But either way, it's been best of 5 all day. We're now going over to best of 3, and yeah, definitely a pretty you don't have much pain. You have a lot of more aggression coming out from this. Okay, I'm gonna. Either way, on the side of Norozera, we seem to be showing the Nautilus. Vanilla Nautilus, that's interesting. Terra's popping armor, getting into a team fight.
Instant fighting in mid. Terra here under the bridge, popping the armor pretty early. No one from his team really moves, and that's gonna be Norishio and Terra's and everyone going down. Damn. All right, so Rui just getting control of the bridge. Kojo here holding out the left side. Dylan jumping in, hopefully getting control of the right side. Zeros with a beautiful shot onto Rui. No missiles here to be popped from that team. But Dylan aggressing really hard with the aid of Florian and getting a nice couple of picks there. Even getting Norishio, who is maybe a bit... Okay, Dylan's just kind of going in right now with these Blugas. Doesn't manage to get that pick, but buys enough time for the rest of the team to come back into mid and try to defend this as Ball pushes in and gets spotted.
Yeah, Lugas taken out there by Florian, which now is going to be moving over, trying to go right on this charge. And every single member of this Starbreak team, so aggressive. Now you see Florian having his turn, just going in, trying to find more and more and more, but it will be the zones still in Norozera's favor. That's the thing, is these weapons on the side, apart from the V-Jet, these weapons are amazing. Okay. 2 of the weapons, most of the weapons on the side of Starbreak, very, very aggressive. Insane splatting potential, but very little painting. So they need to play aggressive. They need to run into test one and get the picks, because if you're not doing that, you're just going to lose to zoning, right? So you definitely need to be able to deal with these fights. But unfortunately, they lose Dylan as they're taking this engagement. Now, Terra's going to be coming in with the armor, and they're going to be getting the paint onto zone, trying to take some control up here. But it's not going to be too many fights. I've got a bit passive, but Rui is now taken out on that V-Jet. Goes down, and Lord trying to find something, but a jump out there. More control going now over to Norozera, though, and Starbreak are going to need to find some big picks on their aggressive weapons, as Dylan's already trying to go really, really aggressive on the enemy flank, going for an instant flank onto Zeros, and finds it!
A really aggressive Kuka player here. Never thought I'd see that, but while getting the pick there onto him and just keeping mid along with his team. Now, what I want to see... Okay, then getting another pick onto Rui. I was about to say, I want to see Starbreakers get their specials, play a bit more patiently, which they haven't been, but everybody on this team just goes down at the same time as the clock is ticking. And Kojo needs to pull a miracle, pops the armor, Florian pops the ink and looking for a pick. They do flip the zone here, so they buy themselves a second, even a third chance at flipping this game right now.
Yeah, and now it's going to be some really aggressive pressures from the side of Norozera. Actually, Dylan goes down as well, so they're going to be taking a lot of control of the enemy's plat. I think they sort of suffocate those weapons, because honestly, if you give any sort of space to that comp, they're going to get in, they're going to do a lot. But if you just deny the space of the comp you're seeing on the side of Starbreak, they can't really do anything, right? So you just want to get in their face and put on a lot of pressure. Armor now being popped on the side of Norozera. The ball at 2, so they're definitely going to be going aggressively. They find a trade right there as the squeeze gets triggered out for that in order to display. Zera is finding a big pick. I believe that was with the bomb, because the laser was nowhere near there. Trying to now find Dylan and might be able to find him, but no, actually missing as Dylan's just swerving and swerving. As actually able to find a Ricio on the zone, but now goes down to Terra. Terra getting figured out though, but there's only 2 points remaining, and honestly, in a paint war, you're going to find Starbreak losers, but they go down anyway to Row regardless of the paint. Now it's Kojo going down, and yeah, that's going to be it. Norozera taking it back, but wow, Starbreak made it close for a second there.
They really did. They pulled some plays there. Especially, I was mesmerized by Dylan's Lugas there and how aggressive he was and how that worked. He just kind of went in, got a couple picks, and that's it. That's it. And that could work. But I feel like at times that aggression had to stop, as once they needed to push back in, and when Norozera had it, most of the control there. I feel like they could have played a bit calmer, get some specials, and try to push back in, because it felt like they were a bit staggered for the rest of the game.
I think something we saw from something I need to identify with Starbreaker, right, is that every single member of their team had a higher KA than you could say their counterpart. You know, if you 1-for-1 the top frag to the top frag on each team, etc., they're all out fragging, but they lost the game, I'd say, pretty handily by the end of it. And I think that does come down to the way they're playing the competition, and the way you have to play the competition they have, which is you don't really have paint. Like, I mean, I'm just going to be blunt. You don't have paint, so what we saw from the start, where they were just being so aggressive and just dominating and getting kill after kill after kill, they need to be doing that. And that's not just something that will like look nice and make them look dominant. They need to play like that the entire game. Otherwise, they're just going to lose map control. They're going to lose zone. They're going to lose like all of that, and suddenly it really snowballs out of control. But if they can keep up the pressure like they did at the start of the game, they can really dominate, and things can like snowball out of control. So they want to keep that snowball rolling, and they want to really just, you know, not allow Norozera any space. Disconnect just happened, so we're going to be waiting a little bit longer to get into that Sturgeon Shipyard game, so bear with us there, but it will be coming back through. Luckily, the DC happened in the lobby, so none of that will happen.
I was also going to add to what you said, that I feel like the moment that playstyle hits a stump, the moment they're wiped and they can't really group together, like at the start of the game when no one has control or really specials to hold mid with, that playstyle immediately hits disadvantage when it comes to zone.
I feel like it's you know, you start the game and you get this snowball rolling, and you just want to snowball and snowball and snowball and not allow Norozera any space. But as soon as Norozera find that space, as soon as they crash that snowball, it is like snowball. It just goes flying up into pieces, it gets broken down, and there's nothing remaining. You really have very, very little to work with from that point onwards. You know, if you lose your momentum, it's so hard to build it back up with the Starbreaker comp, at least against, you know, such a high level team. Maybe against weaker opponents, you definitely can build it back up, you can get back into the game, but when you're against such a high level team, you know, high level players on Norozera, it's much harder to re-find that momentum once you lose the entire control of the map.
Definitely. Also, I feel like we didn't talk, and I saw it and I thought, oh, okay, Matt is going to go off on this. But Rui was on the VJet.
It's because I don't want to talk about it, that's why.
All right. Okay, well, I'm
no,
sorry
we will.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
No,
but
we have time. Let's talk about it. Yeah, go for it.
I think it's a valid pick in that sense, because they see Zeras, and they're like, oh my god, this guy stands there, and if we let him stand there, he gets a quad. So what's something that, like,
Ray,
I can stay Ray, sure. You can do Ray. Problem with Ray is that it's not on autopilot. You pop missiles, you 10 missile the charger, and then you move in with your team.
The problem with missile is that you just kind of dodge the 10 missiles, and that's kind of annoying, and missiles are strong, but then you can be done with it. If you want to focus one guy, just stingray him. And The burst bombs help massively on that weapon. Don't start this with me, Dora.
Okay.
I would genuinely say, I want to talk about it properly instead of just flaming VJet and just saying mode conversation. I would talk about it responsibly. I think VJet in the right comp can actually be a right pick, and the constant missile spam is definitely very valid. I don't think you'd go for it to try and single out Xera's. Personally, I think you would go for the CJet. The reason I'm not a fan of it is actually down to the rest of the comp. I think you either want to go all in on this let's frag out aggressive style of, you've got the H3 as well. That can help frag out, maybe it can't go so aggro, but it can definitely find a lot of picks. And I think you probably just put Rui on charging, put him on the comfort and try and find just, a lot of pressure on a lot of picks. Because that's what they're going for right here. If you try and add a little bit of paint into that, yeah, the paint's going to be nice to support your comp, and it makes your comp technically better, but it still doesn't give enough paint to the point where you're actually, saving the comp. So you might as well just go all in. Either way, a lot's changed now that the Dylan's on Splash-O-Matic.
A lot has changed, especially that Rui pick, no longer a VJet, so we don't have to focus on that anymore. A very aggressive play by this European-Japanese pickup here, getting the instant double, even triple there, as Bro pushes onto the enemy plat with the assistance of, I believe, that might have been Mauricio. And that was just so impressive. Right at the start, they have instant zone control. Law identifying that he's in danger there, and instead of trading, trying to get a pick, he just leaves to assist the team in the defense. Kojo popping the armor here, but the enemy team instantly popping the missiles to counter that armor.
Yeah, having the bomb rush and the paint of the splash is definitely going to help them get back into these situations they said they would struggle so much before with. Now the K-shot's gone down, I believe that's a reshot. The K-shot, has actually gone down as well as Row. Xera's is how we're going to be able to find Florian alongside Terra, so it's just the Europeans alive, but Xera's going to take the result. It's just Terra left alive, the one UK guy standing, but actually, it's still living there, hasn't been taken out, and it's kind of putting on a lot of pressure. I believe found some picks too. So now you're really scared if you're Starbreaker, because you've got this guy behind you, and you've got the rest of the team running forward. Terra's still alive. Okay, must have jumped out. He's now on his team side, but definitely put enough pressure on to allow his team to now just walk forwards with this armor missile.
Mauricio just going in like it's nothing, and pairing up with Terra there to take out Florian. Rui forced it back out here. He is last alive, does it look like. And again, Law just pushing so far up ahead, applying so much pressure. He knows exactly how much range he has on that squeezer, and what he can challenge, and how he can stay alive against the lead. This really should be a good push from the side of Starbreakers as Florian pops the inkjet, gets the pick, and now Dylan popped. Okay, just killed by Xera's.
Yeah, Rui down finds some picks, but it's just really left alone in a 1v3 situation. So getting to come this jump does that successfully, but now it's a 1v3. The rest of the teammate is going to be coming through, but look at that. They're just, not allowing Rui to really move anywhere. Understanding it's the main threat currently. There's only 9 points remaining, but luckily the rest of the team is able to jump through and find some picks. It's a 2v3, but definitely still could be held on by Norozera if they play it properly. But okay, then Mo's going to go for that risk. Xera's does find a pick though, and there are 2 down. Potentially able to find this Nautilus on the side, but the Nautilus actually is the one finding Terra, and the Nautilus is now staying alive. Xera's just running forwards though. No, fears at all, but is able to find it really, really intelligent peek out. I really, really like the kind of understanding that you could drop down and find that from another angle. Now the control is back in Norozera's favor, but the penalty points have been added, so they're going to need some more time to defend the zone.
Yeah, really safe angles. The camera just cut there as Xera's got the peek onto the enemy charger. So really nice angles from him. Mauricio getting that drop down onto the enemy. Not to, and this is just a cleanup. That's just a cleanup. They really don't have to do much to KO this. They have every special available to them. The enemy team only pops the armor now, and they really have no other resources. Rui pops the storm, but as Dylan goes down, and as 3 of their members go down, that should be the KO going for this team here.
Norozera. There you go.
Thank you.
I keep wanting to say Zeraora.
Me too. It's the Pokemon Unite. It's consumed me. But no, Norozera.
Anyway, Norozera there. Yep, they took it. They played that very, very well, and are going to be advancing on to the rest of the tournament. I don't know exactly what stage in the tournament, but they're going to take that 2-0. Okay, Norozera now moving on to loser semi. Oh, wait. No, that was loser semis. Now we've gone to losers finals against Ice Cube. So so actually, we're going to see back-to-back rematches. Sorry, we could see back-to-back rematches if Ice Cube takes out Norozera once again. But first, we're going to have the rematch of earlier of Ice Cube versus Norozera.
Yeah. Rematch of the century. Between... Okay, so guys, this is essentially the third place match. And it's between the third and second seed. And I'm not going to brag, but I'm definitely going to brag that Smile and I, who seeded this tournament, got top 8 and top 4 exactly right.
No.
Exactly right. We seeded that correctly. Problem is, winners finals was seed 1 and 3. So they're still... I'm not rooting for any team here. There's no commentator bias. All I'm saying is the seeding in this tournament could be perfect.
Hey, Dura.
Yeah.
Why did seed 9 come fourth?
Huh?
Why did seed 10 come fifth?
That doesn't
Why
matter.
did seed 10 come fifth?
No. But if you look at winner side,
Why did seed 10 come fifth?
if we look at the... Okay, so the next map is actually Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy.
My God, that's what I thought. Is it actually Splatoon's Inkling Academy? Because I don't see any indicator right now. Okay, I'm not looking. Oh yeah, you're looking at the others. Yeah. Okay. Woohoo!
All right, rematch of the century: Norozera versus Ice Cube here, going to start in Inkblot Art Academy. What are you expecting?
What am I expecting here? Okay, from Ice Cube. Actually, I don't know what I'm expecting from either of these teams. Because the thing is, okay, let's see what I know. You know when you drink a lot of water and your stomach doesn't want to work. Anyway, what I know is that Terra's going to be on the heads up, or the junior, one of the two. Zera's going to be playing some sort of charger, and Rose/Law is going to be on the Squeezer.
Yeah.
Norishio could pull out anything. Earlier here, it was the 52 gal. However, Narisha's the sort of player where I would literally not be surprised with a single pick this guy wants to pull out. What we can expect from the side of Ice Cube is really a lot. Because, yeah, every sort of player has only their 1 or 2, like maybe 3 weapons, right? But they're always changing them around to kind of suit the comp. The only constant feels like Kiva's Splash-O-Matic at this point. Because we've seen Fuzzy play CDS and Zap. We've seen Gray play Try and Zap and Rapid. We've seen Chara mostly sticking to... the 2 different types of Rapid. And Zap. But no, actually pulled out the Zap too, so yeah.
I feel like I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect. I do read the word Norishio, and I look at Inkblot, and I just think Carbon.
Yeah, but he played 52 Galali here, so...
I know, he did. He did. And it is a better matchup. Arguably, it is a better matchup into the enemy comp. I feel like Carbon can get screwed over a lot against Ice Cube's comp here. Again, with all the chip damage and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Glad you agree. Glad you agree, right?
Sorry, my brain is kind of frazzled, you know?
Alright, let's take a breather, Matthew.
Because someone's already DC'd the lobby.
Well, yeah.
And production saved the clip to post on Twitter later.
No. I mean, we got clips. It's fine. It's fine. Well, as we're waiting for the rest of the players to join back into the lobby, I guess we can take a moment to just say again that if you type exclamation mark donate in chat, as I will do right now, you can actually donate to the prize pool of this tournament that's going to the first place, so the winner, the real king of the castle. And if you want to do that, I'm sure some people would greatly appreciate the support over at IPL here. We work hard to bring you these events. As you can see, the production, immaculate. Shout out to our production team for the insane job here. So guys, exclamation mark donate. If you want to, it's there. And we appreciate it. Was that better, Matthew? Was that less awkward?
Ish.
Ish. Alright, well, I'll take the ish. I'll take the ish. Alright.
What are these teams gonna play?
What are these teams gonna play?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Splatoon 2, baby.
Splatoon 2, Game of the Year, masterpiece.
Splatoon is a stupid.
All right, I'm looking at chat right now, and I see that was solid there. Thank you. And I see I love the stream graphics. Me too.
Me too.
I really do. I really love them. It's so nice with the little castle theme and everything. It's really nice.
This is the King of the Castle tournament.
It is.
Who's
All right.
graffitiing on the castle?
Who's
That shouldn't be allowed.
that's undisclosed information. That's actually very sensitive private information.
The guards should come and get that guy.
But no. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It was K-Bot, but don't worry about it.
It was K-Bot.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian's back!
Brian's back? Hello?
Alright, guys, so Brian went and played Salmon Run for an hour. But after watching his team fall in the hands of bosses in a 3-2, decided, alright, I'm coming back. I'm playing out the exploit. Chara put on a great performance. You know, I will say that isn't actually meant as any harm to Chara because he played amazing in that bosses
really
set
did.
on that rapid. So I really can't be blaming Chara at all. But either way, Brian's back, so we're going to be seeing that exploiter again. And even though I do think Chara played amazing, like I genuinely, not just saying that, really astonishing performance. I think you want the Explorer in this comp. You know, it's what they prepared for this tournament with. It's what they wanted going in, and I think it's really good on zones. And it's also kind of it's a mental thing where you beat these guys earlier playing with these 4 people. So you play them again with these 4 people. You're kind of like, yeah, we beat them again. So we beat them before, let's do the same thing, beat them again. You know, even though that's not how it works in the real world, definitely Norozera could win this. From the perspective of the Ice Cube, it's definitely a nice mental thing to have.
Definitely. And not to mention, it's definitely, they definitely have a lot of more experience playing with Brian, like all of these players, than they do with Chara. But having said that, they played amazingly with Chara, and I'm hoping to see what they can do with Brian on this rematch.
I just don't want people to later go back and go, oh, they only lost to bosses with Chara. It's all Chara's fault. Which, if you watch the set, you know that can't be farther than the truth, right? So going to be definitely interesting to see how they're going to match up against. Once again, this is a rematch. We saw this set earlier, and in fact, we saw this game earlier. It was a very interesting game because it was the sort of game where Ice Cube went in, they took control, they got a lot of paint control, and then Mauricio would just kind of walk in out of nowhere and go for trades. He went for a lot of trades. And I feel like that's definitely could be seen as a good thing because you're throwing a lot of chaos into a team that wants to play a lot more slower and rigid like Ice Cube do, but it also is like you're losing someone over and over and over, and you don't, I'd say when you're engaging onto a zone, you'd rather take it 4v4 than 3v3. It's easier to defend with less people.
Yeah, I definitely get that. Oh wow, we see, okay, this Fuzzy just going in so far up already. That's 2 down on the side of Ice Cube so early. As a law there, where Ro goes down. Oh, wow. Okay, really nice pressure from Brian onto top mid, not allowing Zeras to just stand there by any means. And as the enemy team here pops armor, Ice Cube tries to stall for it. Fuzzy goes down, unfortunately, which does, well, make their push non-existent at all. As Zeras just gets a couple picks there. And now, Norozera just pushed up to the enemy plat here. With the pressure from the burst bomb,
you know,
and
I know Terrace, and he doesn't like lose him. I feel like he was pretty upset about losing him earlier. But now he's going really aggressive on this charger. Definitely a bit too aggressive though. 2 things a bit too into his own hands. Walks into the sidelines of Kiver on that spot, so I think goes down. But 2 members of the Ice Cube going down now, and it's just Kiver and Gray, the French duo, trying to keep themselves in this game. Ro coming out on this squeeze, trying to find something, and Kiver goes a bit too far, does get taken out, and now the control goes very quickly back in control of Norozera. Even though they got that 1 pick, there definitely was enough still for Norozera to keep themselves in it. 30 points do go down, but luckily they got the flip. That's what they want. That's what Ice Cube want, at least. As they come online to this armor missile baller, they've already get push going very early, and special time already been popped and they're walking in.
With the armor getting popped from both teams there, it should be a fight in mid. Norozera coming to the top mid, trying to address Brian with that baller, but watching out, saving Brian's life. As I say that though, okay, they do get the flip, which is crucial to keep them in a game. Kiver just dancing around mid right now with Fuzzy. Norizero backing off to his side of the map with Kiver going down. Zera's popping the bomb rush. But as I say that, Norizero, Law goes down on the zone there. And this should be more comfortable control for the side of Ice as Brian helps Kiver on the left.
Yeah, control is definitely what they want. I feel like defending is definitely their stronger suit than pushing back in with this sort of competition, although Kiva definitely going for some aggressive plays here. But, very, very scared again of those charger sidelines. Zera's been putting on a bit of crazy performances today. Ooh, doesn't want to get taken out there, gets someone low, but doesn't quite find it. But the thing is, they're in a big special advantage. You can understand when they're playing aggro because they want to find picks before these four specials get popped. And four specials have been popped. At least they might trade out low. The bubbles won't be an issue. Fuzzy's going really, really aggressive on this fight, just trying to find some disruption. As Zera's and Terra, the Europeans, are good. All eyes on Fuzzy. The zone is actually flipped. Sorry, the lead actually is taken by Ice Cube. Even though Norozera might come on top of the ratio, though, actually is taken out by this duo right here, Ray and Brian. Gray just keeps control of the zone. Rorish is on top, trying to do some stuff with these bubbles. Currently staying on the wall, I believe still has a bubble remaining and is actually probably not quite finding anything. It's very, very low and marked on top, taken out by Fuzzy, and Fuzzy jumped into the bombs. Trying to find something there, and doesn't quite find it. I didn't realize how strong the score counter was. Only 3 more points remaining as Ro goes down, but traded out by Kiva, and the zone flips. Members of Ice Cube jumping back now, understanding this is a lost team fight and giving control over to Norozera in return for their lives and some specials on the board ready to get back into the next push.
I will say, at first glance, that overextension from Fuzzy seemed like kind of a throw. He did have no ink there, but Zera's and Terra just focusing on him allowed his team to get the lead and push this zone all the way to a score of 3. That is huge for them. As I said, that Zera's goes down, so this defense is looking a little bit flimsy. Ball goes down to Norizero, agresses onto Kiver, gets the trade, but fortunately for Kiver, Gray was there to assist him and ultimately get the trade onto Terra, the enemy, and Zach.
Yeah, and Zera's right now, even though he doesn't have control, he's going to be playing aggressively with the splash. We're trying to find some picks, but not going to find it. Trying to pick up the fight instead, getting that bomb rush online, and alongside this, Bubbles could be able to do some work, but it looks like they're waiting for more! But potentially not way too long, so eventually Kiva comes up and makes plays like that. That's a Kiva play if I've ever seen one, waiting on the ledge and just using your full range to really take out Zera's right there. Now the points are going down below 20, below 15 right now even, and there's specials coming online even for Ice Cube, who are the defending team. If you have special defending team, it's going to make it easy. Armor being popped in retaliation by Gray. There's only 3 points remaining left in this game, 2 now, and pain is just being applied by Brian. Explosion coming onto the zone, and nice blow up, taking out the ratio there, and that's going to be it. Ice Cube taking the first game pretty well. Definitely a close one, going back and forwards, but I feel like it's kind of what we expect from Ice Cube. When they get control, they can hold it well, but it definitely isn't easy for them to actually get that control in the first place.
Yeah, I felt like Brian in this game played such a big role in the defensive zone. Like, you noticed that when they lost zone, Brian was down. Every time Brian was up in a defense, they kept the zone. They played a bit more patiently. They had the assistance and all the paint and all the chip damage that the Expo can put down on the field. And you really love to see a player that's so proficient on his weapon that can really give so much to his team. And I definitely think that was the case in that game.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think if we're going to talk about, another map where Brian's going to need to make that same influence, it's Humpback Pump Track. This is a map that Explo has been dominant on throughout the entire life cycle of Explo existing. I feel like Explo's had a bit of a weird life cycle. It came out, was a bit weak, turns out it was very strong. A lot of people played it, been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. But I feel like no matter what, you always kind of see it crop its head up on this map. A lot of players like to flex to it, and rightfully so. You can stand on mid, spam into their spawn. You can stand on your spawn, spam on mid. It's very, very easy to get a lot of free angles. And when you're an expert of this weapon like Brian is, you get a lot done.
And I'm sorry, but I'm out here praising Brian. When in reality, everybody in this team, everybody in this lobby rather, is playing exceptionally. I'm gonna say that this is the best I've seen Kiver play ever, and I'm not.
I agree. I think Kiver's a player that obviously historically had insane performances, and in my opinion, was definitely still playing very, very high level, but struggled to match up, with the other people that were overtaking him and the other, kind of fresh talent. But has definitely, didn't give up, stayed on the grind, playing absolutely out of his mind today. I agree with that statement of the best I've ever seen Kiver play today.
It really is. He is pulling some insane plays. But now, in a zone's humpback pump trap, we see Gray pushing that zone pretty early with the assistance of Brian, as Norozera just, I don't know, it's just kind of a stalemate here, if I'm being honest. Kiver sharking on this left side, pops the bomb rush, trying to get control of the enemy left side, maybe trying to get takes onto the enemies that are getting flushed out to that side of the map, but as two of the members of Norozera were down, this gave an opportunity for Iceland to push in and get Brian in this such a dangerous position. Look at that! Look at that pick onto Zeres. And now they just need to shift their position back onto zone to defend it, and they pretty much can at this point. Like, there's not much Norozera can do at this point of the game to flip the zone, unlike Skittish.
Yeah, now the Triceps are still alive right here. They're really focused on Gray. They kind of forgot about the zone for a while, but eventually they're like, all right, you know, you can swim away, little Gray. We'll just take control of the zone, but doesn't even matter if you swim away. Roach will get you from that center of the map. Insane fall off from him. And actually, Brian going down too. A bit of his own medicine getting taken out of there. And Platt, Kiva going really aggro and winning that fight onto Rodo. Going to try and stay alive, but actually gets traded out by Mauricio. Potentially, though, might be the push trying to happen from Ice Cube, or maybe they'll wait for the full 4 members. But Mauricio actually doesn't matter what's going on with anyone else, because he's going to be pushing up right here with the K-shot weapon. I've never seen Mauricio play, but I feel like I say that every time with every single weapon he plays. Ray right now, very aggressive on this zone, is able to find Terra on that K-shot, Junior, but it's going to be a trade. Talking about trades, another one happening over there. Zera's taking out Brian as Brian takes out Mauricio, and control is going over to Ice Cube while they still have the lead of 3. Going to try and put some pressure on Zera's, but then playing sight lines, making sure not to get taken out. But talking about getting taken out, Gray just went down, leaving his team in a 3v4 situation when they're trying to get this defense online with Fuzzy popping the missiles.
Fuzzy popping the missiles here, trying to assist Brian on this right side, helping him out, managing to keep him alive there. And I'm going to say that Ice Cube has a lot of resources here to maybe give up the zones, but come back so much stronger as two of the members of Norozera go down. Now a white Fuzzy just going in there with the chip damage from Brian. And I'm just going to say that this control was there for a reason, but as I say that, Zeres gets a really nice pick onto the enemy explosion. I feel like this team can go in so fast right now with Brian being down. Missiles get popped, the armor gets popped, they get 2 picks, and that should be the flip of the entire map going to Norozera.
Yeah, the flip comes through, and it's just Brian left alive, trying to stay alive here, getting rocked down by Mauricio, but Mauricio, you might play Japan, you might not know Brian too well, because he'll deal with you if you try and rush him down like that, and deal with him he does. Now it's a 4v3 situation, but Kiva getting traded out as a result. Kiva going a bit too far, now it's a 3v3, Gray going down, sorry, Fuzzy going down too, but the zone flip still might happen. It's just Brian left alone, staying in this sport, trying to back up a little bit, actually does get to a pretty far away angle, but no, being bombed out and actually does get taken out. Now Mauricio gets traded for Kiva, so Kiva's going to stay on this angle and actually try and take this aggression. 20 points remaining only for Zera to get that knockout, so they could very well find it. But it looks like team fight is about to occur on zone. Rush going through. Zera's trying to find someone here, but armor is up on everyone, not able to find a pick. Fuzzy goes down as well as Kiva. So even though they got the flip, the team fight win will most likely still be moving over to Zera's side, unless Brian gets quad. Not going to happen though. Brian's just trying to stay alive on the plat, but oh my god, be careful of Zera's.
Alright, I was gonna say that looked very dangerous. But right now, I want to see Ice Cube collect themselves and go in as a unit. No staggered spawns. Every special available, because they have a little bit of time here. And as I say that, Ray goes in, gets instantly picked off, and now Brian is trying to poke at the zone, trying to buy some time for his team as they get whittled. I don't know how to say that word. As they get picked off one by one, but Brian going in with the baller and the bomb rush. This might be this might do as Zeres backs up to that left side and gets the jump off. Now this is a very dangerous position for Ice Cube. They need to play this perfectly.
A bit of deja vu coming from Ice Cube. You know, getting a zone when you look like they're going to lose it. Where have we seen that? But either way, we're going to see Zera retaliate fast right now. They're coming in right now. They take zone very quickly. Mauricio now is trying to take the fight. Traded out though, Kiba and Terra. Oh, and a snipe by Zera's onto Brian will lead the favor into Norozera's side. They're going to be pushing onto zone right now, trying to paint it up. Bubbles coming through. Most likely going to be the flip, but you never know what happens when it's Ice Cube. Pain still applied. Gray goes down though, and yeah, it's not going to happen this time. It's going to be Norozera taking that game. Pretty close, but definitely not as close as we saw in this map earlier, but still tying up the series 1-1, what they want to see.
Definitely. That still was a pretty close game, but in the end, I do think the weapon pick from Zera's and the comfort and the just the player, Zera's on that charger is going to hit shots, and he definitely knows what targets he needs to take to win the game. And I just see a lot of picks onto the exposure there. I think he definitely understands, okay, if Brian is down, it's going to be so much easier for my team to cap. And I think that's exactly what he did, and he didn't really.
I feel like right there, we saw Zera's have stupendous amounts of impact with like the lowest KO on his team. Like I would say maybe the most impact on the team with only AKA. The reason for that being is just standing in the right position, standing these aggressive positions at Elita, you could just kind of see Ice Cube at points just scuttling around, trying to find angles where Zera's won't see them very, very little when you're playing against this sort of player. And as soon as they do peek out, they go down. So yeah, it's not like it's a charger that's getting 20 kills in a lobby, but against this level of players, I'm sorry, but chargers just don't get 20 kills because you play around the sight lines, you don't peek it all the time. But the fact that you're forced to do that all the time, you're forced to play so conservative and try and find all these small areas, and as soon as you do peek, you get taken out, is where the impact comes from.
Definitely. Not to mention the pain output that the Real Leader puts down. It's absolutely insane for most like spots.
Yeah.
All right, next up is...
Yeah.
All right.
I thought you were going to say something else. Yeah. Don't worry.
Okay, next up is Muscle Forge Fitness. And we've seen both of these teams play this map, correct me if I'm wrong? Okay, I think I might be right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think I'm right. So I think we know what's going to happen here comp-wise. And I'm just interested to see how these two teams play against each other in this map, because both last maps pretty close. Really interesting to watch. So right now, Zom's Muscle Forge. I kind of wanted to do what the JP commentators do, like ready, go, you know?
Ready, go!
Exactly. Thank you.
And now we see Norozera pushing up early. Gonna probably get that earlier armor because they do have that junior. Terra on a more of a comfort pick, does prefer that weapon, and the armor will come up first, but actually pop first on the side of Ice Cube as they're gonna try and take a fight earlier. Terra pops a little bit later, but still it's the same effect pretty much. They're still taking this fight on zone. 15 points going to Norozera, but not much happening. Second double coming through from Gray, so that will allow them to take a bit more aggression right now as they are a bit more bulkier and will be able to go and take these fights. Rogue going down as a result, and that's going to be Ice Cube hopefully winning this first team fight unless something big happens. He's still able to keep this control on the side, not really trying to go too aggressive. They've identified that probably Narisho, knowing his playstyle, is sitting behind them. Yeah, it was Narisho. I didn't even know what weapon was down there. I just know the only sort of player that would go something like that. But it does get punished, and it's going to be 4 players on Ice Cube left alive to defend.
Yeah, now Zera's going down again with this insane jump peek from Giver that he's been doing so much there. Terra just kind of fanning out the area for his teammates to have some room to move in, but Rogue going down regardless. Now, Terra has the armor ready, they have the bomb rush, they have the missiles, the enemy team has every special, but they are ready to push in. They need to push in fast. Now, Ice Cube pops the first armor and their own bomb rush, trying to defend the zone. Now they pop the second armor and the baller from Brian. This looks like it's a pretty safe KO for Ice Cube already. In a 2v2 situation, actually, as I say that, Zera's with that angle there, uncontested to paint the zone. Really nice positioning from him as Brian tries to jump out, but ultimately gets picked off by Narisho on the push-up.
Not gonna lie, I blinked and the counter went to 4. I did not know they were this close to a knockout already. Narisho and Kimmer taking this little skirmish on the right. Kimmer drops down. I thought that was permanently dead, but no, actually is able to live, and armor pops to support him, and Narisho is actually the one going down. Now it's going to be Ice Cube going into zone right now. Was he able to stay alive? And he's going to be trying to fight on this left side zone cap, and they will be taking that aggression on the left. being forced to jump out is the charger, and it's going to be a lot of map control going over to Ice Cube right now. And this is where they really excelled. I mean, they held for so long last time, didn't even notice, you know, it got so low. And I feel like this is really, really in danger of KO if Norozera don't move fast.
Yeah, definitely. And you see them trying to move now, waiting for the armor. Only now they have every special. They pop the missiles, they pop the bombers, they pop the armor. Now, only the bubbles online probably going to get popped. Going into zone, there they are. And that's an instant pop for the instant cap. Brian here playing so backed up, assisting that double kill coming from his teammates. So now it's only Zera's backed up on that snipe. Realizes he's in danger and would rather keep his half special charge there and jumps back to spawn. This looks a very dominant this map for the side of Ice Cube, but I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's been dominant so far. You know, Norozera can definitely stay in this game. Not to say they can't, but they need to find big control. But, oh my, you talked about the chip damage earlier. You have an Explo shoot over, you have like a... They just shredded. It's like a machine gun. It's like a machine gun just got added. He got Odin'd right there. But actually, in the midst of this, Bomb Rush just gets rolled onto zone, and Norozera is actually able to cap as Ice Cube aren't paying him enough attention. Terra gets taken out, though. So they are still most likely winning the team fight if they lose the cap. Losing cap isn't the biggest issue when you're in this sort of situation, but actually some players getting off zone, it looks like they're actually going down, and now Norozera can finally take full control.
I want to say that was a triple kill slash assist from Zera's tap shots there. That was the play of the century for Charger players. And now they're in a prime position to hold this zone, actually. You have bubbles ready. They're going to have the bombers that's getting popped. They're going to have the armor that's instantly getting popped. And the missiles too. Now Ryan stuck here on the left side. I believe Fuzzy went down early. Gray might go down here, getting the protection from Brian. And I don't know, they're in non-favorable positions here. When the counter is ticking down ever so fast, I don't want to say that. But as I said, they do flip the zone so fast. These flips in this map have been so fast. Fuzzy identifying that his teammate is in danger, coming back to the sponge and helping him out, saving him ultimately. And now Zera's being last up in the snipe, waiting for his team again. Bomb Rush ready. He's ready to push. His team needs to be ready.
Terra's not ready to push. Terra's not ready to push. Just take it out on that side. Yeah. Let's see what I mean right now. Norozera takes out Fuzzy, and actually Norozera are able to flip it over. There's only 2 members left alive on the side of Ice Cube, but they're going to be lurking around the side. Try and stay alive, don't want to go on the position, and it makes sense to try slash. If anyone walks at you, you can just roll them over. And actually going to be waiting on this move, ready to pop up with the help of the teammates, but missiles is popped onto Gray, and everyone just backs up. Kai's the Tri-Slasher. Gray doesn't find anything. He goes way too early. Cube gets taken out on the side, and now there's pretty much no time for Brian and Fizzy to turn this. However, the ratio feeds. Armor is popped, and now potentially they can still turn this. They're able to find the charge, and they go into zone. They're going to try and take it up, and they might be able to get it, but it's still losable. Terra and Ro try to keep this alive, but it looks like Ice Cube turn it, and they cap the zone. Oh my lord, that was close.
What an overtime. What an overtime. That was so dangerous for both teams there. Like, when the 2 players from Ice Cube went down, I really thought, okay, that's game over. That's game over. They can't come back from this. But then Brian and Fuzzy dropped both on that left side. Brian had the baller, managed to get in the zone and get Fuzzy in the zone with him. Got popped, but you know, Expo, if the baller gets popped, as long as you don't insta-kill him, he's gonna be a lot more valuable than a baller, right? So yeah. that was really well played, and a really good retake in overtime from the side of Ice Cube.
Now, I'm going to be interested to see if Ice Cube go for what they were going for early on this map with the zap spam stuff. I don't think they will. They don't have Char anymore. I think they're going to stick with the Explo. But it will still be interesting to see what they play with, because they definitely seemed like they didn't want to go with their normal style on this map. However, that might have just been a stylistic thing while Char was in. So we'll definitely have to see. Norozera, who knows what Norozera is going to play? Who knows what Norozera is going to play? What do you think he's going to play? Come on, make a prediction.
Bamboo Mark 3, definitely. I feel like that's, I don't know, with Norozera.
Blue
Gluga.
Blue
All right.
Gluga.
All right. I mean, it might be a niche pick, It might be good. With Norishio, you never know.
Please,
But I definitely
never pick Blue
definitely-
Guga. never pick that weapon. But yeah, it's gonna be K-Shot, I think. It's been all K-Shot so far.
I do. Before you trigger some Blue Gluga player, I do think Norishio will stick to this K-Shot pick. Very balanced weapon when it comes to it can paint, it can kill, it. Oh my god, I cannot speak. Paint, it can
Very
kill,
good weapon.
and it has missiles.
Balance very
That's
good,
cool.
yes. It is quite strong. Strong it is.
Okay. If you want to take over for a bit while I drink some water, go ahead.
Alright, we're going to be rolling into Piranha Pit now. Let's see what these comps are going to be rolling out with. I hate these downtimes. You kind of... Alright, Splat Zones on Piranha Pit. We're going to see CDS from Norishio. So I'm going to be switching it up. And yeah, we're actually CDS from Buzzy too. So we got to have to ready, go. As they're going to be rolling into this game right now. CDS is from both sides. VDS is from both sides. So it makes sense on this map. It's pretty wide open and you get a lot done with this weapon.
It's so doomed. It's so doomed, but not for Ice Cube here, as Brian holds this entire right side with his shots, even gets an armor off of someone, and it stays alive, manages to push back in with the assistance of his teammate, and it's just a stalemate in mid right now. No team wants to defeat the other. Brian pops his baller here to stay alive, and is just holding out this right side. One member down in each team. Brian almost getting that pick. That was almost beautiful. But again, almost a minute into the game, no control for anyone.
Yeah, no control for anyone, but Brian will actually go down. That's the second, that's the third, and it's just Gray remaining. Gonna have to back up 10 minutes on him, and yeah, that's what people are running at you, Gray, so good luck with that situation. Zera's seeing the rest of the team going for it, and actually gonna be going for some spawn picks here, trying to find some people dropping down, but the other will be popping Gray, he survived. Probably a jump out there, as, wow, actually we're moving in fast. They just kind of rush that left side, realizing it's only Zera's down, and it will take a lot of space. Almost now being popped by Kinos, they should be able to potentially get the zones, but ooh, threading the needle and take out Gray there. Brian going down too, so it's just Kiva and Fuzzy, but I mean, I said we've seen situations like this be turned before, but it's not going to get turned. That's going to be Norozera control.
Now Norishio just holding this right side so close to his missiles. Fuzzy farming his own missiles on this left side of the map. Has them. I think this is actually getting ready to push as they pop the missiles, they pop the armor, but the enemy team does the exact same and denies them entrance into mid. They really need a cap at this point, and they might get it with this baller, but it doesn't cap the zone 3 members of Norozera here. Looking at Brian, but Brian gets the pick onto the CDS, but ultimately gets killed by Terra. Kira gets the revenge splat there, trying to push this right side zone as his team loses the left side of the map, and that should be control back to Norozera.
They have control back in favor of Norozera, but Fuzzy doesn't want that to happen for long as he pops the missile. Trying to find Ro on that side there, but not quite able to find the pick. But he is able to stay alive. Brian coming in for support, and cap will happen. Now Ice Cube has the control, but some Gray going down on the left side. It's going to be two of the shooters getting picked off. Gray still living here, even though Zera's got the eyes peeled and just able to dodge and weave through a few shots, just trying to stay alive on this side. Not playing too aggressive without the force of Kiva behind him. Just going to be trying to paint on the zone for now. Brian still has the ball, and it is going to be popped right now, just trying to stall and make some space, but Graver goes down again. Kiva's not had much upside of all this game and has been taken out of quite a few times. Now it's going to be Fuzzy going down too. It's just Gray and Brian trying to keep themselves in this fight. Some top shots being pulled over to cap the zone, but the thing is they're taking so long capping the zone that Rogue gets taken out when he tries to push the others. So does Norishio. Then cycling over the angle there was huge. Kiva goes down again, but Zeros is able to stay over here and just able to control the zones. It looks like Ice Cube might be able to cap this. We'll have to see as they do actually take control, but it's not really full map control yet. They do have the zones, but they don't have a ton of control of the rest of the map.
Yeah, they don't, as Zeros gets a pick onto the enemy team, starting another push. Now 3 down on the side of Ice. Terra pushing Kiver, just absolutely shredding him right there. And this just seems like a very dominant display for Norozera. I will say Ice Cube might be getting range diff here, as their comp can't really compete with the range that Norozera does have. But as I say that, the squeezer goes down, 2 members down on the side of Norozera. Norishio kind of dancing around Ray there. That was some insane movement. Another member of Ice Cube pushing him, but he doesn't care. He gets the pick onto Giver, and he manages to back out. Jesus, this player.
Yeah, the player doing a lot of work right now as Brian on this angle is just trying to keep the paint out, but I don't know, it just feels like every second there's a member of Ice Cube going down. I can't remember the last time I've seen all 4 members alive being able to fight at the same time, and now Brian gets rushed down as the respawn comes through for Gray, and it's just not looking good for them. Ice Cube are now pushing in with the bubbles, and we find a lot of space and a lot of pace. That's 2 going down now. Rowe trying to find something right there onto Gray, but Gray gets to jump out, and now I feel like if you're Ice Cube, you have 1 fight left, you want to go in as 4 for it.
Really do. You got 10 seconds on the clock here. They pop the armor. Kipper is nowhere near close. His bombers going for the pick here onto the Squeezer finds it, but ultimately his team does not get the cap, so that is quite unfortunate for them. That's game.
Yeah. That map definitely favors the style that Norozera want to play, and it definitely disfavors the style that Ice Cube want to play. Struggling on this map twice today so far. So definitely going to be hoping for something different coming up in the next map. We'll have to see what it's going to be as we go into Game 5 of Losers Finals. Winner of this game advances to Grand Finals, still has a shot of the trophy. Loser goes down in 3rd. Definitely still a respectable placement in this tournament. It's got a lot of good teams, but we'll have to see who's going to be taking it. Splatzone's Wahoo World. I feel like this is a pretty even matchup for these teams, because Elita is probably the first weapon you look at and say it's pretty crazy here, but I don't think you would want to, kind of ignore how crazy Explo is.
Yes, definitely Explo. The only thing I'm seeing here is what I said about the range difference in last match is obviously with both teams having the CDS and both teams having the Zap, it's pretty standard. They both have the missiles, they both have the armor, and that mid-range kind of position. But one team had an Expo and a Splash, and the other had a Knee Leader and a Squeezer. So you see here that the people that can deal with that mid-line-ish and kind of extending to long-range position in the side of Ice Cube essentially is Brian with his spamming and Fuzzy with his shots. Because the Zap isn't going to do much. It can spam bombs. It can try to assist. It needs to get closer, right? And then, if you try to get closer, you got a Knee Leader that's pushing you. The Squeezer is pushing you for free, especially once Nourisio pops the missiles. But definitely, this map can be played different. Nourisio taking a while to press A, which I don't know if that means he's changing his weapon. I don't know what's happening. But definitely the Charger v Explo debate in this map can go either way.
Let me say on this map, though, the difference that I would say compared to Piranha Pit is that once Ice Cube are able to get control, I think that their aggressive players can very easily just run over the plat, run onto your side of the spawn, run under your ledges. Kiva loves to play under ledges, more so than Piranha Pit, right? They're going to be going for the back to the double Zap Splash stuff we were talking about earlier. So when they get control, they want to get all control, which I think is going to be important. So I do respect that XCOM coming out from them, but it didn't find much success earlier.
I'm wondering what the Zap does that yes does not. I mean, of course, not when it comes to paint, but the rest, I'm just wondering. I have to see how this plays out. That's going to be an early zone cap for Ice Cube as Nourisio pops the missiles, forcing everyone to move into Zera's Ray as Kivert goes down to it, not able to find Brian as he pops the ball in, but that's, again, armor for the side of Norozera, and they are playing this so aggressively. They're already on their plat. Well, they kind of left now, but...
Yeah. No, they are. But and as you have to respond fast, that's why they're already in, and that's why Rose are already down. Brian's trying to spam some damage over as the Zaps and the Splash are now going to move forward and try and recap the jump. They're not going to be able to find it. Gray going to aggress onto Zeros, but Zeros actually with the bomb charger there is able to kind of push back Gray with that splat bomb. So coming into use right there is that sub. Nourisio on the side, they're trying to find something, but it's actually be Terra going down. So now it's a 4v3 situation, and it's going to be Ice Cube with this favorite advantage. Kiva now going to be moving forward. Charger goes down, trying to find a Rico and does. And now this is where they want to be. They want to be in a place where they can just stand on the ledge. They have Brian set up, spamming into your spawn, and they have full control. Now Ice Cube can really dominate. If they fall here, it's going to be really, really tough. So this is where they want to win the game.
Yeah, I see these bubbles coming from the right side. That can be destructive as the armor gets popped. Ball definitely wants to go in as the, assisting the raid there. That was almost instant deletion on that zap. I believe that was Fuzzy. The zap over on the side of Norozera goes down too, as well as the CDS Brian just securing that zone as Fuzzy pushes back in, jumping in, and now they got 3 people on the zone. They got numbers advantage. But Ro here gets the pick onto Brian. If I were Ice Cube, I'd back off, give them a little bit of space so we can push back in. But Fuzzy says no. Fuzzy tries to push this squeezer, which ends up being his demise as Zeras just pops the Ray. And this is just uncontested pressure from the side of Norozera, as Gibber does get the pick onto Zeras, but is kind of stuck here.
Yeah, yeah, very true. But now we're going to be moving into a new situation as Lord is forced back onto their side of the zone. It's going to be Ice Cube trying to push forward very quickly, and they find Mauricio. Right on the side angle, we have Gray just sitting on its right side, trying to find something, but Zeras sees that he knows people are pushing from the right, so going to try and find some pressure on the zone regardless. Spamming bombs over and trying to charge up its armor very, very close, and does have it ready. Armor and missile thing pops at the same time with the bomb rush. That's what you want for a free zone cap, and that's what they get. They're now going to be moving in, trying to engage on this side, but Zeras backs up and Ray going to be needing to find Pig, because otherwise you're just not helping. When 2 people go down and you find nothing with the Ray, that's going to be very, very nice for Ice Cube to just go aggressive, but it looks like 1 goes down, 2 goes down. Zeras doing the God's work as Kevin comes through, finds a flag, the Richo coming through and getting a 3rd though for this team, and it's just Kevin left alive, but members of Norozera are going to be coming in fast.
Yeah, Kipper just sharking here, trying to wait for the enemy team to push into zone here, looking for a pick, but no, Terra paints over before he pushes very wise, pops the armor. Zeras gets the pick onto Kipper, and this should be control for, I was going to say control for Norozera, but Fuzzy manages to get a double there with a trade, and this seems like a pretty safe opportunity for Ice Cube to push back in as they do. Missiles get popped from the side of Norozera, forcing the enemy team to move a bit back. They get the pick onto Brian, and Gray there, only Fuzzy and Kivver left alive. Charger penning the zone, and Ro here already pushed up to the enemy plat, but Kivver getting the trade there, trying to stall for time, trying to make an opportunity for his team, which ultimately does not happen, and that Ray just cleaning up right before this team can
Ray 2! Yeah, rank finding 2 is absolutely huge. There's pretty much no time now for Ice to get back into this. They're going to miss all, like, Fuzzy knows, okay, now we need to force something out of this situation as they're coming in. The regional seems Fuzzy, though. They're trying to take him out of the side angle, and it is able to find something, but not quite getting it. Now, there's nobody there to help play on zone. There's no time left. But they come through in the last few seconds with 2 go down. It's not happening here. Norozera find the comeback. They find the revenge from earlier after losing to Ice Cube earlier on, and they win 3-2 in the loser finals, going up to bronze.
Yeah, Matthew, that game, that was very back and forth. That was a great game 5, in my opinion. Very well played by both teams. And I do want to say that those rays from Zeras, those rays opened up so many opportunities for their team to just secure the hold or to push back in. That double kill with the Ray at the end, that basically secured them the game, as you said.
Yeah. Very, very well played. And now we're going to see a new matchup today of Norozera against Bosses. So that's going to be really, really exciting. These teams haven't played each other yet. First and second seed, so I guess I have to give it to you at this point, Dura. But either way, we're going to take a very, very short break before grand finals. Give us a second to get things set back up, but don't go anywhere because this is going to be the grand finals coming up after this, and it's going to be a very, very exciting one. So I'll see you all then.
and welcome back, guys, to the grand finals of King of the Castle, where today we'll be crowning the real King of the Castle. Right now, it's between Norozera, team composed of Terra, Zeras, Nouricio, and Ro, two highly praised EU players and two great Japanese players. A very, very good pickup that came from the losers side. And on the other side of the bracket, I guess, we have bosses composed of Jared, Kyo, Biscuit, and Ran. You all know them, the kings of NA. And I don't know, I'm excited. Matt, are you excited?
Sure. I'm very excited for this set. And not only excited for this set because of the amount of back and forth insane games we've had today, but also because we've not seen these teams play each other yet. You know, personally, after watching the winners semi game from earlier, I was definitely expecting Ice Cube to take it. They looked like the more dominant team. They looked like had it handled. But it looks like Norozera kind of worked out what they're doing with Nouricio. Nouricio now realizes what he wants to play. I think that was actually a reverse sweep that I actually missed on calling out from that last set, and doing it with the VDS. So finally realizing where the comfort is, finally realizing where the team wants to function, and looking very, very strong for it. So now they've been able to, you know, take the comeback, get the revenge set, and now they're facing off against bosses. Bosses who've looked dominant the entire tournament until they hit a monster of Ice Cube and went into a very, very crazy back and forth set that ended up having bosses come out on top. And now they have to face a new opponent. They don't have the comfort of knowing, you know, how to play against, you know, the team they've already beaten. They don't have the comfort of knowing we've beat these guys before. There's a whole new, fresh lot of faces they're going to have to go against in the grand finals.
Yeah, you definitely said it all, man. And I mean, here we go. Splatoon Zancho, ready to kick off these grand finals. A best of 7, by the way, with a bracket reset. So, Splatoon Zancho, let's get into it.
Let's get right into it. I'm really excited for this map. I think that Zeros could do a lot here. Yeah, we're seeing that come out. Earlier, we saw Norozera dominate Ice Cube in this map. In fact, it was the only map that they managed to beat them on the winner's semi-final side. And I think for good reason. If you look at the team composition, it does so well here. But now they're facing a new opponent. They're facing bosses, and they've been bosses today. You know, they've been strong. And they're going to be starting out with this missile opening we've seen so many times. The armor coming out a bit delayed from Brad, but they don't need it right now. They're not in team fights. They'll be popping it late. And that means they have an advantage. Because Jared pops it early, it's already ended. So that means that even though you gave up 19 points, you have an advantage going into this engagement if you're bosses, and that's very, very good. Then now moving on to Zeros. Oh, such a nice snipe. But Joe also adding the burst bombs perfectly. Such good mechanical performance from both players ends up in a trade. I mean, honestly, no other way I'd want it to happen when both of them put on that level of mechanical display. But overall, the rest of the team is able to clean up. So Boss is going to take this big control. And you know, we were talking earlier about how Jared and Joe just walk into enemy spawn like get control. Look how far forward Jared was there. Eventually forced out, but the fact that you have to force him out is already enough to put on some pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And now with the zap from the side of Norozera going down, this is going to be very, very difficult for them to flip the zone and control of mid, even with that storm coming on. Biscuit here pushing Nouricio, getting that very nice big kill. Unfortunately goes down here, and Zera's looking over the zone. It is a stalemate in mid. No one's making that charger. All of these players know that if you beat Zera's, he's gonna pick. How Biscuit jumping onto the enemy with those bubbles, asserting dominance, saying, I'm the best squeezer in this lobby. But as I say that, 3 of the members of bosses do go down, and this has Norozera's name.
Yeah, Norozera's name is definitely looking quite strong right now as they take this control. Nouricio trying to go on the plant, but again, being forced back immediately. Oh, look at those missiles now. Oh, burst together, so they're going to be forced back because Nouricio's just going to have to kind of stay on this side angle. Armor now pops on Nouricio can start pushing forward. It is pressured back, though, and it's going to have to play on this back right side. Joe is playing far back, and Jared's been taken out. So now it's bringing forward, but bubbles are still being popped by Biscuit, so trying to stay alive in this, and burst one rush from Joe, too. It's potentially going to find Rogue. Rogue gets down very weak and is going to be traded out. But again, I say traded because Joe gets down, taking taken out by Zeras, and it looks like the lead is going to go to Norozera. Honestly, Boss is trying to force that. Might not be the best idea. I say that, but I'm wrong. Jared took out of nowhere. The zone flips, and they're able to reclaim control of the zone and the map. That really looked like it was going in Norozera's favor, but a big surprise play going from Jared, and now Kyo is where he wants to be. I don't think Norozera knows he's here. And no, they don't. Jared find 1, putting on pressure on Mauricio 2, and we find out the trade. And even though you go down, you're in their spawn, so they still have a long way to go, and you took out 2. That is one of the best 2-for-1s you can ask for as a bucket player.
Yeah, definitely a really strong push for the side of bosses. And as I say that, Kyo goes down. I'm not sure if that was a snipe, I think it was, but they do get the lead. Biscuit pushing with that bubble, not quite being able to pop it, but applying a ton of pressure nonetheless. Law here, or Row rather, controlling this right side lift or elevator as the enemy team pops missiles. Zeras goes down, but the control here and the pressure from Norozera was enough to stall just a little bit more, but Biscuit paired up with Kyo's burst bomb rush is enough to flip that zone and push that mid.
Yeah, Connor right now is going to be holding on this right side with the bubbles at the ready, just trying to wait for people to push into him, trying to play slow, because I feel like that's all they've been doing the entire time, just waiting for other people to push, waiting to get the bubbles ready, and then kind of ambush them. And so far, it's ended up in picks, but normally not a team fight wins. So we'll have to see how that plays out here, as they are now pushing onto the plat. Bran is just staying back, waiting for Norozera to overextend, but here comes Law with the bubbles, able to find Bran, and now able to come to the zone, able to find Connor too, that's 2 going down, but it's being traded back and forth. It's only Jared left behind, that's Norozera coming on top of that team fight, and even though they're 2 down, Norozera still going to just run forward. Inspired by Kyo, walking to the spawn right now, trying to find something, but eventually backing up. Luckily, you have the mobility of the Jollies just run all the way out of there and have the missiles ready for the next team fight.
Yeah, definitely that mobility showing, proving itself very useful as these missiles drop on every member of bosses here. Brand does go down, unfortunately, but Biscuit coming in with the bubble, managing to at least, okay, get a couple picks, get every pick in the game. That was absolutely nasty. That was, that's an NA champ. That's an NA champ.
That's an NA champion, my dog.
10 seconds left on the clock. This is very dangerous. They need to hold on to the zone for just a little bit more. They pop the armor. They don't have the zone right now. This could be okay. They do get it now. The Law with the bubbles. They need to somehow paint over that, but it's not possible.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, a hero play coming out from Connor there. 3 people going down, and honestly, a monster performance. But unfortunately, bubbles go on zone, and 3 of them all go together, and it just kind of caps. If you have the lead in that sort of situation, it's very hard to stop that happening. Bit of a momentum killer, but regardless, Norozera coming from losers bracket and starting out really well. Strong first game from them, but I mean, it was very back and forth. But honestly, I feel like, you come from losers bracket, you've just been playing, you have that momentum, you go into the first game, potentially Boss is a bit caught off guard. They've been sitting on the bench for a bit, so now they may have to realize, okay, we're going against a tough opponent. Let's get back into this game, not to downplay the performance that Norozera just had.
Yeah, for real, and I just freaked out with that triple going from Biscuit there. I'm pretty sure my house, my entire family was worried because I just let out a scream. But everything is fine. And based on that game, I feel like we're in for a treat. We're in for some stats, and it could go either way. It really could.
Yeah, it really could. I'm interested to see this game because so far we've seen Mauricio only play the shorter range weapons on this map, even though the VDS has been suited to him more recently. So we'll have to see what they go for. I'm definitely going to be interested in that. But regardless, a lot of fast A button presses from bosses. I think we know what they're playing by now. We're going to see the K shot. We're going to see the bucket from Kyo, one of the variants at least. And we're going to see the zap. We're going to see the squeezer. The squeezer is something I want to talk about actually, because Connor's been known, Connor, also known as Biscuit, always been known to play the Nautilus, right? And a monster of a player on Nautilus, but has been slowly kind of, sprinkling in some squeezer and scrims here and there, then slowly in tournaments, and now today in a zones only tournament, just playing squeezer, and it's been like that for a while in these zone situations. I mean, squeezer is an amazing weapon right now, so you can understand why, and really picking it up and doing well with it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think it's been doing a lot of work, and it's quite a different weapon from Null, so definitely impressive to see. We'll have to see how that's going to play out in this game against, Ro. Law, one of the more experienced Squeezer players, been playing it for a long, long time, so it's definitely an interesting matchup between these players. What I'm interested by right now is actually Norozera on the Kenza machine. Weapon we've not seen in a while. I still think it's got a lot of strength, even though it's not played too much, and Norozera's been known to play it here and there back in the day, so I kind of like it on this map. I think Fizzies can do a lot, and I think the Chip can too.
Yeah, I feel like the weapon has its strengths. Wow, Road there just poking, one poking, two getting a big. That was absolutely insane. Jeez, this is just a lot of kills going off for the side of Norozera. 3 down is at a certain point there on the side of bosses. They really need to get their act together. They know what to do. Surely they know they need their specials to push back in. And I really want to see what happens here as they pop the armor.
Armor and Bubbles coming through, trying to find some pressure, but the splashdown, it would show that the Bubbles, I forgot that special existed, but one thing it despite splashdown not being able to do much, one thing it really does is it destroys Bubbles. Colin never finds anything there as a result. Brand now is able to trade out at least as Norozera jumps in the water, but Law right now is just trying to hold on to zone with the help of the teammates. Squeeze a diff in Connor once again. We've talked about the speed of matchup going into the game, and oh my lord, Law's been on top of it, and there's only 4 points remaining. Brand has jumped down in desperation, and wow, what a game from Norozera. Law putting in work there. I feel like at the start of that game, it felt like a power play. You just run into that plat, you pick off the other squeeze, and then you dip. Really just trying to show the squeeze difference. And but I mean, I was highlighting Law. It's not like the rest of the team didn't just put on a monster performance alongside him.
Yeah, I saw a couple picks from Zeras on the side, like backflipping his way around top mid and hitting a shot. Like, that's to be praised there too. But definitely, we saw a lot of squeezer kills coming from Law or Raw. I'm certain that in Japan he goes by that name.
Yeah. I'm sure
very,
using the
yeah. Right. But it's just really interesting to see because I personally I didn't know this until today, and really crazy performance that game.
Definitely a fresh performance, and now I'm kind of worried for bosses, right? Because it's a best of 7, which means going down 2 games really isn't world-ending, unlike the fear of going down 2 games to the best of 5. The reason I'm worried is because the next map you're seeing on your screen, Splat Zone's new Albacore Hotel, this suits bosses. It suits them well. Squeezer, VDS, Elite all excel on this map. Although, actually, we saw Zeros on the custom jet sculpture on here earlier, so we'll have to see what he goes for.
We will, but I don't know, this map, like, at first glance, definitely favors Norozera due to the range difference, obviously. But I really want to see how bosses play this out, and I honestly have faith in these players. I know they're a few of the best players we have in the West. So I'm definitely very interested to see how they deal with this range issue that we might. Yeah, and that we see a lot of longer range.
Yeah, Joe moving over to the machine, what he's known for. Jared on the BDS, another weapon that he is known for. Bran on something very, very different. The Rapid Pro Deco, a very strong weapon here. I don't think I've ever seen Bran play it. Either way, Law's going down early on the other side of the map, but so does Bran. That's been traded out. Joe's now fighting on this left side with Jared. He's able to take out Terra as a result, and now going to be moving over to zone and trying to find some pressure here. Norozera is going to be trying to fight Joe. He's able to mark him for the rest of the team, and it looks like Law's going to try and take him down as a result, but Jared moving up on him and not able to find the pick. Law defending his ground very, very well. Now trying to move over to this right side, not quite finding it, and it's only Squeezer on that left side standing. Going to be moved back, and it's just, and it's already, 45 points taken down. It's 45 seconds in. That's insane.
Yeah, that is insane. I was about to say very, very strong start for Norozera here, as Jared on the left side trying to farm for missiles. They have the bubbles ready. They pop the missiles. Bran almost has his armor, instantly pops it, and now this team is ready to push through these bubbles on the left side of the wall, aggressing onto Bran, who is taking the 1v1 here. Not much you can do about that. Law does end up victorious there. They neutralize his own, but with Law flanking here, he gets the trade onto Kyo, and now it's just the Biscuit here in a situation where he cannot paint zone, sadly. And that's another 0 or 100 to 0 from Norozera.
Yeah, that's kind of back-to-back dominant games. And now Norozera are up 3-0. And yeah, you can reverse sweep, but reverse sweeping in the best of 7 is no easy feat. This is looking dominant so far from this side of the team. I mean, they got a really nice map here, but even on the maps that weren't just favored towards them, they've been playing so well so far and just handedly dealing with bosses. The first seed in this tournament, and the team is on winner side.
3-0 right now in a best of 7. Don't forget that if Norozera ends up getting another game off, they still need to win another best of 7.
Yeah.
They gotta go through the bracket.
Yeah, it's a double elimination bracket, and bosses came from winner's side. So if you guys that somehow aren't familiar with double elimination, to be eliminated from the tournament, you need to have it happen to you double. I tried to do clever wordplay, but it just... Anyway, you need to be double eliminated to actually lose the tournament. So since this will be boss's first set loss, it will then go to bracket reset, where that will be kind of the true grand finals to decide the winner of the tournament. So right now, Norozera needs to win 2 sets in a row, whereas bosses only need to win 1 of the next 2 sets. So yeah, you don't want to go to bracket reset. You want to win as early as you can, but if bosses go down here, they've got another chance because they come from winner's side.
That was perfectly said. I personally liked the wordplay, the double wheel-in.
Yeah,
I like it. I wasn't. Well, next up, guys, we got Wahoo World Splat Zones, of course, and again another map that might favor longer range.
Yeah.
But definitely a much more lenient map when it comes to it than Albuquerque. Right?
Yeah, I would say it's more lenient than Albuquerque for sure. Again, we were talking about this in the Ice Cube game. Even though Ice Cube did fall on the map, it was much closer than Piranha Pit. The reason being, if you're a short-range team, you can still kind of get into the enemy side easier. You can get into their spawn. You can put on a lot of pressure there. It's not just, oh wow, we've got to drop into long-range angles all the time, and then when we get control, we can't do anything. Back to what they're playing before. Kyo's going to be on the Tri-Slosher though, not the Soda Slosher. But apart from that, pretty much what we're already used to from the side of bosses in Norozera.
Norozera's back on that Ray charger. That Ray having proved to be so valuable in this map. Biscuit and I want to say Jared. I'm not sure. Biscuit and the K-Shot there go down pretty quickly. Kyo goes down to wall. This is such an aggressive playstyle from Norozera. But as I say that, to go down wall, just kind of, wow, stalling with the bubbles, getting the pick onto Biscuit, but now Brand and the rest of the team, along with Kyo, might manage to flip the zone. It is absolutely crucial that they do, but now they do, pushing back into their own flat where the enemy VDS was, and ending up getting the pick on that.
Yep, and it's going to be not 100-0-1s this time. It's going to be Norozera in a lot of control, but definitely bosses have been able to make a chip into this game, and they've got Bubble Grace they're going to need to try and make another tune. But you see Law going really aggressively, and in fact, Connor goes down on the other side of the map, so those bubbles are going to be used. Not only that, but Jared goes down, so the Risha's going to have to go aggro, and wow, it's only Brand left alive. Oh, a nice snipe from Zero means it's no one left alive, and it's a lot of control for Norozera, exactly where they want to be to try and seal bosses out of this series. But luckily, bubbles, armor, missiles, all online almost for the side of bosses. So this is going to be the push where they want to make it happen as the missiles get popped to open it up.
Yeah, not Connor, Biscuit here, unfortunately getting his first armor popped, his second armor goes in, popping that bubble, getting the pick onto the enemy squeezer, and now bosses needs the flip. They do get it, Terra goes down, now it's just Zeras who gets stuck on a bomb, but fortunately for him, he does manage to jump off. Now, this map is looking as green as ever. While here poking the right side, trying to get in, trying to just get a little bit of paint in so that he can get his bubbles on the ready. Bosses here has 4 specials online. They just need to coordinate these specials. They pop the missiles, they pop the first armor, they pop the second armor, and now they just need to paint over zone. It's going to be quite difficult against a team such as Norozera. They have so much paint, so much range over the enemy team here, over bosses, and Jared does go down there on the shot, but there is a bloodbath on zone, absolute bloodbath and Biscuit gets the pick, but Mauricio manages to sneak in a double with this VDS that he's proven to be so proficient with, has those missiles, doesn't need to push, but does anyway. Kyo manages to snatch that kill, and now he's ready to push on the right side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a cheeky push by Norozera. Gets punished by Kyo, but Kyo now getting taken down by Law and Zeros. It looks like a lot of control on the zone for bosses, but definitely could be flipped at any moment. You've got the members of Norozera getting all around, trying to get this like Terra gets taken out. Now it's just Connor on the side, trying to stay alive from these bubbles, and this array. A lot of damage being put as now Kyo is going to be pushing on this left side, trying to move on the right now maybe, as Law is actually going to be trying to push this bucket, but no, doesn't find anything. But Kyo gets taken down actually. It's going to be Law on this left. The bubbles are being pushed forward as Connor just going to stay on this right angle and maybe try and find something, but not quite yet. Bubbles get pulsed, but nothing being found there, so just trying to get some pain onto zone and control, but gets taken out by Norozera. Norozera now trying to push onto this try, but not quite happening, as Joe is going to stay onto the zone side, trying to get some paint on, but not quite happening. The armor being popped is still staying in this team fight. Norozera's in control, but Connor's on the side to support him, as well as Brent in the zone. So it definitely can be flipped. We'll have to see what happens. Zera's right now is just trying to find a pick on the enemy side, but not quite getting anything. Just trying to charge off the armors instead. Law now, with flipping to, is going to be getting into a fight with Joey. It's a close range one. So of course, the Tri-Slasher is favored, and this gives great control to bosses. Finally, a pick happening, and finally, they might be able to fight again this game, but you've waited too long. The fight got stalled out so much that a ray gets popped, and that means people are going down. Norozera now going to be able to get control of zone as Jared is pushing up on this right side, but gets taken out by Norozera. Bubbles now getting popped by Connor, moving on to zone, but missiles are going to be applied, so it's going to make it hard for bosses to go very, very hard. Law waiting on the side just to take them out, and is able to do so. Now it's going to be bosses, Norozera trying to keep control as they have these bubbles at the ready.
Yeah, roughly 15 seconds left on the clock. Yo alone here on his own side of the zone, rather the opposite side of the zone, trying to push back in, but gets picked off by Norozera. Jared still chilling on the enemy plat, and that's a 2v2 situation, roughly in mid. Wow, Jared with the aggressive play, getting the thread onto Norozera, but there's no members of Norozera are in mid.
Yeah, Norozera aren't there, but they're here. They're close enough, and there's more than enough time for them to wait. Armor gets popped, and they have bubbles. They're just kiting Connor's bubbles rather than going in themselves, but they get taken out. Lord does get a pick, but he's nowhere near zone now. He jumps off zone, but the rest of his team able to follow up, able to cap, and wow, a dominant 4-0 for Norozera as they take the grand final set. But of course, it's double elimination. It's going to go through to a bracket reset. These teams are going to go on a clean slate and fight each other once again. But you can't feel too good if you're bosses right now.
Yeah, definitely. They know, they must realize that the maps weren't favorable, did not favor them at all. And they need to go into this bracket reset thinking, okay, we can beat them. We can beat them. And I know for a fact that at least Kyo is hyping them up. He knows. Yeah. He's probably saying, I know, we can win this. And that's the spirit that they need to keep to take this tournament home. They cannot, by any means, tilt or get their mental off.
I'm very interested to see what the maps will be going into this bracket reset. I wonder if it's going to be completely fresh map lists. I wonder if we'll be seeing any returning maps in the grand finals. We'll have to wait on that, as we're going to get a clean slate here. And yes, Splat Zone's the Reef. Piranha Pit Splat Zones. Wow. So no, we will see some returning maps. Not completely fresh, but definitely still some variety. I would say it's not going to be as charge dominated, but you've still got some scary maps to look out for if your boss is here.
I'm looking at especially Wahoo World here, which is mapped. Piranha Pit can go either way, honestly. If you get a really dominant control in Piranha Pit, you can just be up in their faces, and you don't really need much to contest the charger there. Wahoo World is definitely the trickiest one, but as we just saw this past game, bosses definitely knows how to play around this, and they definitely know how to win a game when they're at a disadvantage range-wise.
Here we are, bracket reset. Winner of this set will win the tournament. The loser will be going second. We've just seen Norozera win 4 maps in a row. Are they going to make it 5, or is there finally going to be some stopping on the side of bosses? New weapon coming out from Jared. Going to be playing the 52 Gal instead of the Kenza shot.
Yep. That is correct. I wonder if it's just for this map or if he'll stick with that. Both teams popping the armor here, but unfortunately Jared getting picked off early, really early there. Zera's just backflipping on his own plat, trying to get some pressure onto top mid. Gran getting so pressured here on the left side of his own plat. Yo dropping here onto zone. That's one down for each team, and with this maybe actually not really. You can paint over the Booyah, and this is just kind of a stalemate in mid and really dangerous because Zera's just has visibility over the entire map. Nice pick there onto Yo, pops the bomb rush for control, and this seems with the armor like a very good opportunity for Norozera to take Mega Fist.
You pick out hair and Zera's that's you. It's I'm a mind reader. I'm a mind reader. It just happened again. You literally cannot peek this guy. If you peek this guy, you will go down. You just have to play the sightlines because you're playing against the best charger in the West. I'm sorry. I'm just saying it. You're playing against the best charger in the West right now. He's back and he's clicking heads. You've already got 20 points. You've got to go in. The armor's been popped. You've got bubbles ready, and you've got some BR bomb and bomb rush almost quite there. Then bubbles have now been popped. You've already got 10 points already. Connor's got to go in, and he's got to make a difference. So BR bomb comes through too, but Connor gets taken down. Luckily, there's enough pain to flip the zone. That's all you need at the moment. You can focus on a team fight win later, but potentially they're still going to try and turn it. So Brad and Kyo are in mid as Jared's trying to take out Law, but Law takes the better of Jared. Kyo, though, able to trade it out. Norozera is reclaiming control, but Kyo is still on the side and able to cause havoc. Going to be moving into forward onto Terra, but not quite able to find the pick he wants to. Dropping into a lot of pressure, and Zera's just hates Kyo. That's 3 now on Kyo that he's been able to find.
Yeah, Zera's playing super well this map. But bosses here kept control of the zones for a little bit. They might keep control of top mid even with that Booyah. That's a member of their team just sticking to that grid, going down. But getting a trade with the enemies after still getting pushed by Mauricio. Getting the trade too. And now Biscuit pushing in with these bubbles. Oh, he might get the pick onto Zera's. That is exactly what they need to kind of snowball this map in their favor. Law dropping there. What an aggressive position he just took, trying to kill that 52 Gal. But now with the armor, we're going to see Norozera try to push this so aggressively, popping the bubbles, trying to find a pick here, gets the pick onto one, but Jared cleans that up again, and that pick onto Terra is absolutely crucial to maintain map control. Kyo and Jared here, a power duo, keeping the mid-bottom part of the map.
Yeah, Zera's now is going to try and bomb us onto the zone, just trying to force this control, but Jared, comes out of nowhere. The K-Gal, very fast weapon. Everything 2 for 1 is exactly what you want in this situation if you're one of the bosses able to keep control right now. Cole's going to try and push up to mid, but first has to get the bubbles at the ready. Has them at the ready, so even though they'll keep control, try to wait for a situation to pop them. But the thing is, you've given them so much time. You've just allowed Norozera to come in and get control. Now Law's going to be on this side angle, just trying to stay alive, but rushed down right now by Bran. Bran going to be moving back into mid and trying to reclaim the zone, but it's just the charger remaining. Zera's trying to find something, but come on, you're a charger in that sort of situation. You've got to be going down. A semi-wipe, bit delayed on the side of Norozera right now as bosses are setting up this defense. And this defense is going to be big. They've got a bomb rush and they've got some bubbles, and it's only an armor they're facing into. They've got to be able to make this work with the bosses.
I really like that decision making from Gran, not having the zone instantly to help out his team, but Kyo there gets picked off by Norishio, who's dropping onto that zone with the baller. That's the Reef stable. Armor going out for the side of bosses, and Biscuit here leaning up.
Oh my god, Connor's so good.
How does he do it? Jesus. That was an insane triple going back to top mid. They don't need to push this much longer. Kyo is back in mid, jumped back, realized he was in danger. And now this is pretty easy for bosses to just KO here. They got to put, especially they got the bubbles onto zone. Norishio here trying to play zone, getting the pick on zone that actually paints, but Bran is there along with Jared, paints it up, gets the KO. And that is the first game of Bracket Reset Grand Finals today, going to bosses.
And the Bracket Reset allows for now a clean slate for bosses. You know, it's no 4-1. It's not carrying over. They are now have the lead despite going down in set. They've come with the fresh slate. They put Jared on the K-Gal, able to put on a really, really strong performance, 11 KA, and Connor is just able to do so much with the squeezer without the bubbles, I feel like. You just see him pull out this main weapon and just gap people down like it's a Nautilus. Really, really carrying over that aim and doing so much. You know, it's been amazing to watch so far. And yeah, able to turn that game really, I'd say, for bosses and really lock Norozera out and give yourself a lead in the bracket reset series and try and win this tournament.
Yeah, definitely that game was really good. We saw such amazing displays from a lot of different players. The shots from Zeras, the clutch picks from Biscuit there, and that's just mentioning too. There's so much that game, and I think that's, like you said, that's like the clean slate. That's the reset. That's the mental reset, I would say, for bosses to turn this around.
Yeah, definitely a mental reset. Definitely a mental reset for bosses to get back into this. Splatoon's Piranha Pit, it's going to be a pretty tricky map. Again, Zero's going to do a lot on these long sidelines, but I feel like Kyo's also happy with this map. If you can get in and you get under them, there's a lot you can do. With that K-Gal too. Dropping into a K-Gal and a bucket, not going to be fun. If you're Norozera, keeping the same combo they've been keeping with all day, gonna see what they can do this opening part of the game. Looks like both Zaps are just pinning the back, going for armors, and they've both got them already. Popped, but it's gonna be Connor going down, and it's gonna be Norozera starting off with a 4v3. Zera's getting a pick, and it's gonna be a fast, decisive first team fight, unless a Booyah Bomb kills 4 people. No, it's popped mistimingly. That's gonna be Jared going down, and wow, what an opening for Norozera.
Great opening there as a trade goes out on the left side. Not sure what happened there. Biscuit trades with Mauricio. Zera's holding out the left side, has the storm ready. Just he doesn't need to move much. He's an AoE leader going into this comp. Yo here just spamming bombs there, just waiting to have their special so they can move on from the left side. Law pops the bubbles, kind of stalling there, and Jared is in a very dangerous position. Mauricio gets dropped on by someone, but manages to stay alive, pushes back in, and ends up being killed or splattered by Brand. Jared pops the Booyah right behind Zone so they can secure that pick. That was really nicely placed Booyah. And now there's only 2 people coming from spawn on the side of Norozera.
Yeah, Norozera able to keep control for a long time. Getting it down to 31 is good. But again, this is the sort of map where you get control and you hold it for a while. But Mauricio just drops in. I've never seen someone play with bigger balls than Mauricio. He just goes for the craziest plays. But the thing is, he's smart. He identifies the situation. He understands, oh, they're all over there. I can just drop into this situation right now. But, okay, no, this just is a quick play. There's no... What? He just goes in with all the rest of the team. They can't take him out. The movement and the armor just lets him keep alive. Not only that, but they focus on the bubbles on the other side and just able to create a massive situation. Yeah, it's not a triple, but the fact that he's able to stay in and stay alive does so much to the side of Norozera there. Yeah, it looks like it's going to get traded, and Boston might get back into this, but wow, that was crazy.
Boss is going back into it. Kyo getting that early pick just a second ago, and then assisting the pick onto the second guy there. Mauricio holding out the top left, and this is pretty decent control for the side of bosses. Zeras goes down, which is a very good pick. Mauricio identifies here Kyo is a threat on that drop, missiles him, but everybody on the side of Norozera goes down. Jared here poking this left side wall, forced to back out. He has the bubbles ready, waiting for his team. They're close to specials, but here bosses have every special available to them. Jared popping that Booyah preemptively. I really like that decision, stalling that, trying to hold the zone. The bubbles getting popped from the side of Norozera. Jared sneaking in, trying to get a pick. Manages to hit one single shot onto Mauricio, who then pops the missiles and gets ready to push back in with his team. That's almost a flip. That's a flip. Mauricio pushing this left side with his teammate. The 52 gal from the side of bosses here. Jared drops onto the right side. Mauricio just chasing and chasing Kyo. He's so weak, but he's not afraid of anything. Armor getting popped solely for Mauricio here. This should be the flip going to Kyo's side as he paints the zone that he doesn't. Now he does, and that is a safe cap for bosses.
Kyo getting taken out there, but now Kyo have a lot of, they don't really have a lot of control. They have both the zones, but there's so much green paint just mixed here and there. The Zera's jumped out. All right, he realizes he's going to get pushed, he does jump out. That's smart on his behalf, but still, it's very, very easy for Norozera to come back in here and here. They have the armor. They're going to be going in. Narisha's going to be pushed on this left side onto that marked target. Knows exactly where to go, but Kyo is able to stay alive in that situation. Going to be bumping the missiles. Oh my god, what a risky missile. In fact, it's taken out by the beautiful from Jared. Jared's now going to be multi-forward, trying to take out this end that player and able to find it with the support off brand. The charge just got the sidelines though. Zera's trying to find something, but it looks like it's not going to happen. More popping with these bubbles, trying to find something here, but it looks like it's going to be Bosses holding this control over 18 in the last 50 seconds of the game. Zera's just been sitting up here, trying to find something peeking out, but no one's peeking out right now. That's the thing. I feel like he knows someone is around, so not trying to drop down, but now it's going to be Terra clearing this area, so it should be Jared's be able to take some better sight lines. Narisha pushing up on the other side, finding Jared with Terra, armor being popped, and they're going to be moving forward, but you see Kyo, he's just sharking here, dropping into them, and oh, the Ink Mine's going to be this thing getting here down alongside Narisha. Going to be now trying to push up the rest of the team, but it's a 3v3 situation as we go into potentially the last team fight. Bubbles up on Jared, pushing up onto Narisha, and it looks like it's going to be Connor on mid back alone, backing up all the way with Kyo, potentially trying to buy the rest of time, but there's no more time left in the game. Actually, wait, there is. They're in the lead, so they've got a little bit of time on the left before the game ends. They've got to get their specials together, and they've got to get their heads together to push into Norozera here, as Jared's going to try and fight more.
And Jared gets that pick, very crucial pick. He also has the Booyah here. Kyo is down, but they got one of the zones neutralized. That's 2 down for the side of Norozera. That's still 2 down, 1 coming from spawn. That should be the flip. Everyone is down, and that's game 2 going to Bosses, up 2-0 in this bracket reset.
Yeah, 2-0 up in this bracket reset now, so they have a pretty nice lead. Again, best of 7, no best of 5, so they definitely, it's not a 2-0 in a best of 5 lead. There's definitely still potential for Norozera to come back in this series. It's definitely not looking like a shutout yet, and wow, it's been some close games. Next map, if memory serves me correctly, yeah, I know it, is going to be Wahoo World Splat Zones. So Norozera having the information, we have literally played these guys 2 maps ago on this map and beat them. It's a pretty nice confidence boost having that information in your pocket, but again, Bosses are coming with a new look right now. Jared's moved over to the K-Gal, and they've been winning. So potentially keeping up with that new look and keeping up with this confidence that they have, they might be able to shut out Norozera here.
They might, and I was going to say, with Jared now on the Kensa 52 Gal, I do wonder if he's going to bring it out on this map, because they know Zeras likes that Stingray, and in general, regardless of the Stingray, the missiles in this map are so strong. They're so strong because the entirety of top mid is just, it's a plank. It's so straight, right? It's a plane, and by popping the missiles, you're forcing everyone out of their area, and you can push in with that if you're fast. That is such a valuable special here, but with Jared on the 52, we'll have to see what weapon he does choose and what comps both of these teams choose to play. Regardless of comps, I think they know how to play, and they are aware that it's not a comp thing. So yeah, definitely interested to see how this maybe Boss's dominance bracket reset deals with the Wahoo world in which they struggled last time.
All right, Wahoo World Splat Zones is going to be opening up here. Let's see how they're going to be going. We've seen Zeros play Ray Charge on this map 3 times now. So it'll be interesting to see if he's going to keep that trend going or he's going to prefer the E-Liter. But most likely, yeah, sticking with that Ray Charger. We're seeing Norozera sticking with the comp we're stuck to. Kyo is no longer playing the Tri-Slasher. We saw him play Tri-Slasher in this set earlier. Going to be on the V-Bucket. Potentially missing out on the missiles from Jared. You still want to keep that in, even though you got Jared on the K-Gal, which is probably the third pick for him right now. So going to be seeing how that goes as Connor's just going to be charging up these bubbles alongside the armor for this opening fight. You see Connor has bubbles, which double the speed of Lord, but it doesn't matter. Brilliantly played bomb, takes out Jared. Now to be Bran pushed up on the left side, but no, they get taken down. It's just Bran left all alone, and wow, that's a really, really nice opening pick from Zeros to allow Norozera to get into this game.
Yeah, look at Narisha there, just pushing Bran. Ends up being his demise. Bran managed to jump out there, I believe. Now Zeros popping that Ray, trying to end this push before it even starts. Finds the pick onto Jared. Biscuit there is super weak, but manages to stay alive. Kyo pops the missiles, and now this team is ready to push. Kyo drops into his own plat. Now armor getting popped for both teams. The bubbles coming from Biscuit, popping on zone. Zeras hits that shot, does not get the pick, but gets the enemy out of there, and that's a 3v2 in mid in favor of bosses here. But they're struggling. They're struggling to get this cap. We got the laser from Zeras there, applying so much pressure just by existing, and they actually cannot have this. And it's now 3 down for bosses.
Yeah, 3 down for bosses as Norozera have control, but there's someone in that backline as Naruto just went down. I remember Naruto dropped into them. Either way, Ray is getting popped. Zero's trying to find a lot with this earlier, but isn't able to find anything yet. But Brian goes down. No able to find the Kyo on that side, but still, that's a huge pick. There's only 30 points remaining, so getting that pick is very, very good. But it looks like missiles are going to be popped right now. Yeah, missiles being popped on the side of bosses, so they're going to be going for the push right now as Booyah Bomb follows up shortly. Bubbles now coming through, and there's only 10 points left, but they've got to get to zone. But look, all the pressure was being popped so early away from zone. They do get the pick, but they're not quite able to get to zone too fast. But yeah, they will be getting control unless Law is going to fight like crazy. He does find color, to be fair, and even though the flip happens, it's still winnable. But no, Brian's going to come through and able to find that. His jump's going through, definitely going to get punished by Kyo, and that is going to be bosses finding a lot of control at long last over Norozera.
Alright, they finally have control now. Only one special online, that being the missiles from Kyo. They got to be very careful. The enemy team has the Ray, they have the armor, they have the bubbles, and that's every special getting popped from the side of Norozera. Ray not actually finding any picks here. Well, I spoke to soon, Commentators first. Kyo getting that pick, that trade as he dies, and now it's a 3v2 in mid. Zeras looking at the enemy on his plat. That's Jared pushing back in, flanking Kyo with that flick, that slosher flick, getting the pick onto the... Oh, I was going to say getting the pick, but that bubble actually secures the game. I was going to say the game was already secured, but that just made sure that they actually KO'd that. Those bubbles getting insane value from every team that we've seen in this tournament today.
And now bosses are up 3-0 in a best of 7. And again, we were talking about this earlier, and it happened with Norozera. When you're up 3-0 in a best of 7, you have mental advantage, you have map advantage, and the enemy team needs to win 4 games in a row. I mean, I say winning 4 games in a row isn't easy, but Norozera won 4 games in a row a second ago. If they can bring back that same energy, then they could just bring this series back, but it's going to be a long haul looking on this new and refurbished bosses.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking so strong right now. And I really liked how they worked around their comp. They knew they needed a pair of missiles there to win that map. And they just thought, wait a minute, there's a Slosher with missiles. And we have Mr. Slosher himself in our team. So we can just do that. And that was extremely well played. A very good comeback in that map that we could say favored the opposing team.
Yeah, definitely. And now, if I'm Norozera, I'm not only scared because I'm down for row, I'm scared because I'm going into Muscle Forge Fitness. And, yeah, like, it's not the worst map in the world for your comp. Like, I wouldn't say if this favors your comp, it's more so that it's more of an aggressive map. I think Joe's going to be able to find a lot here on that bucket. Not only that, but charging as well if you have control. I feel like when you're losing control and bosses just walking into your spawn with bubbles and a Kyo, it's hard to find much space and it's hard to find many picks. So it's definitely looking like a boss's favorite map. If Norozera want to find the reverse sweep, they're gonna have to start it on, you know, the hardest map. You know, it's only gonna get easier from here. If they can find this map, it will only get easier from this point forwards, but it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, definitely. I say that the comps here are not really an issue. It really comes down to how the teams play. But if I went up against bosses in such a clustered map, at least in mid like this, I would be there.
Splat Zone's Muscle Forge Fitness. We're gonna have to see if Norozera are gonna make any adaptations. It will be some adaptations. Whoa. Zeras doesn't like charge it. Either this map, double junior Nautilus squeezer. So this is going to be a comp that is favored into making a Norezera pop off. This is what you want to see. But apart from that, we're seeing the same old bosses. First armor online as Connor goes down and it's going to be popped. Two armors have already been popped to the juniors on the side, and they're going to be going aggressively. Not only aggressively, but look at this paint. That's a double junior diff right there as they have all this control going into the start of this game. And wow, really fast and strong opening from Norozera. The defense could be a lot harder with this double junior comp.
Yeah, definitely. Jared taking flight there. Not sure what happened with the spectator cam. Popping the Booyah and going in very deep. Finds the pick on Zera. And now it's just a struggle for zone and mid. But honestly, the call from Norozera wins that paint war. Norezera here holding the zone. Enemy team pops the bubbles, pops the missiles, but while pops his zone bubbles, bosses here manages to find the flip and a pick onto one of the juniors, and now it's a 3v2 in mid. That's a wipe. That junior is coming from spawn, and this is what could be the start of the final hold of this tournament.
Now, oh my god, that's a very ballsy play from Kyo. Getting taken out really early, running all the way into spawn, and now you've got the first armor online to start moving forward, and Terra has the second one already whenever he wants. Gonna be pressure, so gonna pop it, and allowing the team to stay alive even longer. Nice bomb, just on your tail, able to take out Jared, and now you have really strong control to keep this alive. Oh, Kyo going down too. So now it's just gonna be Connor and Brand left alive. Gonna be trying to push on that side, but the bomb's gonna be popped, so they're definitely gonna try and keep themselves in this. The ratio going down as it's staying on this right side. The bubble coming through, but Law popping the other bubble, shielding himself from Connor's bubble with his own, and now going to be taking the screen to fight on that right side, trying to push up and trying to find him, but Connor actually going to be backing up as the zone is capped for his team. We are being pushed forward. Oh, Terra, another dead flying. That was right behind him, but Joe gets traded out, so it's still a 3v3 situation, but Law decides to jump back while being rushed by too many people. It's the ratio still on zone, trying to find some crazy plays, so Zera's going to try and move forward and back it up. A jump going through. Joe doesn't make Zera's beat that far forward, but a trade is going to be the result of that situation. Connor now getting traded through. It's Darren going down. It's only Brand left alive on zone. Gonna jump out, actually deciding not to take it and going to be giving over the zone to Norozera.
Yeah, smart decision for sure from Brand there. And how this could... I'm not really sure what to say right now. I'm just mesmerized at how aggressive the Zera Jr. is. Norezera here trying to stay alive on this Inkjet, and that was 2 down for the side of bosses here. The Nautilus side of Norezera on this left side, forced it back out. Unfortunately, Biscuit is still in spawn with, okay, waiting to respawn there, but Kyo gets the pick, or helps a pick. But those coordinated bombs, man. Those bombs completely delete Kyo here, and the Law just holding this right side. Bosses does manage to get the flip, and the Law is alone here on this right side. Gets the pick onto Biscuit, pops the bubbles, helps Norezera, and that is going to flip once again as Kyo finds it.
Yeah, Kyo's on the flank right now, just trying to take this 1v3. He's there to find Law of it. He's there to find 2. Law Terra goes down. When you're in a 1v3 with 2 of them in juniors, you can win it if you're a Tri-Slosher. Norezera now popping into doesn't want to go down to this Tri-Slosher. The Tri-Slosher captures the zone, and Norezera will be forced back because they're on the jump, and they take it out. Brand is now moving forward. Zeras goes down, and it's a 2v3 on the side of Norozera. What a crazy flip on the side of Kyo. Now bosses are the ones in control. They have an almost armor at the ready. They have the bubbles, so they're definitely going to be able to control this, but we talk about armors being ready. There's always going to be an armor ready on the side of Norozera. Bubbles are ready, but Law gets taken down by an aggressive challenge, but it will be traded through. But still, that's a worth trade on the side of bosses. You get rid of the bubbles, the main pushing tool, and now you are going to run into Norozera's base to try and take out one that week. But Norezera comes through the inkjet, finds one, and the zone will get flipped, and it will be actually a trade as Brown is able to take out that inkjet. It's only Juniors left alive, and Juniors aren't going to be able to do against that many people. Boss is taking the bracket reset 4-0 against Norozera. A valiant attempt. There's a lot of close games in there, but at the end comes to it, it's going to be hard to run into zone. As soon as I feel like bosses got on the grasp of the fact that the enemy team was playing double junior, they sealed it. They worked out what they were doing, and they played it perfectly, and they won the tournament, taking the bracket reset 4-0. What a brilliant comeback, and really nice adaptation from the side of bosses.
Really was really good adaptation. Valiant effort, as you said, from the side of Norozera. That double junior strategy, maybe in another dimension, might have worked. It was still a very, very nice showing. And what a set of grand finals here. Bosses getting maybe an upgrade from bosses to kings here as they win King of the Castle.
That's funny.
I thought it was.
Yeah, but Norozera playing very, very well there. Sorry, no. Bosses playing very, very well there, bringing it back. I like the adaptation to 52 gal, honestly. You know, I think that added aggression really, really helped bring it to, you know, an equally aggressive team. Norozera, the sort of team where they were trying to make a lot of chaos, just throw themselves in there. And I think Jared switching over to that 52 gal was just kind of like adding to the chaos, running in, taking a lot of fights, and winning those fights. And yeah, that really, really was an additional help to the insane plays that were being made on every single other member of Bosses. And I mean, Connor on the screens today, also known as Biscuit, just going crazy.
Mostly known as Biscuit. That was an absolute insane showing from all the teams we had on stream, actually. All the games were very close. So that closes out this edition of King of the Castle. That was our 10th, which opened up a new era for this tournament, new format. And this tournament will now be a monthly, guys. So every month we'll be running a King of the Castle. You already know it's gonna be well ran like today, so look forward to that. And before we end the stream, guys, let me just take the opportunity to say tomorrow, Flutie tournament, Fast Flutie, sign up, guys. Everybody's gonna be playing it. It's gonna be another hype tournament. It's tomorrow. Yeah, everybody. Everybody's playing. Yeah, everybody's playing that, guys.
Okay.
So please go sign up for that. Go show Ludi some love. They've done a lot for the scene, and it's gonna be a good time. It's a Splatoon weekend. It's one of those weekends where we got back-to-back hype tournaments. So guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all the casters. Shoutouts to Rissa, Dragonudo, Toby, you know, and Matthew is right here. Shoutouts to the entire IPL team. And for production team, we got Inkfar right now on call doing all the stream things. Shoutouts to him, absolute GOAT. So guys, thank you so much for watching. Any final thoughts, Matt?
Thanks.
There we go, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and have a nice rest of your Saturday. See ya.
Bye.